let's jump into what we're going to be covering today. So, again, as I mentioned at the beginning, this is strictly plumbing. This is foundational. We are going to be building on top of this. So, this is very, very key that we set up a good foundation because your experience with the advanced roadmaps is going to vary depending on if you just jump in and do the roadmaps at face value, it's going to work. But I've been using advanced roadmaps for a while now, and I coach a lot of teams on how to use this. And this is usually where I start. This is usually what I do and kind of help and coach my teams to have the best experience with these advanced roadmaps because it's such a powerful feature, it's such a powerful capability built into Jira. And sometimes the documentation doesn't do it justice for how powerful it is. So I'm going to show you a couple of tips and tricks and really just like almost kind of like insider stuff that not a lot of people talk about, but still very beneficial to know and understand so that you can, again, leverage this the most. So we're going to cover issue types, the hierarchies, custom fields that we're going to be creating. And then I'm going to go and create some projects. And then I'm going to put it all together and end with like the plan hierarchy so that we can naturally roll into next month's session where we go and create our very first plan. So with that said, that's pretty much it for the slides right now. Again, stick around to the end. I do have an exclusive offer for you all. And I'm going to put the slides to the side just to kind of help guide me. There's quite a few topics here today, and we're going to be using that. Now, last disclaimer. Sorry, I apologize. This is the last one, I promise you. What I'm about to show you is a premium only or enterprise cloud thing only. So you either need to be on Jira Cloud Premium, Jira Cloud Enterprise, or on the DC version of Jira. Those are the three. So if you're on the free or standard versions of cloud, you're gonna hate. Hopefully not me. Talk to Atlassian, but this is an only premium only thing. So you need to unfortunately pay a lot more. You got to double your bill if you're on standard, or if you're on free, then you really got to pay a lot more for this capability. So again, if you are not able to follow along or your Jira just doesn't look the same, you're probably either on the server version or data center, or you're just not on the premium versions of Jira Cloud. So you do need to be on premium. So make sure we got that covered. Okay. All right. Sarah says, interested to hear how this and other tools can be implemented to manage using an OKR framework. Great question, Sarah. Goals is going to be part of the conversation, so I'll try to weave OKRs in here. I'm not too well versed in OKRs, but I'll kind of show you what I would do, and then maybe Sarah, we can have a conversation here as well. All right. So here we are inside of Jira. The plans. So if you come up here to plans, this is what we're mainly going to be talking about. Okay. So I'm just going to go into one to kind of just give you a teaser of what this looks like. Welcome. This is what advanced roadmaps or plans or advanced timeline. Atlassian has so many names for this thing. It's not even funny. But this, in my heart, is always and will forever be the Jira Advanced Roadmaps, aka JAR. And this is what it looks like. Now, for you to leverage this, right? For this to really be powerful, I want to take a step back. I want to pause here for a second and I want to go build something. I want to build something that is going to help us take even more advantage of all this. And I'm going to start by introducing a new issue type. In fact, I'm going to introduce a couple of new issue types. And the reason I want to do this is because what's really powerful about the Jira Advanced Roadmaps, the JAR, I'm going to call it JARs for y'all. Plans, if you're looking at the UI, or I'll interchange between JAR and plans, right? But the beautiful thing about the plans, when you compare it to the basic, right? So if you go to any Scrum or really any project, you have a timeline. Notice that they're both called the same, right? So you have this timeline view that every Jira project has, but the plans is way more powerful. And the reason that is because when we look at the free plans, right, the free timeline that everybody gets, it starts at the epic and it goes down to the story. And so you get a two-tier view. If I have a subtask on this story here, if I go and add a subtask here and go like sub one, this subtask will not be visible. I will get an icon, and if I refresh my screen, I will see an icon that tells me, hey, this particular story has a child, but I can't see that child unless I open it up. And that is one huge benefit or one huge advantage of using the jar because you get to see the entire hierarchy. And so you see the epic, the story, and the subtask. And that's powerful enough right there, right? That's great. That's awesome. and that's already super valuable. So for a lot of teams, you can kind of just stop here and go, oh, let me just pull in my project and use the jar, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. But that would be just scratching the surface of what this tool can do. It is so much more powerful. And where I want to start is for premium and enterprise customers. In case you didn't know, you can add issue types above the epic. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to add two issue types that will sit as the parent of the epic. And if you remember, I'm going to add initiatives and I'm going to add goals. Those are going to be my two projects that I'm going to, or issue types that I'm going to add. And if those exist in my Jira project, and this basic timeline, it won't respect it. It won't show them to me. So this is why we want to go to that jar and really take advantage of the full power that the jar offers us, because this timeline is just way too limiting. The other extremely limiting feature that this jar has, I'm sorry, that this basic timeline has, is that it can only show you one board or one project. The moment you try to bring in two or three different Jira projects into one view, this basic timeline falls flat on its face and it's not very useful. So the jar fixes that. The jar, as you'll find out next week or next month. So make sure you subscribe, hit that bell notification, and make sure you sign up for the classes for next month. Right? You're gonna see that we can actually pull in a lot of resources. We're not limited to just one or two projects. We can actually bring up to as many projects as we want, as long as we don't hit the ceiling of 5,000 issues in the view. So very, very powerful stuff here. Very, very cool things. So with that said, I'm gonna again take that step back, and we're gonna start with the issue types. So I'm gonna go and create them. Now, this is a little bit of a Jira admin thing. So if you're not a Jira admin, you might need to consult with your Jira administrator so that they can basically help you out with this, right? So it all starts with this little gear up here on the top right corner. We're going to go to issues, and you naturally land in this issue type section. Now, when you land here, these are all the issue types that are available in your instance of Jira. And maybe not the ones that you see in your project, because that's configurable, but definitely globally, all of the issue types that you can see. Now, I'm going to delete a couple because everybody just close your eyes for 1 second, because I've already kind of gotten it. Oops, never mind. I'm not going to delete stuff because I've already done some work here. But it's important for you to understand that there's issue types here, there's a hierarchy, and you don't have to worry about the schemes. We'll talk about that later. But what's important here is that you understand that new issue types can be created. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look and see, do I have an initiative issue type? As you can see, I do not. Okay, so again, talk to your Jira admin, or if you have Jira admin rights, you just have to click on this blue add issue type button over here and type in initiative. And of course, I pick a word that I can never ever spell. And that's it. So your initiative exists. All right. But we're not quite done. So even though it exists, even though I now have an initiative right here, there's a couple of extra steps that I have to do. Now, in this particular case, I'm going to add a project issue type as well. We're going to add a goal issue type. And I've already pre-added those, but the process is exactly the same. You just click on the add issue type button here, give it a name, make sure it's a level 0, make sure you give it a level 0 name, click the add button, and then it's going to be created just like this. Now, normally, so Karen says initiative already exists in your company. Perfect. So that's step one. That is having them exist is step number one. There's a couple of steps here that we're going to be following through today to make all this happen. So again, Karen, so make sure you're paying attention here, because just having it is one step. There's a couple of other steps you want to make sure we follow along with. All right. So as I just mentioned, right, having the initiative or having that issue type exist is cool, but I tend to do a couple more tweaks. So the first tweak that I do, you're going to notice that my goal, my project, and my initiative are all the same depressing gray color, which I'm proud to say in the new UI is I haven't seen it. So thank you, Atlassian. That's a really nice added benefit that the new UI doesn't have this depressing gray square with a white circle in it. But one of the things that I like to do is I like to go into my initiatives or to my new issue types and give them a color. So I can swing over to the right, click on the three dots, click on edit, and I like to change the avatar. And I do this because your users are kind of like there's muscle memory, mental muscle memory of like, hey, I know what a story looks like. I know what a bug looks like. I know what a epic looks like. And so if you just hit them with gray circles, all of them, it's going to be confusing. So you naturally want to change the issue type. So an initiative for me, I'm going to do an up arrow that tells me I'm working on an initiative. And then I'm going to do the goal. So I'm going to go to my goal one because again, I just don't like this gray depressing color. And my goal is going to look like, let's just go with the dollar sign. I think goals should equate to money, right? And so we have that there, and initiative can make it orange with the yes. So really, you can pick any icon like you want, and you also have the ability to add your own. So if you're like, well, I don't even like any of these, you can upload your own, or as you can see down here, Atlassian is pulling in some of the new and improved avatars from the new UI. So really cool that that's made available here. So pick whatever makes sense for you. It's really all up to you. Maybe a heart, or we'll go with the heart just to kind of change the colors up a little bit, and that's it. So that is basically step one, is making these new issue types. So if you're using Jira, if you're a longtime fan of Jira and you have never made new issue types, you're going to want to do them so that you can take advantage of this. Okay. Step number two, we're going to go up to our issue type hierarchy. And over here, we have the ability, I'm going to just remove these real quick, right? Because this is what everybody's Jira should look like out of the box. You have the epic, you have the story, task, bug, any other standard issue type that you may have created, any level zero. So including that initiative that we just made, it's a level zero, right? And then you have your subtasks, your level -1. And I wish Atlassian would add the zero and the -1 here. I think it would be so clear to everybody that this is the level zero item and this is the level -1. But that's basically the behavior. So any story, task, bug, spike, whatever issue type you create, it naturally defaults to a level zero. And I'll show that to you, right? So when I go down here to my initiative, you'll see it's a level zero. And you're going to see that everything on here is pretty much a level zero. Okay. So naturally, by default, the moment you create a new issue type, it will default to a level zero. But you have to go to the issue type hierarchy. And again, I'm going to remove these to then alter your hierarchy. So you can manipulate this. And there's a couple of advanced things that you can do here. You can actually rename this so it doesn't say epic. So you can call this a feature if you wanted to. You could, if you wanted to, also rename your epic. Now, that's a whole different topic for a whole different day, but spoilers in case you weren't aware, you can actually come into your epic and edit it and rename it to feature. Now, I'm not actually going to do it because it does have consequences. There's impacts of renaming your epics, but this is something that Atlassian has been working on tirelessly for the last couple of years to change so that this tool can be super flexible. Because what if you don't use epics? Right? What if you want to put an epic feature story, right? What if you want to change it up? Well, you can't do that. Or normally you couldn't, but now you can. And so Atlassian again has been making tremendous improvements here to make this work correctly. Karen's asking, can this be done in a team managed project versus a company managed project and not impact the other projects? So great question, Karen. And a couple of disclaimers. I'm going to break your heart just a little bit. So please don't be too mad at me. But couple of things y'all need to know, because Karen just reminded me of this this functionality here. One, this is global. So when I'm doing this manipulation that I'm about to do, where I'm going to create a level and I'm going to alter the hierarchy, and even if you wanted to rename the epic to a feature, that is global. Everybody is impacted by this change. Okay. Everybody is impacted by this change. So this is not something that you can define on a project per project basis. This is something that you all as a company need to sit down and figure out, what do we want to do? But it's appropriate because what I'm about to show you, the way I'm going to like tailor the instruction here, is that this is not something you want to do at the team level. This is something you want to do at the organization level. Some might say a scaled agile, right? And so, and yes, Sean, she definitely reminded me how much I hate team managed projects. So the other thing that I'm going to mention is that this is ideally going to work best in company managed projects. Now, I'm going to not speak to the team managed project because I just simply don't know. But when I do make the changes, we're going to go take a peek in a team managed project and we're going to see what the behavior is. But in general, company managed projects, if you want to take advantage of all the power of Jira, you want to be in these company managed projects. That's where you're going to be able to get your best bang for your buck. But unfortunately, again, um, these are global, right? And as Jack Brickley here says, these are some bad consequences, folks. When you rename your epics, don't do this on your own. Talk to me, talk to a trained professional. There are consequences, good and bad. when you start renaming things in Jira. So be very, very cautious. Don't don't just go and rename your Jira. Don't, and especially don't do it in production. If you're gonna do something crazy like this, go do it in a sandbox. That's my legal disclaimer, so that you all don't come at me later when your Jiras are horribly messed up. Do it with the talk to me. I will help you. There's a link. Look at that link tree. There's a link. Okay, so let's keep going here. Oh, one more comment here. So Frank Boss says Frank is technically correct here. So each instance of Jira is set globally. So this is not at the org level. This is at your instance level. So yes, Frank is correct. If you have 3 or 4 or 5, 10 different Jira instances because you're an enterprise customer, each one you'll be able to dictate and set those rules that govern that. But within that instance, within that Jira, that whole all the projects, if you have one project, 300 projects, 1,000 projects, they're all impacted by this. Okay. Maggie says Epic links are deprecated, so you need to use the parent field. Yeah, so naturally, this is part of that improvement I was talking about that Atlassian's been doing. They got rid of Epic link, they got rid of the Epic name, they got rid of where Epic was hard coded, and now it's just parent. Now it's just parent and child up and down the stream. So great feedback there. All right, renaming instead. You guys are funny trollers here. Okay. Karen says someone added initiative about 9 months ago and broke everything in prod. Yeah, so it depends. There's a right way and a wrong way to do this, all Karen. So usually under my guidance, we don't break things. All right. So now that we got a lot of questions out of the way, and now that I kind of given you a whole lot of disclaimers, let me actually show you what we're gonna do here, right? So the whole reason why we're here is we're gonna alter the hierarchy. Never mind the fact that we can put features in between the epic. That's a different topic for another day. If you care about that, let me know in that comment section. Maybe we can do a dedicated video on my main channel here, a recorded video, not a live stream, but a recorded video on how to do that. But just let me know. But what we're going to do here is we're going to add the initiative and we're going to add the goals to be above the epic so that they're parents of the epic. So simple. You just hit the create level button here. You name this whatever you want. This is going to be visible. This does not have to be the name of the issue type because as you can see here, you can select one or more issue types. And so it's important for you to think macro. It's important for you to think big because this isn't just like, oh, I'm going to name it the exact same name as the issue type like the other ones are. It doesn't have to be like that. You can, and I'm going to, but it doesn't have to be like that. It can be called like project or portfolio or whatever you want that makes sense for you. So I'm just going to go with initiative, which is a word that I can never spell correctly. And then on the right-hand side, under Jira issue types, I'm going to look for my initiative, and I'm going to select it here. Okay. Then you can stop there, and that's going to enhance your experience. But I like to go a little bit higher. I usually like to give my teams a 5-tier hierarchy, so we have the full, basically full motion here that we can do and really take advantage of the jar. And so I'm going to add goals plural, and then I'm going to come over here and add my goal singular. Again, they don't, just to kind of show you that they don't have to be the same, but you're going to see where this shows up in the future. All right. So when you're done, you're going to want to click the save changes. And yes, I understand this. And I basically got rid of the project from earlier. So no big deal. All right. So that is step number 2. So step number 2 is manipulating your hierarchy. Okay. Again, these are both things that only Jira admins can do. So you either need to be a Jira admin or you're going to want to be very, very close friends with your Jira admin. Maybe buy them a box of chocolates or something that they may like so that they might want to do this because as we mentioned, this is a global change. So your Jira admin is going to, if this goes sideways on you, which it shouldn't, right? Unless you don't know what you're doing. But if it goes sideways on you, you might want to buy your Jira admin a nice big box of chocolates. Okay. What happens if you add many issue types? Nothing happens. The only thing is that Jira will respect the parent-child relationship. So I am allowed to come in here and add the project. Oops, project here. So I can add another one, and you can add as many as you want. And when you hit save, all this means is that when I go to the Epic and I'm ready to assign a parent to that Epic, that parent can either be an initiative or a project. Normally, I don't like this. I don't like doing this, but the use case for this would be I have 2 teams that just can't agree, right? I have 2 teams that just cannot determine should it be an initiative, should it be a project, and they're both fighting. And when they're doing that, that's when I'll go, you know what? Fine, calm down. We'll put them both, right? Ideally, I would add to the hierarchy. I would put like initiative, then the project, then the goal. That's the way I would do it, but it really just depends on the business use case that you have. And again, if you have any questions, that link tree here that I have should help you out to find some time on my calendar so that we can have further discussions if you need them. I am available to help you and kind of this is hard, folks. This is not something you should be navigating on your own. I can definitely help you out. All right. So now that we've set up our hierarchy, we're good to go, but we're not quite done. We're going to go to step 3. So step 3 is really kind of up to you. This step 3 is optional. I like to do step 3, but essentially you have the ability to add custom fields to these new goals. But before we do step 3, really what I want to do is I want to fast forward to step 4 and then I'll come back to step 3. And the reason that is because before we talk about custom fields, we really need to make our issue types be available because right now they're just in a bucket. There's a bucket with all the issue types that I have, but they don't do anything. They're not useful right now because they need to be added to your projects. So this is now where your team and company managed projects come into play because now I have to go into a project. So I'm going to go to where's my project here? Do I have a project for? I'm just going to go any of these projects, any company. Let's just do a company managed software right here. Kanban project demo. I'm going to go into here and I'm going to go to my project settings and under issues, I'm going to expand issues. I'm going to go to types. And this is where I'm going to be able to click on the actions button here, edit the issue types. And from that pool, you're going to notice a couple of familiar faces. You're going to notice that we have, where is it at? Here's my goal, here's my project, and here's my initiative. But let's pause here for a second because I want to get real serious with y'all here. Okay. This is beauty is in the eye of the beholder. This is why, again, take advantage of that link tree there because I can jump in and help you and coach you and help you out here because this is not something that is easy or trivial. This requires some thought. I fortunately do this for a living, so I put a lot of thought into this, right? But there's a balance. So you want to weigh your options. You want to do a little bit of a pros and cons analysis, right? Because we made the new issue types, and the question you got to ask yourself: this team project, right? Assume that this belongs to a team or a department or a project or a product, right? This is usually my decomposition for Jira projects, right? But this team, do they need to have the initiative, right? And you got to kind of take a step back and go, how do I want to use these initiatives? How do I want to use these goals? And this is a conversation you should be having before you even start using the advanced roadmaps because it's an advanced capability, you got to think bigger than the team. If you're just at that team level, if you're thinking, "Oh, I just want to have an initiative for my team, but not worry about the rest of the organization," you can do that, but you're handicapping the capability. This is a bigger conversation, right? This is more organizational wide. So I am personally a fan of at the team level. At the team level, I just let them have the epic, the story, the task, the bugs, spikes, whatever they have there. I just let them have that because the team should have ownership of the epic down, in my opinion, right? Because naturally it's natural, right? Because out of the box, Jira gives you the epic, the story, and the subtask. And I like to retain that integrity there. I like to just tell the teams, "Hey, you own Epic down. You are responsible for coming up with your epics. You're responsible for coming up with your stories. That's you. That's your space." But the initiatives, in my opinion, again, this is just how I do it. But again, let's talk about what your business needs are. But the initiative to me is above, right? It's a step above the epic. And because of that, because the epic sits on top, it should be a shared resource. It should be, hey, here's an initiative. Here's something we want to work on as a company. And 2 or 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 different teams all need to contribute towards that initiative. And because of that, it doesn't feel good for a team, a single team to say, I own the initiative that 5 other teams need to contribute towards, right? Does that make sense to y'all? Right? And the again, it just really depends on again your business philosophy and what works here, right? Because as Lori's saying here, hey, we have the initiative open to everybody and it works well. Like, awesome, cool. That will work as well. But again, it's just a matter of preference, right? This is not anything bad. I can do this. I can add the initiative at the team project level and call it a day and we're good to go. And my teams now have the ability to create initiatives, which is fine and dandy. I just think that initiatives should be across teams. And again, it really comes to taxonomy. It comes really to word definitions, right? How do you define what is an epic? What is a story? What is an initiative? What is a goal, right? This is something that when I coach my teams, like we're starting off with those definitions because how we define things is gonna then alter our experience with Jira. So again, if you never really thought about it, welcome. This is what I do. This is what I think about um, a lot, and so this is kind of fun for me, right? Because figuring this out is not an easy thing to do, and it varies. Every team's going to be a little bit different, but it's a good and important conversation to have. Lori says, how do you visualize everything in plan? So ensure issue sources include a filter and pull the initiative. I like innies. I like that name. As workflows may differ from scope, I would strive to keep initiatives in a central project. Yeah. So Frank, great. So this is kind of the way I go, right? So because I'm a believer that the initiatives should be not team centric, right? The teams are going to participate. They're going to contribute to delivering that initiative. I'm a fan of leaving these team projects team level, not team managed, but team level projects alone. All right. But again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So you do you, boo. Right. But I'm going to hit save. And what I actually like to do is I like to create a new project. I like to make it Kanban because we're not planning any sprints. These initiatives are long living. But trust me, an initiative will be much, much longer than the scope of a sprint. So these don't have to be Scrum based. So I like to go Kanban. Company managed, of course, because friends don't let friends make team managed projects. Right. And yeah, we'll open up the link tree here in case you guys missed that. In case that went over your head, I do have a merch store here, and we have a T-shirt that you might be interested in here. It says "Friends don't let friends create team managed projects." We also have it in a hoodie. So friends do not let friends make team managed projects. If you take anything away from this, make sure you remember that. We have it in a mug as well. Check out TGL 10 2024 for 10% off. All right. Sorry about that. I just needed to. All right. So what I like to do is I like to create like a strategy project, right? So company strategy project, right? Whatever you want to call this, is a strategic, whatever name you want to call it. But I like to create a new project, again, Kanban style. And in this project, the thing I like to do is I like to go to the project settings here and go to the issue types. And guess what? I'm gonna do something controversial, folks. I go to the edit issue types here and I get rid of all of this because this strategy project shouldn't have stories or tasks or anything because that's at the team level, right? But I like to add my initiative and I like to add my goals here, right? So we'll do that. We'll hit save. And now this project can only have initiatives and goals, right? And that's cool. That's important, right? Because now one place, and now I can govern this, right? Now because it's in a Jira project, I can control who has access to this project, and that's who has the ability to create initiatives. And beauty's in the eye of the beholder, folks. Um, just it's up to you. Does Tim says, does Jira let you add level 1 and up tickets to sprints now? Level 1 and up are not in sprints or cannot be in should not be in sprints, and I don't think can be in sprints. So even the great question or great point, Tim, that even if I added the goals and initiatives, they wouldn't be in the sprints, or at least they shouldn't be. But we can test that, Tim. We can definitely test that. All right. Let's see. Do I have any other questions here? No. Okay. Oh, here we go. Angie says, "Will we ever get the option to add goals at the Scrum board level?" I don't think. I mean, it depends, right? If you make goals a level 0 effort, probably. But there's also goals that are coming out as part of Atlas. It's not ready for prime time, in my opinion. I'm not a big fan of Atlas or the goals, but Atlassian's making strides. There's a goal section here, but even more so, these are not even in Jira. They're like in a whole different tool, and so definitely not bringing things at the board level. You can, though, however, create your Kanban board, and so at the Kanban level, at least on a board view, you can definitely bring in your goals and your initiatives if you do what I'm doing right now. So Jack Bricky here says, "Yep, level 0, -1 only in the sprint." So thank you, Jack, for confirming. And yes, actually, goal sections are coming from Atlas. Yeah, so um, yeah, so this takes you to another section. So definitely, if you're gonna use goals, I'll say good luck. I'll um I'll give you positive thoughts, but I have not had good I have not had a good experience with the goals section of Jira. So that's why I like to take ownership and control, and I make my own goals as an issue type, and I manage my goals through the advanced roadmaps. Atlas is on the same platform, and goals cannot be on issue type. So yeah, except if you're in an enterprise and you have access to multiple Jiras, then all your goals get blurred, and that's not good. So I wish the goals were restricted to just the project or just the or just the instance. That would be so awesome if I could just see the goals for this instance of Jira. But that's not the case right now. You actually get redirected to like team.atlassian.net, and it's horrible. All right. And then yeah, then you have to move to focus. I don't have the focus button yet, but when we get it, we'll talk about it. All right. So here we are, just back to this. We have created a Jira project and we have just those two issue types in there. Okay. And this is important because remember, this is all plumbing, folks. You might be going like, Alex, what the hell are you talking about? This is all still plumbing. We are setting ourselves up for success in the future. And this strategy project with just those issue types is part of the global strategy. All right. Now that we have that, now that we've set up this project, now I'm going to take a step back. So one of the things that you'll see is because we have a dedicated project, and actually this works with any of them, but it's easier visualizing a dedicated project. When we go to our workflows, you're going to notice that we have the ability to create workflows for these goals and these initiatives. And I highly recommend that you plan this, right? This should be part of your strategic mission is that a goal doesn't need to be code reviewed. An initiative does not need to go through your PR process. It doesn't need a pull request created. It doesn't need to be maybe tested at the same level as a story does. So take the thought or take the moment to create workflows that are appropriate for your goals and your initiatives. It makes sense, folks. Trust me, you'll thank me later. But on that very similar note, the other thing you should take advantage of is the fact that you can control the fields because these are shared. Because these are designed, at least from my perspective, they're designed to be shared across multiple teams here. Then you want to create a field that allows me to visualize which teams are participating because the assignee is not going to be enough. And so what I like to do is I like to create a custom field over here. Again, we're taking a step back to step 3. And I like to create a custom field and I like to call, let me see if I have one. There's a team field that's already built in. I avoid this one. The team is a single select that is driven by this team up here, right? But it's a single select. And I want to create a multi-select. I want to create a field that I can create a lot of different teams that are going to be supporting. So because of that, this teams up there and the team field is just not useful to me. But we'll break some functionality, but trust me, you gain a lot more by being able to do what I'm about to do. And so I like to create a a custom field, select list, multiple choices, and I like to call it like supporting team, right? You can call it whatever you want, but here I can go like team A, team B, and team C. And then we can put it into our cron project. We can put it into that new project that I created. We'll put it in this default one here. And then we'll hit save, update. Okay. So once we have that, this is valuable because now when we create an initiative, we're going to have the ability to say, okay, here's an initiative because you got to think about this from a strategic perspective, right? You got to start top down. When you are sitting down with your team, I'm going to go full screen for you all for this, right? When you're sitting down with your team and you're looking at, okay, here's our goal, right? Here's something that we want to achieve in the quarter, in the year, whatever time frame you have there. That's up to you, but once you have your goal, then you're gonna come up with your initiatives that support those goals, right? You're gonna say, let's increase our revenue by 2x. That's a goal. Awesome. What are the initiatives? What's gonna get us there? What are tangible things that we can do to actually hit that goal? Well, part of it might be like ship 10 new products, right? Well, if you want to double your revenue, we'll make more products or improve your products or something along those lines, right? So maybe we want to ship more products. So that's an initiative, right? And so when we do those initiatives, and again, we're going to be looking at examples in the subsequent training. So again, make sure you subscribe, make sure you're hitting that bell notification, make sure you're going to the to this place here. Let me share my screen again, right? Make sure you're going here and signing up for the rest of the classes because we're going to be We're going to be giving out a lot of information here over the entire year, right? But when you're coming up with your initiatives, these are top down. You're going to figure out, okay, our goal is to double our revenue. An initiative that we have is create 10 more products. All right. And that's going to be a lot of different teams are going to participate in creating 10 more products. And so naturally, you're thinking big and you're zooming in and you're getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So now teams are going to have epics that are correlated to helping create those 10 products. And then the stories are going to support that one product, right? And you get more granular as you work down the list. And so because of this, right? Because of this phenomenon, because you're thinking big and you're working your way down, it's important for you to when you're still kind of poached up there at the top, for you to be tactical. You want to be very prescriptive and you want to create custom fields that help you figure out who's going to help out where, who's got the accountability, who's got the lead, what are the teams impacted by this, right? What are my pillars, my goals, right? There's a lot of stuff that you want to be considering. Again, make sure you reach out to me if you need any help, because this isn't trivial stuff. Like this is we're not just creating an epic with acceptance criteria at this point. This is a lot more complicated, right? But anyways, I don't want to overburden you with all that thought process, right? Just think about custom fields that make sense. For now, we're just going to use that that uh that supporting team one, right? But you could come up with a lot more custom fields. That's the whole takeaway there. All right. So at this point, we've created new issue types. We've manipulated our hierarchy. We've created a strategic project that only has those initiatives, those goals, and I've added a custom field only to those. Well, I'm about to add it. Well, actually, I did already. I added a custom field just to those initiatives and to those goals to help me plan better, because the plan, believe it or not, as the name implies, is for planning, right? You're strategizing, you're thinking. Jira at the epic, at the board level, is for execution. It's for tactical execution. Your plans are to think, are to plan, are to foresee the future. Not at the that's the these are not things that are happening at the board level. All right. So, anyways, that's all what we were doing there. All right. So couple more things to show you, and then we're gonna end this. So when you go to create your plan, right? So we've done a lot of we have some empty projects right now, but when you're ready, you are now ready to create your plan. Now we're gonna go into great detail next month when we actually cover the plans or the steps to cover the plan. But one thing that I want to leave you here with is that when you're coming up with your plan name, you got to think big, right? Um, you got to think about, oh, wait, hold up. Jack takes all the credit here. Jack is the legend. I'm just here because I like being on camera, but Jack is the true genius. Don't put me in the same category with Jack. Jack is like there, I am here. So let's not make that mistake, Ghost. Sorry, that one caught my attention there. Okay. So when you're coming up with your plan name, and again, I'll give you more information next month, right? But just think big, right? So don't think of like again your team level, although it will work. You can create a team level project, but think bigger. You want to think a lot bigger. All right. So enter your plan name. So just think of like I like to go at the product level here, right? Or just company level. I don't know, just something big, and build a better robot. We're just going to start with that. And this, my friends, is where we get interesting, right? So now for projects, I'm going to pull in my strategy and I'm going to pull in my team level projects, not team managed, but team level projects. Jack, Rodney, oh boy. Why are you doing this to yourself, guys? We're a team. We're all part of the Alaskan ecosystem. We're all a large, big family here. Very opinionated. Like I feel like I'll take a second here. When I first started off, it's hard to stand in front of a group of almost 200 people and go, "This is the way," when everybody has their own way, right? And so, lots of courage here that I'm sticking my neck out for this. And so, everybody, like I said at the beginning, eyes in the beauty of the whole beholder. This is just the way I do it. This is the way I coach people. But make sure you subscribe to the Jira Life, because Ronnie and I'm sure in 2025 we will be debating what's the right way to do this. All right. So now that we have our timeline, right? We've created our jar. One last thing that I want to show you here before we go jump into a Q&A section here is um, you'll notice that you don't see the initiatives, you don't see the goals. Well, that's because they don't exist, right? And if I hit the create issue, we have to pick our project, right? So first thing that I do in my plan is alter the hierarchy here because this by default is designed to only show you the epic to the story, which if y'all remember from the beginning of this training, like 45 minutes ago, I told you that the basic timeline, the one that everybody gets for free, that one only does the epic and the story. So to leave these settings, to leave this hierarchy to just be epic and story, that would be very foolish. That would be a very big handicap because the whole purpose of paying 2 times more, the whole purpose of um of utilizing this plan, this jar, is so that you see the whole picture. And so don't make the mistake of leaving this alone because you're gonna go be like, holy moly, we just went through all this trouble. I was just wasted the last 45 minutes of my life for nothing. Well, no, because you got to do your part here. You have to come into the hierarchy again. I'm going to click on it. Once you create your plan, again, we'll cover this in more detail next month, but you go to your filters and you change your from to your goals and you change your to your subtask. Now, if your goals or initiatives do not show up, worry not, Commander. The reason that that is because whatever projects you pulled in as your sources do not have the goals or then initiatives available as issue types. So you might need to take a step back, go back to step 3 and step 4, and add those issue types. Because if those issue types are not in the projects that we brought in as a source, even though they globally exist, even though they're available for everybody to use, they're not going to be visible unless you actually put them in a project and then pull that project into your source. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that's a little bit clearer, but that's essentially how that's going to work. So questions here that I have. So I'm going to go to my start section. I got quite a few. Um, Jason says this video on YouTube comes with a Monday advertisement and is sponsored by Monday. uh, I don't like it when YouTube does that. I wish I could pick my ads, but we don't like Monday in this house, at least not yet. So um, that was I thought that was funny. All right, Maggie says I want to ask about the dependencies and issue links in advanced roadmaps. Okay, so Maggie, again, we make sure you subscribe to the rest of these courses here. Sign up because one of the cool things that you're going to be able to do is you can put dates on all these issue types. So I'm just going to put dates here, and every issue type, your stories, your subtasks, your initiatives, your goals, everything gets dates, which is one of the benefits. But you can also add dependencies across everything and anything. So unlike the basic timeline, this is going to allow us to put and manage dependencies everywhere, so across everything. And so again, we'll cover more detail in future courses on how these dependencies work. But if you just want to, you're chomping at the bit because you want to get ahead, just know that the Jira Advanced Roadmap, the JAR, and the plan or plans, they will allow you to track dependencies and links. Now, everything you do here is visible in Jira after you hit this blue button. So make sure you're smashing this blue button, and you're going to see that the issue dependency is created, and then the issue link will be created in Jira. One thing to note though, that you don't get to pick the relationship. So normally when you go to a Jira project and you add a link, so if you click add here and you link an issue, you get to pick this relationship. What kind of link is it? When you do the link inside the jar, it automatically defaults to blocks and blocks by. That's it. I don't know, Jack or anybody else, if you guys have any other information. That's been my experience, but I don't think you can change it. It's always just blocked. All right. Martin says, what happens if you add many issue types? So you can add as many issue types as you want. And I think we covered that, right? This was with respect to over here on the issues and on the issue type hierarchy. You can have as many as you want here. It just manipulates what the parent eligible parent can be. Things will get confusing if I were to add both the initiative and the project to my project. Things might get a little confusing, so I would refrain from doing that. I would try to stick to just one parent, but um, you should also know that an epic can only have one and only one parent. So if you have to pick between, like, if you want both to be a parent, that's not going to be possible. You can only have one parent going up. You can have many children going down, but only one parent going up. So keep that in mind. That is a rule of Jira, a law of Jira, if you will. You can always be friends with your Jira admin. Yes, Sergey says, You always want to be friends with your Jira admin. Maybe they'll like you more. We use a function portfolio parent stuff. Yes. So Lori, we are going to be talking through these in the future here. I'm going to be showing you a couple of functions here that are part of this. So again, stay tuned. Make sure you're showing up to the rest of the classes. This was really just plumbing and foundational work. Oliver says, apologies if this is considered a dumb question, but can we use this as an OKR tool? If so, maybe naming the issue types that way. Yes. So you have the ability to create, Oliver, this however you want, right? Because you can manipulate the workflow, you can manipulate the name of the issue type, and you can manipulate, oops, sorry, and you can manipulate the custom fields that you create. So if you're in an OKR model, you can, if you wanted to, recreate that OKR experience and tie everything back, right? And this is very important. And this is a very important part because when you're working on stuff, again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I'm not here to tell you how to run your company or how do you run your business, but when I'm sitting down with CTOs and we're talking about, hey, what options do we have here? How do we use this? Well, one of the things I'm talking to them is like, hey, at the end of the day, there's budget, right? There's a schedule, there's a budget, there's monies involved, and your team is working on stuff, right? They're busy. Everybody's always busy. Every worker bee out there is always doing something. You rarely walk around the office or and through virtual Zoom, right? And somebody's just kind of sitting there going, I need some work to do today, right? That rarely happens. Everybody's always busy. And so what we're going to be building up to here, right? What you're going to see in the next 2 to 3 months as we're building through this course is that you get traceability, you get a line of sight so that you can see here's my goal at the top, and we're going to use some variations of these JQL functions to build dashboards and stuff, right? But we can define a goal at the highest level and track that thing all the way down to that subtask if we wanted to. And that traceability gives us a lot of insight. It gives us a lot of appreciation. And it's just you can't, it's hard to put a dollar figure to the value that you get when you leverage your jar this way. It's a very powerful stuff. So again, Oliver, just make sure you're subscribed because I'm going to be providing a lot more insight in the subsequent classes. And last question here. We use plans in DC, always include boards as issue sources and plans to ensure we get sprint info and can utilize the capacity planning. Is that necessary? Yeah, no. Same rules apply, Lori. Same rules apply. Um, I just brought in the project. You can 100% bring in the board so that you get those two extra options. Now, the problem I have is not a lot of teams are consistent, right? Most teams are inconsistent in the sense that not everybody uses Scrum and not everybody has the same value for story points. So in my experience, I just bring the project to just avoid that conversation altogether. But that is definitely an option and something we are definitely going to be covering in the subsequent months and talking about capacity planning and sprint information in your plan. So great call out, Lori. Very, very great call out. Will you cover Robo in the future? So not in this series. And as soon as that last thing gives me any more information on Robo, trust me, I'm the first one to line up. I will tell you that my good friend, Dr. Valerie Colon, she has a series on Atlassian intelligence. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Here we go. So she does have one AI and Robo for non-technical teams. So maybe sign up for her class. She's a colleague of mine and bright individual. So maybe you can talk there. And then can the plan be shared or exported with non-Jira stakeholders? So unfortunately, I wish Atlassian. Oh, did I not share it? Oops, sorry. This is the Atlassian Robo. Sorry. Um, so this was for this one. Robo, sign up for this. Go to the community-led courses. Right. So while you're there, sign up for my classes. Sign up for hers. Sign up for all of them. It'll be fun. But now for Ronnie Estrada's question, every user in Jira, everybody in Jira has to use or has to have a license. So you can export a picture. You're gonna be able to export. Oops, I lost it. You can be able to export a PNG, but that's not gonna be the best. I don't even. Oh, here it is. There's a little share button. So you can export. You can put it in Confluence, but everybody's gonna need to have a license. So to get the full experience, everybody needs to have a license. So that's the unfortunate reality. Let's talk about what you'll be learning today. So we're going to focus on 4 things. 1, issue sources. 2, the plan name. And 3, access settings. Now, these are not in any particular order. They're actually out of order. So I might mix it up once we jump back into the Jira. But then finally, we're going to close things out with just teaching you how to navigate the plan. But do, again, make sure you subscribe because next month, I'll give you a little teaser here. Next month, we're going to be doing plan views and a bunch of tips on how to use the jar. So make sure you subscribe, make sure you hit that bell notification, make sure you sign up for all the sessions. All right. With that said, we are done. We are going to go to plans. We're going to go into Jira and we're going to create our very first plan. Who's excited? Let me know in the chat if you're ready to do this. But Liz here, Liz, I want to highlight this comment. So Liz is out of LA. She's about 40 minutes north up the 5 and 10 minutes west from Team 25. So trying to see where you're at if you're 10 minutes west from Team 25, where you're at, because I live very, very close. In fact, I can probably walk to Team 25 if I wanted to. There's a big bridge that causes me to not want to walk, but I'm within walking distance. I'm about like 3 miles from the conference. So Liz, if you're local, maybe one day we should get together and have some lunch. Okay. So I see a couple people ready. So let's do this. All right. So plans. So the first thing you got to know, this is a big giant disclaimer. So if I can disclaim something, if you're paying attention, here's a giant disclaimer. Plans is an advanced, or sorry, a premium only feature. So you have to be in Jira Premium, right? So you have to be in the cloud. Actually, this works in data center too, but primarily you have to be on the premium version of Jira. So if you are not on the premium version of Jira, you will not be able to do this. And instead, what's going to happen is you're going to see something like this. So if you're greeted with the message, oh boy, Atlassian changes the UI and everything goes to hell. But if you go to plans here and you try to click on it, you will be greeted with a nice little message that says, sorry, you need to pay us a little bit more money to use the advanced planning tool. So this is a advanced premium only feature. So you got to make sure you're paying basically 2 times your bill. So unfortunately, again, I don't set the rules. This is a last minute thing, but just want to let you know about that. Okay, so next, let's go build our plan. But before we do, I want to talk about these 2 buttons right here. So inside of our plans, assuming you can see this, right? And you'll be able to see this if 1, you're on premium, or 2, your admin has enabled you to create plans. By default, though, anybody with a license should be able to create a plan. So if you don't see this message, if you do not see this message, but you also don't have the ability to create a plan, talk to your Jira admin and see what's up. They might have locked it down, but for the most part, it should be open. Okay, so let's talk about these 2 buttons here. So today we're going to focus on creating a plan. So we're going to click this button. But if you're totally new, if you're like new, like you're like, what is this plan thing? I'm excited, but I don't know what it is. I recommend you start here, create a demo plan, because what it's going to do is it's going to go and create a plan for you. We'll just call it like demo for course. Right. And when you do this, it's going to basically help you out a little bit more. It might confuse you, I think. It just really depends on how you learn. But what it does is, what it's going to do is going to create an interactive demo. So you can see the plans in their power, like full power, right? So you're going to be able to see everything. You're going to be able to basically have like a pre-created plan that allows you to really go to town and like really learn how all this stuff works with what I'm assuming is fake data. We're going to see it right now when it opens up. But I highly recommend you if you're brand new, right? If you're just like, I don't even know where to start, like I don't want to mess anything up, I highly recommend you start with these demo plans. It takes a few minutes to set up, as you can see, but I think it's worth it because you'll be able to get comfortable, right? They're creating a mock board, a mock project, right? So don't worry, nothing's going to impact anything, but you'll have a starting point. You'll have a jumping point with sprints already created. You're going to have the teams, right? You already have all these different teams, and you have dates on a bunch of stuff, and so they're already going to have stories as well, epics, and there's already like I mentioned, a team. So there's already a lot of information in here that is going to make utilizing and navigating through the plan a lot easier. So again, if you're brand spanking new, I recommend you start here. But for everybody else, we're just going to click the create plan button, because this is most likely what you're going to have to do, because you want your data, right? You want your real data in your plan, not fake data. The plan, create a demo plan, is strictly fake data for you to learn. But the create plan, this is going to be your data. So I'll pause here. If there's any questions, feel free again to drop them in the chat. And special shout out to Radby for making this video possible. Thank you so much. Make sure you check out Radby down in the link below. All right. So let's talk about creating a plan. So we're going to give it a name. Now, this is where I like to take a quick pause and go, what is a name? What should you put in here? Because you shouldn't just randomly put something in here. You should be very thoughtful with the names that you put in here. Because what I see a lot of teams do, right, is I see a lot of teams do like team A plan, right? You take the team and you give them a plan, and that's okay. Jira's gonna work, the plan's gonna work well for you. That's totally okay. Not a violation of any rule or anything like that in Jira, but you're thinking too small, right? The other thing you shouldn't do, right, but totally doable is like release A, right? Maybe you're making a plan for a specific release. Yes, you can do that, but again, you're really handicapping the power of a jar. Okay. And so you want to think big. You want to think as macro as possible. Uh, don't try to boil the ocean here. Don't try to end world hunger, but you want to think big, right? Because if you're down to a specific release, if you're down to a specific sprint, you're thinking way too small. And even at the team level, right? Even at one team, this is, I think, if I had to establish like a rule at a team level, that would be my baseline. That would be like, okay, that's borderline the most basic type of plan you can do. If you do your project, right? Maybe you're doing your Jira project, or maybe you're doing a project-based plan. That I'm more better, right? I think this is we're starting to get better because a project might have multiple teams, it might have multiple different Jira projects that are involved, and so the plan really shines. The reason why we like using plans is because it allows us to aggregate data from many different sources. Oftentimes, when we are inside of our Jira projects, when we're inside of one project here, everything is siloed to that project. So the board, the issues belong to that project. Yeah, you can modify your filter to bring issues from other boards, but the timeline feature in Jira, when you do that, breaks, right? It basically comes to a halt and says, sorry, this doesn't compute anymore, right? And in fact, Atlassian encourages you to start a premium trial so you can go use plans. So the moment you need two Jira projects talking to each other to see all the data in one place, the basics of Jira fall flat on its face and you have to come and use the plan. And so because of that rule, you want to give it a name that is encompassing of the bigger picture, right? You don't want to just call it like project A or team A, right? You want to call it something that is great, right? Please establish nomenclature. Team A, project plan one crushes at, yes, it does. So I'm not very creative. That's where I was gonna go with next, Liz, right? So like you want to call it like project like titanium, right? Or something, right? Where you have something meaningful, and project titanium is an actual project that's internal to your company, right? Don't just call it like we're saying here, don't call it project plan one, project plan two, because this will confuse the heck out of you long term. So give it a good name. So I'm saying spend some time here, but think broad. The takeaway here is you want to think bigger, because again, the purpose of the plan isn't to just have one Jira project in here. It will work for that, right? It will do it, and Jira's not going to complain. But if you really want to get your return on investment, right? If you really want to get your best bang for your buck, you want to aggregate your data. You want to bring in 2, 3, 4, 5 projects in, and you want to give it a name that appropriately reflects that scope. So maybe you're product based, right? Maybe you're bringing in the entire product, or maybe you're bringing in a big macro project or giant effort that your company is doing. So think big when it comes to the name. Can we create a plan for higher level multiple projects with respect to milestones? Can we create a plan for higher level? Yes. So you will. So once we jump in there, right, I'm going to show you how to handle like milestones and stuff. But you would not want to create a plan for a milestone like this. Like milestone A would not be a good plan, because a project's going to have multiple milestones. So you're going to be able to see your milestones inside. I'll show you how we can handle milestones in Jira, because milestones not a Jira feature, but I'll show you the closest thing. But anyways, we're going to go with project titanium because I kind of like that name now. And that's the name, right? And so this is going to assume we're going to pull in 2 or more sources into our plan. Next, our axis. You only have 2 options here. You're either going private or you're going public, right? And my rule of thumb is you want to be very careful here. You want to be very, very careful, because a couple of things for you to consider. Number one, Jira permissions. Let me rephrase that. Jira project permissions still trump here, right? They still supersede everything because if somebody does not have access to a project, therefore does not have access to the issues in that project, that user, even if you have an open plan, will not be able to see the issues from those projects that they don't have access to. So at the end of the day, the true access is at that project level. So you want to be very mindful of this, right? Because you might think, oh, I opened up my plan to all my stakeholders. Yeah, but if your stakeholders are not in that Jira project, then they're not going to be able to see that. Okay. So that's the thing one to consider. Thing number two to consider is that Jira, if you were to look at a picture, right? Jira doesn't sit side to side to your Jira project. Okay. So when you create a plan, you're not creating like another project. That's not what you're doing. The way I like to describe plans is that you have your Jira project here and your plan sits on top. Okay. It's almost like you're puppeteering your Jira projects below and you're the puppeteer at top, right? It's a bird's eye view. You're propped on top of the plan, on top of the projects. Okay. And so that's very, very important for you to consider because whatever changes you make in your plan will and can negatively or positively impact your Jira project because it's the same data you're pointing. So in this next part, when we go to add work to your plan, you are pointing back to an issue in a real Jira project or a real Jira board or a real filter. Okay. But you're pointing. You're not duplicating data in any way, shape, or form. You are always referring back to the real data. And so the general thing that I'm trying to say here is that when you make these open, keep in mind that if somebody can edit the issue in your Jira project, they're very much going to be able to make edits in your plan. And so you want to trust the people that you're going to be sharing this plan with because keep in mind that they'll be able to make changes to the data. And so maybe you don't want them to change the data. And so consider making it private. But you can add individuals and groups later. But again, just want to give you my 2 cents. You do whatever you want to do, boo. I'm always a big proponent of open, right? Communication, transparency. Plans are strategic, right? Plans are designed to be strategic in nature. And so you don't want roadblocks here. You don't want people to have an excuse to not be able to see the plan because if they can, then it's bad, right? And so my general rule of thumb is make it as open as possible, but just know that it carries some risk, right? And so that's the access part. So any questions so far? We got Aaron here that says, I don't see a demo option. Aaron, are you in the cloud? Are you on, I mean, I guess you have to be on the cloud to see that one. So maybe you're on the data center version. You should keep in mind that data center versions of Jira don't get updated as frequently or as amazingly as the cloud does. So maybe, just maybe you're on the data center. Aaron, I would, that would be my suspicion. But if you're on the cloud, hopefully, fingers crossed, you can see that. So unfortunately, I can't share, like, I can't have you share your screen unless you want to come on the call. Let me know. But let me know if you're on data center or cloud, because if you're in the cloud, you should be able to see it. Okay. Any other questions from anyone else before we talk about adding work to your plan? Because this next part is going to be a little bit more interesting. There's a couple of different options. I'm going to walk you through all the options. Okay. So Liz says, if I remember correctly, there is no option to auto create backups in Jira Plans. That would be correct. So the reason that this is a concern, the reason that I'm even bringing this stuff up is because when you're inside of Jira, right? And again, keep in mind, folks, the rules of Jira apply at all times, right? So every change that we do in the plan, it is registered as a change in the history of the Jira issue. So it's not like you can like wave your wand over here and like magically update data and like Jira's gonna go, oh, it just magically happened, right? Like everything is still logged and everything's still very much logged by Jira in the history and also logged in the logs of Jira. And so again, not like you're gonna be able to hide anything, but mistakes are easier to be made here because when you are in one Jira project, sorry, when you are in a Jira project and you're inside of an issue, let's say you're updating a story, you're updating just that story. When you're in the plan, as we're going to see in a few moments, you see a lot of stories. So it's very, very easy for you to update in bulk a lot of stories. And so it's your mistake can be amplified a lot easier in Jira. So that's what these are cautions, folks. These are just cautions. I have scars on my arms from all the burns and all the time that Jira has burned me. And I'm just trying to give you the words of wisdom from the battlefield because I've been there before. Um, Now, I for backups, so backing up Jira is not a trivial thing to do. I would consider and recommend to you, not sponsored here, but they are a very good friend of mine. Revise does offer backup solutions for Jira. And so if you are concerned about your team making unnecessary or unwarranted changes in Jira and you want to be able to go back in time, highly recommend you check out my good friends Revise. They are really, really good at backups for Jira. So they are going to be an option for you where they can help you bring back and restore order if somebody were to change something in Jira. But natively, there's nothing in Jira to help you there. Jira makes me anxious with 96% of what it permits users to do away. Yeah, there's a lot of user can do. And Liz, right? One mistake can be very systematic, very easily. Yeah, brilliant. I was even thinking of Azure Google Drive bookmarking. Yeah, so take a look at Revise. They're one of my favorite folks, and there's a lot of options in the marketplace, but Revise is the one that's going to be in Jira, and they're going to be rolling out some cool new features for you all very, very soon here as we get closer to team. So stay tuned with Revise. So I'm privy to a lot of information, but I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to mention anything. So I don't want to get in trouble. Okay, but definitely check out Revise. All right. Any other questions on naming or access? Because we're going to go over to work. This is going to spend a good amount of time here talking about work because the plan is useless unless you start pulling data in, right? You want to pull your sources in and keep in mind these are pointers. You are not, and repeat, I'm going to go slow for everybody in the back. You are not duplicating your data when you go use a plan. You are simply pointing to existing data inside of a Jira project, a board, or a filter. And the irony is that a board and a filter are a pointer to a project. So they're like double pointing. Okay. Yep. And again, this is only for Jira Premium. So if you're not, sorry, there are other things. Again, not sponsored by another good friend of mine's, our Visor.us. They do offer, if you do not want to double your bill, but still want like planning capabilities, recommend you check out Visor.us because what they let you do is they let you actually only pay for the users that need to create the plans. And you can also share your plan with third party like stakeholders without having to pay because if you're on like, hey, I want planning capabilities but something like easy agile and the plans requires you to buy it for every user, well, something like Visor is why I love Visor because you can actually just buy it for your project managers and your project managers can do a lot with what we can do in the plans, but only buy the licenses for those project managers, and then you can have stakeholders that can see. And even with Visor, it's also a sync, right? So again, you're not duplicating data. So highly recommend. And if you guys go to Visor, just let them know that you came from Alex because they love to hear what every time or anytime that somebody goes and asks them about their product and that they heard it from Alex, like they just love it. And so the CEO, good friend of mine, Mike Yarrow. So definitely say hi and tell them that you came from me because they just love they love it. I just know that they do. So check out Visor if the plans might be too expensive for you, right? If you don't want to double your Jira bill, there are some options for you guys. So definitely keep that in mind. Okay, so now let's talk about adding sources to your project. Wow, this episode is quickly becoming a big giant commercial for a bunch of apps. So this is why it's beneficial to be in business with me, right? Because then I help promote your apps. Okay, so there's three different ways to add project data. And I'm going to start with the least favorite to the most favorite. And so the least favorite for me is the filter. And the reason that the filter is my least favorite is for a couple of reasons. Number one, you have to go and create a filter. So if the filter doesn't exist, then you can't use it. Chicken and egg, right? Cart and horse, right? One has to exist before the other. So if you're going to go down the filter route, you have to go and create the filter first. Two, because of the nature of how filters work, filters are private, right? So most of the time you can see the data because you created a filter. But if you forget to make your filter not private, then that data will be closed off to people. Okay. And so you might not see the data, or your other team members might not see the data that you intend for them to see because you use a filter and you made it private and you didn't update it. And now the data is blocked off to just you. But of course, because you can see the data, then you won't know that that's the problem. So this is why you watch my videos, right? So that's a reason. The next reason is, and this happens more oftentimes than not, folks. Like, I can't tell you how many times people have asked me, like, "Hey, Alex, I'm in my plant. I can't see a story. Why can't I see the story?" And I'm looking through it, and I spend 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes to an hour scratching my head, going, why in the world? Right? I'm double checking permissions. I'm double checking the filter, right? I'm double checking a lot of stuff. Turns out that that data, that story was not part of the filter, right? And so if you're expecting issues to be in your plan, but they're not going to show up, or they're not showing up, is because maybe your filter is filtering them out. And so again, it just adds more headaches. I'm not a big fan of the filter, but if you're going to create a plan and you need to see very specific data and you don't want to see a lot of data, then filters might be your best route. But just keep in mind that it may bite you in the butt more than you'll think. It's not ideal, in my opinion, right? I think you lose more than you gain when you go with the filter. And like a good haircut, I'm a big fan of this, right? But like a good haircut, once you take the hair off, it's really hard to put it back on, right? And so when you're using filters, if your issues are filtered out, you're not going to see them, right? So you got to go modify your filter. So filters are available, but I am not a fan of the filter. So essentially, just pick your filter and you proceed, right? So that's option number one. Option number two, we get a little bit better. Okay, we're rocking and we're a little bit better, and we can bring in a board. Now, a couple of problems or a couple of things for you to consider with the board. Number one, the board is based on a filter as well. Okay. Fortunately, unlike the filter option, the board has two benefits here. Benefit number one is the filter for the board is usually open by default to the project. So anybody who has access to the project can see the filter for the board. So a that's an advantage over just going with the straight filter, because the filter by default will be private, right? And advantage number two is that the filter for the board generally is open for all the issues in the project, right? So at least the default filter for a board is to bring in everything that's in that project. And so that's generally a better filter than a custom filter that you'll make that is very limited in scope. Another thing for you to consider, though, is even if you customize your board filter, right? Even if you have a custom board filter, you are used to the data, right? And so you're going to see the data in the board, and you're going to expect to see the same data in the plan. And so if you're troubleshooting, like, why am I missing a story? It's easier to go back to the plan or to your board and go, oh, yeah, well, it's not on my board, so it's clearly not going to be my plan, right? And so it's easier to troubleshoot from that perspective. But a couple of cons here, right, is the board is still limiting, right? They have the potential to create a limited filter that is not going to bring in the data that you're looking for. Now, a huge major pro for this is that when you do this, when you bring your boards in, you can bring in your teams as well, right? But you can also bring your sprints in. And that's very advantageous if you plan on doing like sprint planning within your plans. Now, we're going to cover that in a future session, but just know that the board is going to be one of the best ways to do that if you're planning on doing more tactical type of work in your plan. We're going to keep it strategic for now. And so I'm not going to involve or have that conversation just yet. Let's see. How does it work though? Because when you buy an app from the Jira Marketplace, cost for all users. So mine 44 for Visor. So we're going to go back to the Visor conversation. You don't buy this one through the Atlassian Marketplace. So you go through Visor directly and then you sync to Jira. So I think I might be able to log in real quick. Nope, I don't have a login just yet. But just know that you point back to your Jira instance and it syncs that data into the tool. And so because of that, you don't have to buy it for everybody. So you just buy it for your own people, and you can actually get started for free. And so as you can see here, it's $18 per. It's a little bit more expensive per user, right? But you only have to buy it for 2 or 3 users as opposed to buying it for 500 users. So it's a little bit cheaper from that perspective. But yeah, you do have the ability to bring in data, and again, if you need more records or whatever, you can buy more and more. You can get more and more expensive here, but definitely get started at least for free. You can definitely try it out for free and see if you like it or if it's something that's good for you. But again, because you're not buying it through the Jira Marketplace, you don't have to abide by those rules. Okay, shortener's cat for Jira. Yep. Here we go. How can we create a plan for multiple projects with filter options? So to answer that question, you would let me open up a new tab here and go into this Jira. So to answer this question for Hanuman, when you create your filter, right, and you're coming over here, you go project in, and then you would do project A. So I'll do like this one, comma, this one, close that up. And when you save your filter, it's gonna, and I can see what I'm talking about. It's private by default. Then this is where you're gonna save it, right? You call it my to project filter, right? You make it open it to whoever you want, but don't leave it private because that won't be good. But once you do that, then in your plan, as we're going to our plan here, I'm gonna skip ahead because I don't want to redo the screen I was on. You're gonna be able to add a filter, and you're gonna be able to create my oops, I picked project filter, my two project filter. So in here, you now have a filter that that is for 2 projects, right? So it's going to reference 2 projects in here. So that's how you create a filter. I guess I didn't save it, or something happened here, but that's how you create a filter that's based off of 2 or more projects. Okay, hopefully that helps. Tally says you may get this, but my question is, you might get to this, but my question is, if you have a team managed project, are you able to create and use top level? Yes. So this is an interesting thing. And so what we're gonna do, Tally. So Jira changes a lot from time to time, and this is the beautiful part, the best part, and the worst part about um, Jira is that it's always changing. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring in a couple of team managed projects if it allows us to. About a year ago, I would have told you this was a hard no. This was a hard no way, Jose. This doesn't work. But I think Atlassian is getting a little bit better with that respect. And I'm going to show you the behavior, but I don't think it'll play nicely. I think you can pull the data in, but I don't think that you're able to cross collaboratively work on those epics and stories like the way you could with team managed projects. I mean, with company managed projects. Um, Company managed projects is the way to go, right? It's always going to be the best option because a team managed project, in my opinion, is like having a Ferrari and sticking in a Honda Civic engine inside of it. Like it's so limiting. You want to be in a company managed project. But let's try it out. Okay. But before we try it out, let me just tell you about the project. So project is my favorite, right? It's my favorite because it will bring in the most amount of data. Now, this can also be a gift and a curse because also when we bring in the most amount of data, we hit or we run into the risk where we're going to hit the upper limit of how many issues we can bring into a plan. Atlassian, if you're watching and listening, please change this. Please fix this. I'm begging you, please put it back. But let me show you a problem that we have with plans, okay? When we go to our issue sources, there is a button here. There's a part of the UI that tells you how many issues are in your plan. So as I add projects to my plan, this number, you know what? I think this one's just pulling all my stuff. This number will go up. So as I add more boards, right, this number goes up. And I'm able to see, and there's an upper limit. 5,000 is the upper limit. But Atlassian, for whatever reason, again, if you're watching Atlassian, please, 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 let's fix this. Up here, we used to know. And so right now, when I add a project, and I add that team managed project, I don't know how many stories came in. I'm blinded to it. And so I won't know until I hit create. And by then, my friends, it's too late. And look at that. I'm like Dr. Susan, I'm rhyming. Okay. So Atlassian, please, if you're watching, like, let's put this back. Like, we need it. we need to know how many issues are coming in. It's over here, so I know you have the code, because as I add more projects over here, this number goes up. So now I know that there's one issue in that team managed one, right? But I don't know in the other one. So Atlassian, please, if you're watching, let me know who to talk to. But we need to get this. We need to get this number back in. Like this needs to be a thing that I can see again, because not knowing how many issues are in my plan, you're setting us up for failure here at the end, which I think is a violation of the Atlassian values here, because we won't know, right? If you do exceed, if for some reason you exceed your plan, it'll you won't know until you hit the create button, and then Atlassian says sorry, um, you have to take away, right? But you don't know, but you do over here. So my advice is, so because of that limitation, because Atlassian's UI is a limiting factor here, make sure you add a couple of projects that you know are definitely under 5,000, hit the button, and then later add more projects, right? And 5,000 is a lot. You would think it's a lot, but it's actually surprisingly not that many, especially when you're looking at a lot of teams working together. They have a lot of stuff, right? So we have the potential to hit that 5,000 ceiling very quickly. And so I would average, I say 2,000 to 3,000 is the pretty average that I've seen. Okay. So, anyways, so what you want to do here, right, is you want to just keep adding your projects. You want to add, you can, and by the way, you can add any combination of a project, a board, and a filter. So you can do any of these combinations here, and Jira is going to not care too much, right? These are just the sources. We're pointing to the data. It will also not duplicate data. So, as you see here, this project has 99, right? But if I add another project that's also referencing the same data, it won't duplicate. So for example, this two project filter here, let me show you a great example. Watch this. So when I add my filter, okay, you see I have 2,297 because my filter that I created naively brings all the issues in my Jira. So there's 2,297 issues in my Jira. So if I add a project, doesn't go up because those issues are already part of the original 2,297. So don't worry about duplicate data because Jira won't duplicate it. So at least that's a positive. That's a very good thing. Okay. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind that you can do any combination of these, and then you can bring in your teams. We'll talk about teams much later. There's a method to the madness here. I am personally not a fan of teams. I think I'll share a story why I'm not a fan, but Atlassian has burned me in the past with teams and the way Atlassian treats teams. Um, I would say this: if you're on the free, standard, or premium versions of Jira, take advantage of teams that are phenomenal feature. If you are on the enterprise version of Jira, avoid teams at all costs. I repeat, if you have two or more Jira like sites because you're an enterprise customer and you have a lot of different Jiras in your enterprise, avoid teams at all costs. Atlassian made a change about 6 months ago, maybe 8 months ago now, completely destroyed the team functionality for enterprises because teams are shared at the org level and visible across all sites. And it's very easy for an admin on another site that is not on your team to go, oh, this team doesn't belong. Let me just delete this team. And they can just delete the team. And now they just deleted the team from the site that actually needed the team, and any filters and data and boards or anything that you did with those filters with that team is now gone. Atlassian, again, if you're watching, please fix that as well, because that is not a good experience for your customers either. I have some battle scars that I'm not happy about. So if you're on free, standard, or premium, you're safe to use team. If you're on the enterprise, I will double check with your admins to make sure you do not have two or more Jiras, because if you do, you carry a very big risk that I would not want for you to carry. Okay. So that's my little 2 cents on teams and whether you should use team or not. Now, once we get to this phase, right? Once we decided, okay, here's the data that we want, all you're simply going to do is hit the create button and your plan is going to be created. Okay. And what this is going to do, it's going to bring in any stories, tasks, bugs, subtasks, pretty much all issues that are in your project. Okay. Or in the board or in the filter that we just specified. It's going to bring it all in, and it's going to set it up like a hierarchy. Now, the question you may have, right? So I'm going to do this. I'm going to bring my project a little bit closer. And what's one of my sources? Mobile. So I'm going to look at mobile here. And this is an interesting thing that I want you to look at. So as we look at the Jira project, right? So I'm inside of a project right now. We have the timeline. And you'll notice that my timeline is empty. But when I come over here, my timeline has a lot of stuff. And that is because this timeline here is based on a board. It's based on a filter. So um, you have the problem, opportunity. I don't even know how to classify this, but your view, your experience is going to be slightly different based on the board you're in, right? So this is why boards can really confuse the heck out of people. So be careful. Just know what you're doing here. But as you can see here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 epics. And here I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 epics as well. So my epics in my basic timeline and my epics in my um, jar, my advanced roadmap, are the same. I have the same number of epics. Okay. But when I add a story, this is my story. And sorry, Liz, for doing the cringeworthy stories, right? But when I create a story, you'll notice that it's not visible. And that is because I have a filter on this board that is a pain in the butt. And so I'm actually going to update this so that my board filter is a little bit better, right? Save changes. Okay, just for this demo. Obviously, my board filter is going to not be misleading, but I wanted to show you when I see the stories underneath, right? When I have all these stories here, this view here is now very, very similar to this view over here. So as I expand my stories, you're going to see that user interface revisions has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 app stories, and over here has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, well, the same amount of stories. I don't know how to count, right? But they're the same. Okay, that's good. And so you're wondering, Alex, like, okay, so what's the point of using the advanced roadmap? Why would I double my bill, right? Well, a couple of reasons, right? And I'm going to show you. Reason number one: when you go to a story and you add a subtask, right? And I go to create a subtask, right? That subtask is created here. It exists. And over here, inside the timeline, I'm going to collapse this. You're going to see a little icon. Let me do a quick refresh. Oh boy. Here we go. You're going to see a little icon right here that tells you it has children. Okay. But you can't see it. Like I can't expand it. Notice that there's no expansion of that story. I can open the story and then see the subtask, but I can't see it in a hierarchical view. However, I can go to the list view and over here look at my provisioning, and then I'll see that story with that subtask. So it is possible to see it in the list view, but keep in mind the list view just came out like within the last 6 months. But in your timeline, you only see 2 levels. So over here though, if I refresh my plan, you will see that that subtask is visible in a hierarchical view. So this is one of the reasons or one of the benefits of using the jar is that we get to see all the hierarchy, not just the epic and the story like you do in the basic timeline, but we get to see the entire hierarchy. And in fact, you can change it here. You can choose what you see. And if your project has like an initiative, you can even go higher, right? So I can create an initiative here. My initiative, oopsie, asking me to choose a project here. Click on an initiative, my initiative, right? And now that I have an initiative, I can drag and drop this epic underneath. Nope. I can drag and drop this epic. I can drag and drop this epic underneath that initiative. And now I have a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 tier hierarchy. Okay. And so the plan is the only place where you can see a multi-tier hierarchy and see the whole thing. The list will do it now. The list will now do it. So over here, if I refresh Jira, in the list view, I will have the ability to find my initiative, assuming I can find it somewhere. Somebody stop me if you see that initiative. Oh, I haven't created it. I have to push it. Stand by. Cue in elevator music. that is copyright free so that we don't get a copyright strike. Okay, there we go. So that initiative has been created. And so when I refresh my Jira project over here in the list view, folks, I am in the list view. You will now see your initiative here with that epic, with those stories, with that subtask. Okay, but a couple of disclaimers. One, you do not see the timeline. So the dates are now gone. So I will not be able to see the dates for my stuff. So we lose the timeline capability in the list view. And two, lists just came out. They just came out within the last 6 months or so in software projects. They used to exist in the business projects, but they just came out in the software project. So this is a newer feature where it's cool if you have it now and you don't have to double your bill, but the compromise is that you don't see the dates in a timeline how we're going to show them here, right? You don't get to see this. This is gone or not available in the list view. It's just the fields. So you got to pick and choose, is it worth paying or not, right? But I just want to contrast Jira for you guys so you can see how you can see similar data in different places in Jira so that you pick whatever is appropriate for you and your budget and your wallet. Does that make sense for everybody? Hopefully it does. Hopefully this is helpful as well. But I'm hoping this situational awareness is helping you guys. I appreciate it. So if you guys are getting some value, just let me know in that chat here if you're finding this stuff information, because if you're finding this information helpful, because I can go on some tangents every once in a while, but just let me know if this has been helpful. Okay. So we have this here, and now one of the other benefits. So one of the major things that we have as a benefit is we have multiple projects, right? So when I go to create an issue, I'm going to create a team managed project, and this is going back to Tally, right? And I'm going to create an epic, okay? And in this epic, I'm going to expand this out so we can see it. Oopsie, got to do it again. I'm going to do a team managed. I'm going to create an epic, and in here, this is going to be Tally's epic or team managed. Okay. And so I now created that epic right here that belongs to that team managed project. And the $1 million question, can I link that epic that's in a team managed project? Can I link it to an initiative? And we're going to find out. So the answer is, let's save the changes. Yes. So Jared did not complain. So if you're in a team managed project, you are allowed to create an epic that is in a team managed project, and the parent is or can be an issue outside in a company managed project, as you see here. So that's test number one. Test number two, when I go to create a story, can I create a story that belongs in a different project for that team managed epic? So this story is company managed. I'm going to hit enter. And then just for fun, I'm going to create another story that is this, or I'm going to do team managed story. Enter. So right now I have a story that is part of the team managed project, and I have a story that is in a company managed project. And I'm going to push my changes in Jira and see if she complains or not. Historically, this was impossible. And to this point, or as you can see here, it doesn't look like it liked it. So this continues to be impossible based on this. But let's do one check. Let's make sure that I can create stories in that team managed project before we rule this out. So Tally, this is all for you. So Tally, I hope you're paying attention here, because this is we're literally doing this for you. So I have my epic here. I'm gonna so I could create, okay, yeah. So there is no doubt now, right? So this story, this relationship is illegal. It will not let you link, right? You cannot have a child inside of an epic that belongs to a team managed or company managed project. But let's do the reverse. Okay, let's do the reverse. We now have an epic here that has a bunch of stories. Everything's company managed. Can I create a story that is in a team managed project? So team managed story demo 1. I'm going to hit enter there. We're going to delete this one because it's just going to cause problems for me in the future. But we just created a bug. Sorry, it's not a story, but story, bug, task, same thing, right? And it didn't put it in Oh no, yeah, I did. Okay, so we have a bug. Sorry, I should expand this. We have a bug that is out in a team managed project that belongs to a company managed epic. So we're doing the inverse. So we're gonna save and see if Jira likes that one, and it doesn't. So this is still true. So Tally, to answer your question, if you're getting a team managed and a company managed projects to talk to each other, Jira won't let you. You have to be in company managed projects. So for you to fully take advantage of the jar, you do not want to be in team managed projects, because even though you can pull them in, the best thing you're going to be able to do is manage dependencies, right? So I'm assuming that I'm going to be able to link two timelines. So if I have something like this, right? If I have dates for a team managed story and dates for a company managed story, I can link them together. But that's true in Jira anyways, so I can visually see it. But you're not going to be able to do the powerful parent-child relationship that we're going to leverage in this course here. So, unfortunately, folks, you heard it here first. You're going to be in company managed projects, because team manage is just it's going to restrict what you can or can't do inside of Jira. Okay. Now, as we get down to the last couple of minutes here, I want to wrap up with one last thing, because we are going to come back. So next month we're going to go over the rest of the UI. I'm going to show you what a bunch of all the other buttons do. We're going to go over all the plan settings. So if you're not subscribed to this channel yet, right now is your magical chance to sign up. To subscribe, so that you're notified when we drop the course in a month. Now, one last thing I want you to be aware of is that any changes that you make in your plan stay in your plan, and they stay there until you hit this magical blue button. When you hit that button, this is where you're going to push your changes into Jira. And this is making writing changes into Jira. This is a good thing. Okay. This is what you want. Okay. And so, very, very critical. Do not freak out when you're using the jar and you're like, hey, what happened to my story? It's like, you're not seeing the updates in Jira. That's because it's been designed. You can do anything you want in here. You can move things around, and Jira is going to show you changes, right? Jira is going to show you that you're making changes. And then up here, you have those changes queued up. Whatever you do, any new issues you create, reordering, editing statuses, editing the assignees, all of that is queued until you hit this blue button up here. You can review those changes. You'll see it here. And then you can hit save changes, and those changes will be saved and go into Jira. Margot asks, can you do a plan to show completed tasks in historical plan? Technically, yes, but we'll cover this in more detail next month. But I will show you that there are exclusion rules. Every once in a while, in your plan, things will disappear. And they disappear because they've been marked done for 30 days or more, for more than 30 days. So you may need to bump this number up, Margot, to like 365 or 720 or something, so that you keep a longer thing. But keep in mind that you hit that limit of 5,000. So the more issues you close, the more you're going to have in there, right? So if you have both open and closed, you might hit that 5,000 limit faster. And so you might want to do a filter, so that your source is just a filter with only resolved issues, so that you don't have any unresolved issues, so that you don't hit that limit as quickly. What are we learning today? As I mentioned a couple of times, just two things today. Although in those two things, there's going to be a lot. There's a lot to cover in these, but just two things here. We got our plan settings and we have our plan view. And so without any further ado, let's just jump into Jira and let's take a look at our plan settings. So just to kind of pick off where we left off last month. Brad, you will attend the team in EU. So no announcements yet on Team EU. There was one in October of last year. I don't know. I haven't heard any chatter. Atlassian kind of threw the whole team Barcelona last year together at the last minute here. At least that's how it felt, because it felt very rushed. And so they haven't said anything if they're doing it again this year. But if they do, I most likely will plan to be there. So we'll see. We'll see if I have to get out there, Brad. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay. So here we are inside of a plan. And so I highly recommend you go watch some of the other videos in case you haven't caught up, right? But what I'm assuming, the prerequisite for this particular session here is you have to have created a plan already and just specify your issue sources. Okay, so you have to just be this far. And so what I'm going to do, we're going to focus on plan settings. We're just going to go through everything in here because there's a lot to cover and there's a lot of information that you should be aware of so that you just know why the plan behaves and is viewed in a certain way. Okay. And so the first thing that you're going to do when you click on that plan settings, right, is you're going to be dropped into scheduling. Right. That's just the default. This is where Atlassian takes you when you go to that plan settings. And there's a couple of things that you want to do here. The first one is you want to take a look at your estimation. Your estimation here is going to be you're going to have three options. You're going to have days, hours, or story points. And so this is a personal decision that you should make. I do believe that days is the default setting, which I don't like. I'm a huge fan of hours. I like to think in hours. I think a lot of companies think in hours. But your two options that I would recommend is either do hours because I like them, or if you're actually truly doing story points, if you truly brought in your board and it's a scrum board and your team's executing and you do all the capacity management, which we'll talk about next month, then you're going to probably want to do story points. I try to avoid days, but hours is the one that I like as well. So, but where and how does this work, right? So if and when you select your estimation and you let's just say we go with hours, back in your plan, there's going to be a field and it's called progress. And as you can see here, there's going to be a progress for hours. And when you drop that in, you're going to be able to see how many hours are on your particular issue. Or actually, now we have renamed these things. We're renaming everything to work items. So let's see if we can get into work items. Okay. So spoiler, disclaimer, flashing lights. If you hear me say issues or if you hear me say work items, as of now, as of March 2025, they mean the exact same thing. Spoilers if you haven't heard the news, Atlassian is sunsetting issues, and we are now just going to have work items. So, randomly throughout Jira, it's starting to change. And so, just keep that in mind that I'm going to be bouncing back and forth between issues and work items as I catch myself to talk about the new lingo that we have. Okay. Estimation from a custom field, is that possible? No. Well, maybe. Uh, Not technically. Hanar, you're gonna want to use the default stuff built into Jira. I would use that one. Okay. So how do we put hours in here? So when you open a work item up, right, whether that be a story, whether that be an epic, on the right hand side, you have a bunch of fields, right? And the field that you're gonna want to bring, and I'm gonna come over here and do original. Actually, I am in a team managed project, which I don't like. I hate being in team managed projects. Okay. But you have something called an original estimate. This is a field that exists in both team managed and company managed projects. But when you open up a particular issue, again, work item, and now I open up the wrong one. So now I got to go to the Epic, right? You're going to have your original estimate here. And in here, you can put like 50H. And when you do that, you're estimating that this particular item is going to take 50 hours. And so when you're back in your timeline over here, and I do a quick refresh, this Epic is now going to have that 50 hours, assuming I did this correctly. Let's see if I did that correctly. Yep, there we go. See, so now you can see that time remaining. So you have to put in an original estimate of however many hours you want. And then as you and your team progress, right, as you track time, which I'm not seeing the tracking time feature here, right, but as you add hours, your remaining deducts itself from that original estimate. And this is how we're able to see this part here, right? We're gonna be able to see how much we finish based on those hours that have been allocated. So that's essentially how that works, right? So you either use hours or right? As the plan setting implies, you can use story points. So it really depends on what your team is using because in Jira, your Scrum boards can be configured for one and only one. So you can choose whether it's time, right? Hours, or if it's story points. And you can't have both. I mean, technically you can. You can put both the original estimate and story points as fields, but your board only works off of one or the other. And so you're going to want to do something very similar in your plan, right? So you want to basically follow suit with however you have your Scrum board configured. Okay. So in this case, we're just going to stick to hours because I've already put hours, but again, keep that in mind. Next up, we get to configure our dates. Now, this is pretty important because This will work for any date field. So Hernan here was asking, is estimation from a custom field? Is that possible? I don't think it is, but for dates, it is. This one, you can pick any date. So I have move date, I have a new date, I have a publication date, right? You can pick your dates. And what does this actually do? Well, when you're in your plan and you're looking at, let's go look at the list here. Well, actually, let's look at the timeline, right? When you pull in your start date and your end date, due date, okay? When you pull those in, those two dates are going to help you basically determine this right here. So as you can see, once you put your start date and your due date, that rectangle that just showed up, that is driven by those two dates. Now, out of the box, right? It's the start date and the due date. Okay. That's out of the box. However, you can change that, right? You can change it to be whatever you want it to be. So if you don't want your end date to be that due date, you can change it to be any other field that you want that you're interested in. Okay. And you just go and change it. Now the problem with all this is that this only works for a start and end date, right? Like you can only have one of each. You can't have like 3 or 4 dates. So that unfortunately, like if you had like a target date, right? A target end and you wanted to see the actual one, you can't do both. So you have to pick a valid start and a valid end. But if you wanted to see two different end dates, that's not a thing you can do in the plans. You could, however, make you have two options there. You can either A, make a separate plan that uses the targets instead, right? So it's the estimate. What did our team guess, right? Or you can lock the rectangle, right? Because remember, these dates here define that rectangle that gets created right here, the actual date here, right? And so what you can do, right, is set your start date, your due date, and then you can bring in a field like your target end, and you can just add it as a field. So you'll still be able to see it, right? So you'd see your due date as March 25th. My target was March 24th. And so this is possible, but this rectangle, right, the actual dates will only manipulate the ones that you define in your plan. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Smart. Let's see. We have a couple questions. So I guess plans is just for the premium. Yeah. So in case you missed it, so this whole session, I should have. I apologize. Since this is our third session, I didn't think I had to keep reminding folks, but everything we're talking about today is a premium or enterprise only feature. You do not have this capability unless you double your bill and you actually pay for plans, right? And so, yeah, big, huge disclaimer. I probably should add that as a disclaimer for every session going forward. But yeah, if you're going to be using this capability, you have to be on the premium or enterprise versions of Jira Cloud for this to work. What's the Preres video to this one? Previous. So you want to go to my YouTube channel. Well, actually, I think I have it over here. You go to my link tree. You go to my YouTube channel here. Go. Atlassian YouTube channel under live. If you go to live, you're going to see a bunch of different classes. So all these orange ones are the ones for the same course. So you're going to want this one right here, creating your first plan and understanding the plans here. So you want to watch both of these to get familiar and catch up to the course we're doing right now. So hopefully that helps you out there, Scott. Where linked issues will be displayed. We'll talk about linked issues in a second. Thanks. I was wondering about budget versus actual cost. My estimates are based on budgets. Yeah. So if you put that right, those don't work for estimation. Like you can still pull those fields in R&R. You can still see like you'd be able to bring those custom fields. So one of the things that we haven't talked about yet is in your plan. We'll talk about this in a second, right? When we get down to custom fields, but you can add a custom field, and in a few moments, I'll show you how to do that. So we'll get to that. Remind me in like 10-15 minutes. All right. So that's the date. So these two right here, you can change them to any custom field you want, and just know that what you said here is going to dictate that rectangle that you can move across. Now, the inferred dates, I don't touch these too much. I don't mess with these too much. But again, this is really going to be dependent if you're truly using Scrum or not. And that is going to be Jira kind of predicts, if you will, dates, right? It's going to absorb, I guess infer is technically the right word, right? But I'm trying to find a different word for inferred because inferred, I think, is a hard word in English. But Jira will kind of know pre-existing the dates that you should have based on either nothing, so don't put any dates on it prematurely, inherit whatever's in the sprint, or inherit whatever's in your release. So these are your two options here, and this is just so that when you pull in a story, it's already going to have a start and an end date, and it's going to be based on what sprint it's in or what release it's in. And so you get to pick that, or don't pick any of them and just say I'll put my dates, right? And so those are your three options there. I'll leave sprint dates. I like to do that one. And then configure how to schedule dependent issues on the plan. So you can do sequential. So dependent issues must be scheduled one after the other, and then concurrent. Dependent issues can be scheduled at the same time. So this is a setting that I don't mess with again a whole lot either. But we'll take a look at what that looks like in at the end here. But essentially, Jira is going to complain to you one way or the other depending on which setting you have here. So Jira or the plans is really good at giving you warnings, right? And so these warnings are going to be governed by our settings here. So that's it for that very first one for scheduling, right? And even though it's a second one, we kind of started here because this is where Atlassian drops you in. And so let's just move up to plan info so you can see what can we do over here. So over here, you can change the name of your plan and you can change the lead. Now, I don't think that there's major problems. So when you rename things in Jira, like your filters or your fields or anything like that, your project, your key, those tend to have some pretty dramatic impacts. I don't think there's anything here. So I would say rename, but rename with caution, right? Renaming anything in Jira is always something you should always exercise caution with, but you have the ability to rename or to assign a new lead. That takes care of our plan info. Our save views, we're going to talk about this towards the end, but this is where we govern our views. So when we make changes, again, the second half of this training, when we go make changes, we can save them. Not these settings, but on the view itself, right? On the UI itself inside the plan. And we can save them, and then we can set which ones we can throw them away, or we can set them as default. And it's kind of cool, kind of powerful if you want to build like the perfect view and then share with your like directors or your CTO or somebody. You can say, okay, so we'll always go into this view so that all those settings are set up correctly. Now, our program board, this is a new one. So this is what's going to allow you to see different program boards that you have. Now, I don't have any. We'll talk about those later. But this is where you can basically see the settings and what's going on with your program board. So we'll come back to that. Okay. Let's talk about issue sources. This is pretty important. So when you create a plan for the very first time, if you remember from last month, right? Jira is going to ask you, okay, you just made a plan. Cool. Thumbs up. Cool story. um, it's going to ask you for pulling in issues, right? It's going to say, okay, what issues do you want to see? Awesome, right? And then you hit create and then you're done, right? That plan has been created and it kind of just exists. But what happens if you want to change, right? What happens if you want to add more projects, or what happens if you want to delete data? Well, this is where you would come to your issue sources. So here you have the ability to click on add another, and now you can specify, do you want to bring in another board? Do you want to bring in a specific project, or do you want to bring in a specific filter? Right. And the only caveat, or the only thing you need to be aware of is that the limit is 5,000. So you want to keep an eye on that issues in plan because 5,000 is the limit. If you try to pull in more than 5,000 issues, Jira is going to complain and you're going to have all kinds of warnings and not a good time. And so you want to make sure that you keep this number under 5,000. So as long as you do that, you can bring in as much data as you want. Okay. And so just know that that's there. Now, I will also tell you a couple of other caveats. The permissions of Jira always trump the experience, right? That means that permissions govern what you can or can't do here. And so if you don't have access to a filter, you're not going to see that filter. If you don't have access to a project, you're not going to see that project. If you don't have access to a board, again, don't want to sound like a broken record, but you're not going to be able to see that board. And so whatever permissions are on the actual filter, board, or project, those will apply here as well. So you have to follow those rules. So if you don't have access, you can't use it in your plan. And the same works in reverse, right? So if you pull it in, maybe you have access and you pull them into your project and you have these issues, but then you share your plan with your team. If they don't have access, they're not going to be able to see the issues or the work items in there. So you want to make sure that your permission scheme appropriately complements what you got going on here from an issues perspective. Craig says, will you be covering how to integrate different projects that use different setups, Kanban versus Scrum? One uses dates, one uses points. Yeah, so I don't know that I mean, I can demonstrate it to you, but this is why these settings are important, right? Because if you choose to mix and match, right? If you choose to bring in one versus the other, you just got to expect that your experience is going to be degraded because Jira's gonna it doesn't compute correctly, right? You have two opposing natures trying to work together, and Jira's not going to handle it well. Your plans won't handle it well, right? So you have to make a call. If you are going to be using Scrum and that's using points, then the whole experience has to be points, and the Kanban ones, because they don't have points, you're going to have a less than ideal experience there. And if you go in the reverse, right? If you're like, all right, we're going to optimize right under our scheduling, we're going to optimize for hours or days because we're in Kanban, well, then your Scrum one's going to, again, have a less than ideal experience. So unfortunately, if you can, Jira does allow you to mix and match, right? You can pull in whatever you want, right? Like if I go in here and I bring in a project, I can bring in Scrum. I can also then bring in Kanban. I think I should have a Kanban one here somewhere. I don't. All right, but I can bring in whatever I want, and Jira's not going to complain, right? You can bring in any method you want because at the end of the day, estimation is also just one piece of the whole puzzle. And so I would recommend at the end of the day, you're really looking at hierarchy. You're looking at hierarchy. You're looking at the fields of who's the assignee, releases, stuff like that. And those are a little bit more universal. So I would say don't sweat it too much because maybe you are estimating in different methods, but at the end of the day, you really want to see dependencies and hierarchy. Like that's really dates, hierarchy, dependencies. Like that's where the plan shines, and that's less relevant on your whether you're using Scrum or Kanban. Scrum or Kanban are great for execution, right? You are in it, you're on the ground level, you got boots on the floor type of thing, right? You are executing, you are delivering on your commitments. The plan is strategic. You're up here, you're much higher. You don't worry so much about execution, right? So you can see it, you can get an appreciation for it, but it's not the main purpose of this. Okay. So that's essentially how we add stuff and how we can alter, right? And if we don't want something for whatever reason, we can just click that little X and it'll go away. Okay. So that's how this is all working here. Again, the limit, just as a reminder, 5,000 is your limit. Okay. So as we move on, we have exclusion rules. Now, this one is very, very important, folks. If you're multitasking, I want you to stop for 1 second. I need your attention for the next 5 minutes here. When you are using your plans, you need to be aware of this. Okay. Not a lot of people know this. So this is very, very important. By default, your plan has a 30 days here. And what this does is when an issue is marked as done, it will stop showing up in your plan. And so this number goes up or down depending on what number you put here. And so what this basically means is that when you go look at your plan and 2 months ago you moved an epic to done, and then you're like, huh, where is that epic? Why isn't it here? I see the initiative, I see all the stories, but I don't see the epic. What happened to my epic? Well, Jira's smart enough to say, okay, just hide anything that is over this date when you moved it to done. And so basically when you resolve those issues, right? And so you want to be very careful that if you're using your plans for quarterly planning, right? If you're using your plans for quarterly execution at a time, then you might want to bump this number up to be at least 100, right? Give you a little buffer, right? But when you do that, notice that this number it blinked. I just happen to not have any extra issues, right? But if I do like maybe 500, let's see what happens here. Nope, apparently I'm bringing everything in already. Well, let's do like 10. Let's see what happens. I should be able to make this number. There we go. See how this number changes based on this day. So I would recommend that if you are doing quarterly planning, you set this up for 100 days. But I would also recommend that if issues start disappearing on you, right? If they're like poof, gone, and you're like, ooh, what happened here? Come and check this day because I'm willing to bet that somebody moved that story, that task, that bug, epic into done 31 days ago, and now it's just dropped off your plan. Now nothing is deleted. Nothing is deleted at all, but they just get dropped off your plan. Okay. And so and interestingly enough, they don't go to removed. They will not show up in your removed. I don't think they do. Right. So you just need to be aware that this is a setting that you might want to come in and change because things will start disappearing on you after 30 days. So everything might seem okay for the first 29 days, but day 31, you're you're gonna be yanking the hair out of your head because you're gonna try to find things that just aren't there that you know should be there, but no, there is no good reason why they're not there other than the fact that they exceeded their 30 days. Okay, so that's one setting. The next setting that we have is our issue type. So let's just say that we don't want to see any bugs. We can just do that and we will kick out any bugs. So as you can see here, this number went down. Let's just say I don't want to see epics. I can do that. And you can see this issue goes down as well. Okay. And so this is our personal preference. Do with that what you will. I like to keep as much as I can, but if you just strictly don't want to see any tasks, kick them out. And this number will appropriately reflect that. Okay. And then you have your statuses. So, what statuses do you not want to see? Maybe you don't want to see anything indone, so you can just kick those out, right? Maybe you just want to see all your work in flight, and so I can just simply say kick everything else out that is done, leave anything that's not done. And so these are settings again that you get to set, that you get to configure for your plan. This is not global. This is not a global setting. This is a plan to plan specific setting that governs what issues do or don't show up in your plan by default. Okay. Again, they're not going to be in the removed because you're technically not removing them, you're excluding them. So they didn't even make it into the plan. So this is like a precondition, if you will. And then the final thing that we can do is we can set releases here. So you can basically say anything in this release, whatever, right? Whatever you want here, take them out. I don't want to see them either. Okay. And that those are the four different things that you can do to exclude. Now, takeaway here, right? This is a precondition. These will not even be included in your plan. So they're not removed, right? Because to be removed, they needed to be in your plan and then you need to remove them out of your plan. But this one doesn't even make them into the plan. So there's a very, very specific use case here. And I want you to be, again, mindful of that wording where these are exclusion preconditions. Okay. Because the flip side now is our removed issue. So once we're in a plan, so if you go back to your plan over here, there's a little checkbox. You'll see all these little checkboxes here, and you can just click on this little checkbox, and there's a bulk action that you can do, and there is a remove from the plan. So for whatever reason, if you didn't want to see something in your plan, you can just select as many checkboxes as you want and go boop. I don't want these, and you can hit that button. And when you hit that button, it's gonna kick them out of the plan. And so again, they were not excluded because they were in the plan originally, but now we've had a change of heart and we just don't want to see them. And so when you do that, right, this is something that you and your team can do. And this is unfortunately something that anybody who has access to your plan can do. So you run into the risk that somebody might, either accidentally or maliciously remove things. But fortunately for you, Atlassian's got your back. Atlassian's got a section here called remove issues where you can see what's been removed. And so you can always just click on this button and re-include them and it's just going to pop them right back in. So exercise with caution, but just know that in case your team decides to, I don't know, accidentally, again, either accidentally or maliciously remove things from your plan, you have this capability here. Now, a couple of disclaimers, right? A maximum of 30,000 issues can be removed. So just keep that in mind. Although 30,000 is a huge number. Okay. Find your issues. So over here, you can just type in a key, right? So type in whatever you want here, 33, and it's going to find it. If it doesn't find it, it doesn't find it, right? Or you take a key SSP-2. I just don't remember my keys here. So I can go, all right, where in the world is it? Right? You can hit search and you'll find it here. Now, this is important, right? This is important because when you click on this view, this issue in your plan, it will help you find that issue because sometimes it can get hard, right? So if you're scrolling here, look at all of these tasks and stories. And so there's sometimes a lot. And so you can always, of course, look at them here, right? You can do SSP-2. And as you can see here, we'll find it, right? And so this search works here, but you can also, just in case, right? Just in case you don't know where it's at, you don't know if it's got excluded or removed, find your issue will give you a better understanding. All right, now that brings us to custom fields. This one's kind of an important thing as well. And so what's cool about the plans is that you can add fields. Now, not every field will work, but you can add a lot of custom fields. And this makes your plan very powerful because now We had over here, we had a conversation about, well, we have estimates of budgets, right? Well, those are going to be custom fields that we're going to want to pull into Jira. And so you simply click on this either up here or this blue button. I think this blue button goes away after the first one, right? Yeah. So you can add your custom fields. Now, again, the only caveat here is that only certain custom fields are supported. Now, the ones that are not supported are going to be anything with your assets. So anything from JSM assets, that's not supported. So anything, again, mainly JSM specific stuff, right? Those will not work. So like the approvals, stuff like that, those are not supported because those are JSM specific. A group picker will not work. So if you have a multi-user picker, will not work. Although a weird, yeah. So multi-user pickers do not work. Okay, so keep that in mind. Um, Single user picker very much does work, but multi-user picker will not work. Paragraph will not work. So if you have a big giant text box like your description, right? That's not gonna. You're not gonna be pulling your description in here. Okay. Date time picker will not work. Date picker will, right? Just a regular picker works, but not the date time picker. And so Jasper, nope. Asset fields are not supported, as you can see here. Atlassian. Well, actually, sorry. Some of them do work. They were not grayed out. So these do work. My bad. Some of them don't. The ones that are grayed out do not work. So sorry, Jasper. Yeah, if you see it grayed out, it does not work. So we're looking at specific Atlassian things. Assets are working, right? So they're read only, but you can definitely pull those in. Sorry about that. Date time picker will not work. Your comments will not work, which I really do hope one day Atlassian changes their mind here because comments would be great to have. Paragraphs don't work. That's pretty much it. Everything else looks like it does work, right? So your short text, your number fields, your single select drop downs, radio buttons, check boxes, all of those are going to work for you really, really well. Again, just the date works really, really well as well. And so any custom field that you have, again, as long as it's not grayed out, will work for you. So I would say when you're trying to add something, make sure you slide this one over here because if you can't find your custom field and you're like, what the heck's going on? Like, why can't I not find my custom field? We'll click on that and see if you find it, and then it'll tell you if it's supported or not. But you should go in with the expectation that not every custom field is supported. Okay. Now, this is a two-step process because when you try to add a field, right? So in your plan, if you were to add, let's just say, I don't know, let's just say you wanted to add um Signy. Well, let's just say you wanted to add one of those custom fields that I had, right? You're gonna click on this manage custom fields, and it's gonna bring you to this screen. Then your admin is gonna have to then do what we were doing, which is like adding it, right? So let's just say we want to do like account or an amount, right? Well, somebody's got to go in and add it, but just because you add it, right? Just because you add it doesn't now put it into your plan, right? So what that means is now that it's in there, now I can type in account and you'll see that the word custom is here and now I can pull it in. But if you're typing in a field, right, like field and it doesn't show up, it's because maybe it's a custom field. So then you got to click on manage custom fields and then you got to go look for it and then you got to add it. So I got my budget here, right? So then I can add it. And then once it's added here, once it's available, then I can go back to my plan and then I can go to my fields and now I can find my budget and bring it in. So that's how that works. Um, that's how that works for custom fields. Okay. So that's the custom field ones. Okay. Next up, we are going to come down to access control. So we're almost done. We're almost at the bottom here, and then we're going to jump into views for the second half. So this right here is the permission. So who can see your plan? If you remember at the very beginning when you created your plan, you choose open or close. Well, you can get a little bit more granular. You can actually specify who can edit, right? And then you can specify who can view. Now, there are more plan permissions. This is a Jira admin setting. So as a Jira admin, you can actually click on settings over here, go to products, and on the left-hand side, there's permissions here for plans, and you can add more settings. So these are group-based. So you can find a group that's in your admin.atlassian.com, and you can manipulate this a little bit more. There's a little bit more advanced. I try not to get into this too much because you want people to be able to use the plans, but sometimes you got to put people in the naughty list, right? And so you do have the ability to basically enable what's called a plan viewer so that things don't start disappearing on you, right? So this plan viewer here, you can specify a group, either pre-existing or a new group, and you can then say, okay, these are going to be the people that will be able to only view the plan so that they can't mess things up. So you want to keep that in mind. Okay, so going back in again, remember that that's just a Jira admin thing that you can do. But once they're there, then you can use them in here. Okay, last couple of things here to talk about is we have scenarios and auto scheduler. You can turn these things on or off. I will talk about scenarios because I love scenarios. Scenarios are a great feature to have. Auto scheduler, I don't like it too much. We'll talk about it briefly. There's a document here that kind of works, but the auto scheduler assumes that you are a true Scrum team and that you're using estimation correctly and that you have capacity set up correctly. I've never seen a team do this successfully, but we'll explore this in next month's episode or session. But just know that there's some caveats to how to auto schedule stuff. So we'll come back. This is more of an advanced topic, but this is where you would either turn that feature on or off. Okay. Now, scenarios. If you have scenarios turned on, which I would highly recommend you turn on scenarios. Scenarios are great because they allow you to create these like what if scenarios, right? So they're really designed for, okay, I have a plan, right? I have all the tasks, all the dates that I think I want. But what if, what if I were to change? What if I were to make more tasks? Or what if I were to change the dates? Or what if we were to change the dependencies, right? And so if you have these like what if moments, well, you can create scenarios so that you can create different colors, right? So you can pick a different color for your plan and you can tweak the scenarios without manipulating the Jira data. And so it's kind of cool, right? Because it gives you like 2 or 3 different views of all your plans without, again, impacting one. So you can do like a compare and contrast and go, okay, so there's best case scenario, right? Everybody works 20 hours a week. Sorry, everybody works 100 hours a week, right? All hands on deck. And here's like a worst case scenario. Everybody works 10 hours a week. Here's what happens, right? And so you can compare and contrast how those things are impacted based on that, based on your different scenarios. So I'm a huge fan, but this is where you come and set them up. And then finally, we have our auto scheduling features, which again, you can turn a couple of things on or off. So since we're a little bit over, right? As you can see here, I did enable scenarios here, but this is where you can now things are red, right? And the UI looks a little bit different because you can basically call out different views, right? Different data sets here for how you're going to view your stuff. All right, so I've been talking for a minute here, for 20, 40 minutes here. I'll pause here for some questions because we're now going to transition from plan settings to just the different views that we have available for us. And we're going to probably spend just the next 10 minutes on that. And then we'll call it a done because, like I said at the beginning, I do got to run a few minutes earlier to the airport to sorry, not the airport, to the dealer. My car has a recall that I have to go take care of, which I'm not looking forward to it. I don't like it when people touch my car. It works so well right now. And I actually might just want to put this one for the record. My car has zero problems. It works flawlessly. A little bit of battery degradation where I don't have 100% capacity in my battery anymore, but no problems whatsoever. So I'm doing this recording here. Should I timestamp that March 25th, 7:41 a.m. before I take my car in for service in case I've seen so many horror stories on the internet about people that go get their fuel pumps recalled. Honda, I have a Honda, and all the fuel pumps are gotten recalled. And so I'm scared. I'm nervous that my car's just not going to work optimal after this recall. I've seen people or read stories about like the gas tank not working anymore, which is a pretty critical part of the car. And so I have a hybrid, plug-in hybrid. So again, leaving it in here for the record, in case I need to go show it to a Honda technician, that my car works flawlessly right now. No issues whatsoever. It just works like a charm. I've had zero problems with my car. So if my car starts scrapping out on me after, it would have been because of something the technician did. Okay. So now that I got that on the record out of the live stream, let's answer some questions here. Let's say I'm planning for 2026. Could I possibly create 3 scenarios for 2026 and present it for managers? A scenario they accept. Yes. So this would be possible, but also I would create a different plan. I would create just a 2026 plan that is maybe different than your current plan, right? But yeah, you can definitely do that, where you can create. And so the beautiful part about scenarios as well, right? Because well, I'll talk about this in a second here, but the beautiful part about plans and then scenarios by nature is that you can do a lot of changes, right? So you can, like, you can go crazy and start assigning things to people, right? You can assign all of this stuff to various people. You can set dates for everything, right? You can do all of this over here like this. You can manage dependencies. You can connect things like this. You can expand, right, and make a bunch of stories and underneath everything. You can add dates for everything. You can connect all those things together, right? You can do all of this, okay? All of it. You can just go crazy and manipulate the heck out of your plan, but nothing goes to Jira, right? So when I check these dates on my SSP2, they don't come over. There is no start date. There is no due date. The assignee is not assigned to that individual. Okay. So you can go full crazy and just fill out everything in your plan, create a bunch of stores, create a bunch of epics, create everything you want to create, but nothing, I repeat, nothing goes to Jira until you hit this big blue button on the top right corner. And then you will be able to review what is here. Now, a couple of disclaimers here. As I mentioned earlier, if you don't have that permission in that project, so maybe you can see the project, but if you don't have the create, if you don't have the ability to schedule, if you don't have the ability to I don't know, edit, right? Then you may or may not have a less than ideal experience when you click this blue button. But when you do click that blue button, it will take all those changes that we just did and you can kind of see them here. It'll tell you everything you did and then it'll push them into Jira. So now when I open this issue up and I do a quick refresh, right? Or maybe not, right? The refresh happens automatically. You can then see I assign it to Alana and I can see the dates, right? And so this is the only way that this works. And this is what I love about plans is that you can do a lot of theoretical stuff, hypothetical stuff, and not really impact Jira, right? Until you're ready, until you're ready to cross your T's, dot your I's, and you're ready to push that information out there. So with that said, let's just work our way from the right to the left, and let's talk about all these different buttons here. So this unsaved changes, right? So as I mentioned, right, any changes, whether you're changing a date, you're changing the assignee, you're changing the field, any field that you pull in, right? Whatever you're pulling in here, let's just say for budget, right, account, whatever you're pulling in, right, you can put numbers in here. Anything that you do, you can see immediately this number goes blue, dark, and it says, okay, we got a change. You can always see what changed. You can see the changes that you did, the changes that were done today. So maybe other people are making changes on your plan, or maybe you can speak. Maybe you can pick specific changes that you did and you can see those there. I normally keep it here under changed by me. And then when you're done, you just hit those changes and then Jira will go out. Now, one other thing that I clicked on here that you might want to be aware of, right? If you do this, this will send a notification. So if you're doing 1,000 of these, you might not want to spam your team. So you can deselect this one here so that 10,000 people don't get notified of all your changes. Okay. So that's that. Next up, we're going to go down to view settings. Spend some time here. This is really cool. So we can change the color of the rectangle. So when you look at your bars over here, I'm going to collapse my budgets here, right? You see these rectangular bars here under your view settings. You can change the color. So right now they're by status. You can change them by epic. You can change them by, oops, wrong place. You can change them by issue type, right? And so you can say, okay, so some of these are kind of cool because they let you like really customize it, right? So you can say all other issues are going to be gray, and I can do green. I want them to be all the bugs. So all my bugs will turn green. You can say I want like, purple to be all of my stories, right? And you can see here now my epics are one color and my epics are the stories are another. Why you would mix match the icons versus the rectangles, I don't know. Crazier things have happened. Try to keep it consistent if you don't want headaches, but you can do this, right? You can do it by label. So you can add a bunch of labels in here and call out your label. So you can say orange is going to be this label, right? You can do by priority. So if all your reds are going to be one, right? And these are already pre-configured for you. So you can just move things around. But yeah, these are all the options. Now, unfortunately, if it's not in here, If it's not in here, then you can't do it. So if it's so budget, right? Like let's just say you want to do it by budget, you won't be able to do it. So you'll have to use something like the label to get custom. Okay. That's the color by. The sort by, I would leave my 2 cents. I would leave ranked, but you can change it to anything here. The reason I like ranked is because I can take any of these items and move them up and down. I can do it at the story level. I can do it at the epic level. I can do it at any level. I can take any item, even at the subtask level, and rank them, re-rank them. And that means that Jira is going to remember. So when I click my save changes, everything here was ranked. And what that means is all the most important stuff goes at the top and you work your way down on level of importance. So I like to do that. Or you're like, Alex, well, I already prioritize everything. Great. Order by priority or sort by priority. And then everything's going to be in that priority. Now, uh, oftentimes I hear this term called critical path, right? Maybe you guys are familiar with this term critical path. In the chat, let me know. Are you all familiar with critical path? Right? And so critical path is something where like you're like, okay, here's like the most important things. Like this is from start to finish, all the stuff that needs to get done to deliver this project. And so what I like to do with critical path, right? And so Chad is a very popular term in just the traditional like PMP world, if you will, right? Traditional project management. Critical paths are pretty important, right? And so what I like to do is I like to order my stuff by priority or by due date and then set everything correctly. Because if I spend the time to put the right priorities or the right due dates on stuff, then I technically can build out a critical path using my sort by either priority or due date. So just a little food for thought for anybody who wants to know. Like you build out the plan that says, okay, here's the start, here's the finish, here's everything that needs to get done in this particular order. Here's the critical path. Okay. We have our group by. So what this does is it adds swim lanes. So the group by is very much like in the board where you can change the swim lanes. I can do it by assignee. So now I can look at all my tasks. Instead of just seeing all the tasks on the board, I can see them by assignee. I can see them by the reporter. I can see them by the project. So if you're pulling in multiple projects, you can see which tasks are there. Okay. And then our dependencies. So earlier when we're looking at dependencies, I'm going to pop this back to none and do this to default, right? So I can show the lines. This can get overwhelming. So if you don't want to see that, you can just do badges and it shows you, hey, there's a dependency. You can hover over it and click on it, and then it'll show you that dependency. I don't know. This is a personal preference and pick what you want there. And then you have your rollups. So this will roll up data. Now, this used to be cooler. This used to roll up any number field, and I used to love that. I don't know why Atlassian changed this, but basically it tells you what it'll roll up in the little description here, and that's it. So those are your view settings. Now, what I will tell you, right, as you do that, we'll come back to, we'll skip capacity here, but as you change your views, as you're in your list view or your timeline view, and as you go into your filters, right, because over here in the filters, you can basically change your view here, right? So you can go all the way from the initiative, right? Let's do initiative because I don't have goals. You can do from the initiative all the way down. So I can show, here's my initiative, here's my epic, right? Let's just say you maybe you want to see them from a specific project, so we can do that, right? So any changes that you do, view settings, filters, whatever you want, columns, right? The fields that you bring in, whatever fields you bring in, you can save your view. You can save it, and you can either save it as a new one, which I would recommend, or you can save it to an existing one, which I wouldn't recommend. But you can save it, and now when you do this, anybody who comes in here will be able to see your stuff the way you saw it, which is important when you're sharing this with your executives. Okay, so that's that. Now to wrap things up, we're gonna stop here, right? Because this is just basically saving your views, so that if anybody clicks on them, then they're gonna be able to see the configurations, the filters, the fields, the settings that you've set up. Okay, so keep that in mind. You want to set up views. What are we going to be learning today? So as I mentioned at the beginning, this is going to be capacity planning. Now, capacity planning inside the Jira Advanced Roadmaps, I'm not the biggest fan. I was trying it out this week, and it's cool. It gives you some good visuals, but it's not the way I would do it. But again, I'm not here to give you my opinion all the time. So we're going to walk through the steps. And as you can see, there's quite an amount of steps here that you have to do. And there's some rules that we got to follow. Because if you don't follow these rules, then it doesn't really work. And so I'm going to kind of walk you through the hoops. But then as an added bonus at the end, I'm going to try to see if I can reserve the last 10, 15 minutes of this. I'm going to show you how I do it. because as I mentioned, I'm not a big fan of how Atlassian does it. I didn't particularly care for it. I didn't find it valuable, mainly because it's complex to set up. So I'm going to show you the way I do it, the way I kind of teach it. I think it's easier and I think it's better. I think it still gives you what you're looking for, but I think you might want to use some combination of both how Atlassian does it and the way I do it. So we're going to start off by creating a team. We need a Scrum project. So without the Scrum project, you technically can do this with a Kanban board, but it's not as valuable if you're in a Kanban board. So we're definitely going to need a Scrum project. Then we're going to have to add or create a plan with that said Scrum project and that team. We'll set up the capacity. We'll estimate our work. We'll start our sprints, and then we'll visualize some capacities here. So with that said, we're going to jump on over to Jira over here. And we're going to start with step one, which is let's create a team. So everybody should be able to create a team. I don't think you need to be a Jira admin to do this, but know that you need to use you need to leverage the Jira default built-in team field. Now, I'm already not a huge fan of the team field. The team field is problematic in my opinion, but Atlassian is investing heavily into the team field, so it might behoove you to get intimate with this team field here because Atlassian is really going to leverage the power of the team in all aspects of Atlassian, so not just within Jira. So I think it's a good idea to learn how to use it. I wish Atlassian would add some safeguards to it, though. Being able to delete teams is not something everybody should be able to do. Uh, and if a team's going to be deleted, site admins or org admins should know or communicate a little bit better. But anyways, different topic for a different day. So we're going to create a team, and we're going to call this the capacity demo team. And then here you essentially want to add a few people. So I have just myself, but I'm going to add my friend Alana, and I'm going to add my friend, I don't know, Bitbucket Pipelines. I'm just trying to see Cassie and Kevin are going to come onto the team. So we're going to have a team. Let's get rid of Bitbucket. Let's see if I have anybody else. Emma. Okay. So we're going to create a team. We have 1, 2, 4, 5 people on our team, and I'm just going to create the team. All right. And so now that the team exists, that's step one. So you essentially want to make sure you create a team. This is going to be very, very important. Second thing you want to be aware of is we're going to want to create a Scrum project. Now you could technically not, you could use one of your existing projects, but the projects that I have in my Jira are so messy that I just want to start a new one. I think that's where I got really confused last night. So I'm going to go ahead and create a brand new Scrum based project. Okay. And I think this is important. From what I'm understanding, team or company are going to both work with the capacity planning, but you know me, friends don't let friends create team managed projects. So we're going to make a capacity demo project. All right. And we're just going to click on next and accept the defaults. Now we have a question here. Let's see. Not a fan of the team field either. Yay. At least I'm not alone. Go says if you can assign something to a team field, that would be nice. So technically, you technically do assign work to a team. I'll show you what that looks like when we jump into the plan. And I think I I find value in a team field. I just don't find value in that last instance team field, mainly because of the scars that I have from the errors or mistakes that have been made. But I am a huge proponent of creating some sort of a team field, whether it's a default one or making a custom one, where you do assign a big thing like an epic to a team. And then that team will then decompose that epic down to the stories that are done by the individual contributor. So I am a fan of that. But again, I'll tell you guys a story. So let me tell you why I don't like the team field, because I feel like I'm beating around the bush, and I'd love to just kind of get this out there. Okay, so the team field is an awesome field, right? I think Atlassian has a great intent and great reason behind it. It's just I think Atlassian has made some mistakes here, but let me tell you why. So I worked in an organization where we had 20 different Jiras, right? 20 different sites, 20 different Jira products, and everything was great when the team field was isolated to the specific site, right? Because it could be shared with Confluence and Jira, awesome. Life was good. I could see the team from Confluence, the Jira could leverage the team. And what we ended up doing is I had a single Jira project for like software development, and I had a lot of boards, and each team had its own board, and I made team be a required field. So whenever you created a story or an epic, you had to assign it to a team, and then based on the team, it would show up in the right team board. Awesome, right? Really, really good use, I think, of the team field. It gave us one single project to manage. Multiple teams had their own backlogs, independent sprints, and whatnot. So life was good. And then one day, Atlassian decides to mm, conjoin, if that's the right word, conjoin the way the team experience works, and so my teams from the sandbox became the teams from production, and so now sandbox and production shared the same teams, and then the same teams stepped up to the org level, and so all 20 of my Jiras could see the same teams. And what ended up happening was two problems. One, because of the transition and because of the some teams were older than others, Atlassian decided to change the UI, the unique ID that locked up the team or that identified the team, and so things got muddy there. So we had to go back. I had to like Atlassian had to like open up the database and fix my teams. That was one problem, and then the second problem that I encountered was because the team showed up in the other sites, a different site admin was like, "Oh, I don't recognize this team," and just started deleting teams. And so now the teams that were super valuable that actually drove all those boards, they disappeared one day and they were just gone. And there was no communication around it. And I'm like, well, it just literally broke for like 3 or 4 days. We couldn't do any work until we figured out what was going on and how to fix it. And so because of that, I just don't use the team field. I'm very, very anti-team field just because of, again, there's not enough safeguards around it. And if you're going to be depending on this team field the way Atlassian wants you to depend on it, I feel like it needs more admin friendly safeguards so that you don't put yourself in awkward positions like I've been in. But again, it's not there yet. So because of that, I don't like to I don't like to promote it. So that's story time with Alex on why I don't like the team field. Okay, let's see. We have some more questions. So we got, I love the concept behind the team field, just not the implementation, from Ronnie. Carrie says, I've created the same thing in my past life with the Jira group. Yeah. So let's talk about the difference between Jira teams and Jira groups because they are fundamentally very different. And so what I do like about the team is that it's a value that you can create. So you can just, as we just did right here, uh, create the team. Awesome. That's really good. And then other teams can see, right? Other teams can click on the search for people in teams and they can see the teams that are available. That's really good because the groups are hidden to only the administrators. So a regular user wouldn't know that a group exists. And so there's some benefits and some pros and some cons there. But the advanced roadmaps doesn't work off of groups, it works off of teams. And so you you got to kind of pick and choose your battles here on which one you want. Debbie says, shame that Atlassian spent so much time on the new navigation rather than making the team feel work more successfully. Yeah, the new UI is definitely something to write home about. What does the Atlassian CEO think of team managed projects? Ronnie, let's not go down that rabbit hole. But if you are interested, I did have an opportunity to sit down with Mike Cannon Brooks, CEO of Atlassian, and I asked him that very same question. And so go check out the interview on the Jura Life where we talked with Mike and we asked him the hard question of why do team managed projects exist? So he gave me a good answer. He's almost got me convinced. Almost. All right. Then the new navigation is leading to other improvements, getting things. Yep. So new navigation's coming. It's gonna be here and it's gonna be great. The team field is very valuable in the ITSM. Yeah, again, I'm not saying I don't like the team. I I don't like Atlassian's implementation of the team field. I almost always with my engagements, have my clients create a custom team field that we can control because I don't ever want to build something great and be at the mercy of Atlassian's updates. Because again, I've been burned twice. I like the idea, not the implementation. Okay, so anyways, so that's where we're at. All right, so we've created a new project, and so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna create some epics here. So bear with me while I pull up ChatGPT here and give me a few epics for a demo that I'm doing on capacity planning. The epics should be about building an e-commerce site. So I'm just going to ask ChatGPT to give me a few epics to get us started. Then I'm going to show you the power of AI. We built into Jira using Atlassian Intelligence to show me or show you how to build stories out real quickly. So let's see. ChatGPT is being a little slow this morning. And so we're going to grab our first epic here, which is build a product catalog system. And so we're just going to grab this one, hit enter. Again, since I'm starting off with a brand new Jira project, I have an empty Jira project. So we're going to have to add at least 2 or 3 epics here to basically get us started, because we do need to have work inside of our Jira project for this to make sense. Now I'm going to open up each epic and I'm going to give it a description. And then I'm going to ask Atlassian Intelligence. Wow, my ChatGPT is not cooperating at all. I'm going to ask Atlassian Intelligence to take this information and build us the children. So now that I've added a description here, I'm going to add a child, and I'm going to ask Atlassian Intelligence to create the tasks and stories. So I'm going to accept those in, put them in, and then I'm going to do the rest, the same for the rest. All right, so we're very quickly building a backlog of work based on this title and description here. Add child issue, Atlassian Intelligence, do your thing. Awesome. See how quickly we can go from, I love the power of AI. If you guys are not leveraging AI daily, you're missing out. I think there's some tremendous potential with AI. Still have some problems, but a lot of tremendous potential nonetheless. Okay. So here we go. We got a bunch of stories in. And the reason we needed to do this is because when we look at our backlog, I need to have stuff to plan into a sprint. So without it, it's going to be a little harder to demonstrate, right? So you need to ideally have some sort of a Scrum project with things in it already. Again, I'm starting fresh because last night when I was trying to go through a demo of this, it was just muddying the waters too much, and it was making it a little challenging to do. And so I'm going to have a clean sprint and a clean backlog. And so when we look back at our stuff, we have our team, we have our Scrum, but before we do the next step, which is we're going to add a Scrum and team to the plan, what I want to do is well, actually, you know what? Let's create the plan, and then I'm going to come back and I'll show you what's going on here. So I'm going to come in and create a plan. And so since we're in the April session, you should already know how to create plans by now. So I'm going to kind of speed up through this. But this is going to be my capacity planning demo 2. And folks, this is where we differ. This is where you need to pay attention. So if you're not paying attention, I'm going to need 10 seconds of your life. Okay. So you want to add a board. You could get away with adding a project, but it's not recommended. You want to be in a board, and then you want to find the board. So in this particular case, we want that board that we just created. And then you want to add your team. All of these are going to be very important. You want to make sure you fill this all out so that this works correctly. Again, you don't have to do it this way, but then you can't complain when the plan doesn't work, when the capacity planning is not working ideally. Okay. And so you want to do those steps where you're adding the board and you're adding your team. Okay. If you don't, again, expect interesting behavior. Because once you do that, what you're going to have over here is your team. And so since the team has been added, we have our team here. Okay. And this is a good first step. And so the next thing I'm going to show you is your capacity. And so once you have your team inside of your plan, right, this is naturally going to come in because I included it as a resource. You're going to click on these 3 ellipses here, and you're going to go to your team setting. And the first thing you want to modify is how long are your sprints? So most of you should have, hopefully, fingers crossed, a 2-week sprint. But some of you might be operating on a 1-week sprint. Some of you might have a 3-week, a 4-week. I don't know what you have, right? But 2 weeks is ideal. But the magic number that you got to figure out is your capacity. How many points in total can your team do? And this is a very critical question to ask because you might not know what your capacity is. So when you don't know what your capacity is, we have to go back and look at what we can do here, right? And so going back into your Jira project, I want to show you a couple of things just to kind of help you figure out your capacity. Because in the chat, what's the difference? If you can help me answer, what's the difference between velocity and capacity? in the chat who wants to help me with that question. What is the difference between velocity and capacity? Who's got an idea? Who thinks they have the right answer? Let's see in the chat. Velocity versus capacity. So Da Canish is saying velocity is what you delivered. Okay. So then what, my friend, is capacity? If we know what velocity is, what you delivered, which is I think a great definition. So we got velocity is how much work the team can deliver. Okay. Capacity is how much you can do. Velocity is how quickly you can get it done. I think Victoria, I think we're close, but I think we're closer with what delivery, I think, right? So velocity is the actual, and the capacity is what we think we can deliver. I think this right here is the definition I'm looking for, right? So velocity is your actual, right? It's your actual number. What is the truth for your team? And the capacity is kind of influenced by that velocity, right? Because the velocity tells us, okay, historically our team can do 100 points, right? And you can see that in data because you actually have a report in Jira called the velocity chart that will take your sprints, and I have an empty sprint here. Let me go look at a different board that hopefully has data, right? So you can go look at your velocity report, and it's going to, based off of real metrics, right? You can't fake this stuff. Jira is going to take the actual data that you've give it, that you feed it, okay? And it's going to help you determine your velocity. That velocity should very closely impact your capacity because your capacity can alter a little bit, but it should be hugging that velocity pretty closely. And so in this particular case, I have these sprints here. I have 12 sprints or so, and you see that my commitment, my velocity is really zero because my team has signed up for 20 items every sprint, but has managed to finish a whipping 0 items per sprint. Now, again, your number is going to vary, but you can come to your real project with real data. You can come in here and get your average. And you can take the average of these numbers, and that's going to give you a pretty good understanding of what your velocity is because how many points has your team been able to complete is going to be determined here. Now, a couple of things you got to be aware of. I'm going to go full screen for this. If you're not using story points, then capacity is not going to work out very well for you because capacity works whether you use hours or story points. But if you're not using any estimate, then the capacity part of it is not going to work very well for you. So you kind of have to get yourself in a chicken and egg situation first, where you gotta use story points, right? You have to use story points because this metric right here, this report that I'm showing, oh boy, the velocity chart only works off of story points. So if you're not using story points, then you're not going to really know. Yeah. So things like t-shirt sizing, other elements of estimating, if it's not the story point or at least a time estimate, you're not gonna have the ideal experience. So this is one of the reasons why I don't like the capacity planning from plans is because it really just sends you down one path. You have to, and I'm gonna show you here, you have to use the team field, you have to use sprints, and you have to estimate. Like those three things have to be true. Because if they're not true, then you're not gonna be able to do anything that we're gonna demo in this class. But the thing is, not every team uses the team field. Not every team uses sprints, and not every team estimates with story points. And if they do, and if they do, internally, not every inner team uses the same value for story points. So somebody's velocity of 1,000 might be the same as somebody's velocity of 100 because it's relative, right? And so I would, again, I don't like the idea of it just because there's so many variables, so much uncertainty, and so much flexibility that it's hard to have a defined process. But again, I'm here to kind of show you the best way to do it, but we'll see. So, anyways, you need to know your velocity and your capacity because again, they're kind of related. And so 30 points is what Jira ships by default. But if you have a team of like 10 people, assuming they can finish, I don't know, 15 points each, right? You're probably looking at capacities closer to like 150, right? And so I would say for a traditional Scrum team, right? I'm just throwing numbers in the wind here, but I usually, again, historically, my teams have usually done about 20 to 25 points. Usually means a full sprint workload, and I usually have anywhere between 7 to 10 members, right? So you can kind of do some math. So about any number between 100 to 150, I think is going to be enough. In this particular case, we have 5 people on the team. I'm just going to go 20 points per player, essentially per team member, and so that's how we're getting to the math, right? I have 5 people on the team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to assume that the capacity on average is 20 points. So 20 times 5 is 100. Okay. So that's the first thing you want to do is you want to modify that. So once you have that, we're going to push this in here, make sure it's all good, make sure it gets saved. And now we can go into the timeline view. And so once we're in the timeline view, what Atlassian recommends you do is you change your group by to be based on team. But you're going to see that it's all empty. Everything's under unassigned because what we have not done yet is taken advantage of the team field. And so now we have to go back into Jira. We have to go back into our project. And in our backlog, for every story, we now need to assign it to a team. And so this is again where if you don't follow these steps, you're not going to get the best results. But if you want to leverage the power of capacity planning and the plan, then you have to follow the steps. But there's steps that in all the teams that I've coached and worked with, they're not steps that you traditionally take. So this is why, again, I started at the beginning saying like, well, this thing's cool, but not for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the team field. I'm going to pin it because I don't want to be hunting for this team field every time. And I'm just going to quickly go through the list of all these, not all of them. I'm just going to grab like maybe 5. Why didn't you pin? I told you to pin. Pin. Unpin. I want you to pin. It's not pinning. Come on, Jer. Don't make me look bad in front of the wizard. Okay. Plan B. We're going to move the team field up from here and move it to above assignee and save those changes. Okay. Hopefully now it'll be up higher so that I can see that team field. There we go. So for what you want to do then is for each of these items, you want to essentially assign it to the team. And so I'm going to give just a couple, right? I'm not trying to end world hunger here. I just want to quickly demonstrate to you how this works. And so you're going to assign work to a team. And again, you need to do this so that the plan works correctly. Okay, so I'm just going to do like 5 in total. Here we go. Try not to bore you all to death, but we're almost there. One more, and then we're good to go. All right. So in the chat, can you let me know, are you using the team field? What's your usage of the team field? Are you currently using the team field? I'd love to know in the chat. What are your thoughts? Are you using the team field? Okay. So now that I've added the team field there, I can go back to my plan and I can do refresh here and I should get data. So I should now have my capacity plan, capacity demo team here. I now have the epic, and then I have all of my stories. As an added bonus, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull in the team field here so that I can visualize it. And I'm going to move it up a little bit so I can visualize the team here. So you can just kind of make sure that it's there. And this is going to serve a couple of purposes because now from here, I could technically go into the stories of another epic. And here I can assign work to a team. So this is great because very quickly you saw that I very, very quickly, much faster, infinitely faster, I would say, have assigned 5 new stories with that team. And it took me seconds instead of the minutes that the other one took. And so this is one benefit of using the plan is that you can very quickly do this here. Okay. Now, the next thing that we're going to want to do is we want to pull in the sprint, right? And so we're going to pull the sprint in. I'm going to move it up here to make it next to the team because now we're getting ready, right? Now we're getting ready to figure out, okay, what does this look like, right? How do we use the capacity planning, right? And so we're going to pull in the sprint field and one more. We're going to bring in our estimate. I think I have story points. Yep. We're going to bring in our story points and we're going to move that up next to the sprint here. Okay. And so these are the 3 fields that we really care about when it comes to capacity planning because we have our team, we have our sprints that we're going to have available, and then we're going to have our story points. Okay. Now, this is where things start to get a little bit fuzzy because at this point, we've set the T capacity. We have some work, right? we have some work, and we're getting ready to do some mathematics here. We're getting ready to plan and start using the power of capacity planning. Now, when I go to my summary view, you're going to notice that I don't have an active sprint. And the interesting thing, and here's where I want to have like a serious moment with y'all. I felt that this was backwards because in order for this stuff to kind of work correctly, you need to create an active sprint and put the work in there estimated. But to me, that seems backwards. Like you would want to plan your sprint and understand your capacities before you go into your active sprint, right? So as you're planning your sprint, you're trying to plan your sprint to capacity. So you need to know what your capacity is to plan the sprint. But based on what Jira is telling me, well, they won't show it to us unless we're in an active sprint. It felt very backwards to me. It didn't feel right. And in fact, like until we put something in a sprint here, we don't really start to get the value of Alex. Do you know? Yeah, you know Alex goes. It's a force of habit. I have a stream deck, and when I'm making my regular recorded videos, I go full screen to just not distract you. And so we have a little bit of a chicken and egg situation here, right? Because you have to kind of plan things into a sprint, and you need to put like a number into you have to estimate your work. Because when you do that, when you estimate, oh boy, not gonna let me. Unable to commit. Oh, okay. Discard. Let's do it for a story. When you take a story and you give it story points and you plan it into a sprint, let's try this time. Then things start to make sense. So a couple of things that we get is we're gonna come over here, and so you get to start to see your sprints. Okay, and so when we're inside of our plan here under our sprints, and let me see if I can find it, and it's not showing up the way I would have expected it. Oh, sorry, it needs to be in the timeline view. Here you start to see your sprint, and so now I can see my sprint, and now I can see my allocations. Right? But if you don't have the sprints, then you don't get the data. So I thought that was interesting. I thought that was weird, right? Because you have to kind of again create the sprint, which is okay, I guess, and now you get to start adding stuff to it, right? But normally I don't use the plan. Normally I'm inside of Jira over here, and so let me refresh this, right? So normally I'm over here and I'm moving things from the backlog into the sprint. And so this is where again you might get value, right? You may get value over here because in and you need to be in the timeline view to see that, right? So what you may want to do is you may want to come in here and add the team, add the sprint, and add the story points. Because in this timeline view, which is different than the list view, right? This is where it makes sense for you to sit down and maybe you want to bring your assignee, right? Because this is where it makes sense for you to go, okay, let's plan this work out. And so this one's going to be an 8. This one's going to be a 13. This one down here is going to be a 3. This one here is going to be a 2, right? And so you can go through this exercise and this activity to estimate things out, right? Which is what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to kind of estimate your things out. But when you push your changes in and you click, I'm going to collapse this a little bit, and you click on your sprint, we're still only at 5 because you have to essentially add the sprint as well. So it's not until we add the sprint that we're like planning it into the sprint here that then these numbers start to apply. So I'm just going to add sprint 1 to all of these here. And so now if I collapse my field and I look at my sprint, you're going to notice that we're at 36 out of 100. And so this is how it's starting to come together, right? We're 36% full. We know our capacity, but you'll notice you got to do a lot of toggling. You got to do this toggle quite a bit, and I think it's helpful, right? It's definitely a great perspective, right? We can kind of accelerate ourselves and go, you know what, this one's going to be a 21. We'll assign it to the sprint, and I really should go back and change, but let's do this. Let's add let's add a couple more stories to this team field here, and we're going to essentially see if we can get to capacity here, right? So we're just going to do this, add a couple more stories to our team, save those changes so they show up. Okay. And once you have all of that done, you're going to come up here and again, add things to the sprints. But watch this. So what happens if you add something to the sprint, but you don't estimate it? So Jira doesn't really tell us, but it does tell us here that we have 4 unestimated. So that's good. Doesn't do anything up here. Awesome. But here we're at least aware that we have unestimated issues. So we can come back over here and give these some points here. So I'm going to do 21, 13, 8. All right. So now when I look at my view over here, you can see that we're at 99 out of 100. So that's kind of a good stopping point, folks. I didn't script this at all. So the fact that this worked out well is good. So that's how you basically use the capacity planning in Jira to kind of help you. But you'll notice that we had to do a couple of steps, right? We have to use that team field. We have to bring in, well, actually, I don't think you have to use that team field, but it helps organize the work a little bit better. Um, just so you can find it easier, but you definitely have to have story points and you definitely have to have your sprints, right? So if you're not doing those two, it's not going to work out really well. But once you have that, that's one view. The other view is in your calendar view, you get to start to see, well, I guess it didn't say because I don't have dates on these inherently. I haven't put dates on a sprint, but oh boy, there we go. So when you put a date in a sprint, which we're going to go do next, then you'll see your sprint here. And then in the summary view, you will also see some data as well. So we'll show you what that looks like next. So in order for these to start working out, we have to go back into our board. I'm going to refresh this because now I should have more items in there. And you can see that I now have my stories and my tasks in here. Now I do have a little problem. By default, fun little fact, Jira only lets you put story points on epics and stories, but not everything else. And so you do have to modify your Jira setting. You might need to talk to your Jira admin to allow like bugs and tasks to also have story points. But what I also like to do here is assign. And so I'm going to take a second here to kind of give you a little tangent of on how I typically do capacity planning. And so I don't normally do capacity planning at the team level. I typically do it at the individual level because most folks like to look at it at an individual level. But what you'll notice here is that as we're looking at our timeline, yeah, we have our assignees, right? We have the assignee field. And so I could technically assign things to Alana. I can assign things to Emma, right? I can assign things to a few people here, Cassie, right? But when I do that and I push these changes in, we're going to check and see how Jira reacts to this. Again, yes, sorry. Okay, okay. So when we go over here, when we go over here again, we know the statuses, we know the epics, we know the type, and we know the capacity, but we don't know who's got the ball on what. Okay, and this may or may not be important to you and your team. Again, I'm kind of telling you how I do it. So when I'm doing my capacity planning, I like to do it at the individual level. So I care about Emma, I care about Cassie, I care about Alex, right? I care about my work and my teammates' works, right? Not just the team, because the team is important. Don't get me wrong. I think that the team should have a capacity. But the way I like to do it is once you start assigning work to people, then these 3 dots start showing up in your sprint. And when you click on these, you get each individual and you will see by the individual how many points each individual has. And so this is where I can now keep track of that magical 20 that I was interested in and understand, okay, once I give Cassie 20 points, then we're good to go. But I get why Atlassian sets it up this way because this technically follows the rules of Agile better, which is not necessarily a bad thing, right? I think this can be a really good thing. But just keep in mind that in all the teams that I've ever coached, doing it this way, doing it the way where you all you need to worry about is the sprint and the story points is awesome. But almost everybody I know typically assigns the work. And I like it so that when you start assigning work out to individuals, right? Once Alex gets some, once Alana gets more, right? If we keep giving work to Alana and I'll get another one here, right? As you do this, this part starts filling out. So now I can see, okay, I might want to pump the brakes on Alex a little bit, not give him more work, but Alana's still a little low, Emma's still a little low. And so now we can tweak, we can find stories that are specific. Because let's face it, even though Agile says that the team should be self-organizing and that the team, let's see, Sherrick says, assigning a team may create issue if some story point will work with the same resource that individual is overbooked. Yeah, it's kind of where I'm trying to get to, right? So the by just assigning it to the team and not assigning it to any individuals, you're basically saying this is what we want to build collectively as a team, right? And again, Agile promotes this. This is the way Agile is designed to work, where you give the work to the team and they kind of go figure it out. But the problem is two things that I've seen in the industry, right? I've been in the industry for, I don't know, 15 years now, doing Scrum since 2013, so 12 years now. And what I've seen are two things to be true. And in the chat, let me know if you think these things are true or not. I'm kind of curious to get your perspective. But I over the last 13 years of doing Agile, I've come to learn two things to be true. Number one, even though Agile wants everybody to have the same skills, we that's not reality. I've never seen a team of 8 individuals that can do all 8 different jobs. I have always seen a team of 8 individuals with 8 different specialties, right? So I've always seen one person is my front end person, one person is really good at the database back end stuff, one person is really good at, I don't know, API stuff, right? And so I've always typically seen a team that is specialized. They can help each other out. It's still an engineering challenge, right? So they still speak the same language, but they have specialties. They have ownerships of different parts of the system. Some person really likes this system because they architected it, right? They created that system. And so I always see specialization. So when you have a list of tasks that need to get done, I typically tend to lean more towards like, well, let's assign the task that makes sense to the person that's going to have the highest probability of success here. So that's why I like assigning work. And the second thing that I've seen is that when you don't assign work, then traction tends to not be as high, right? Because you end up like saying, oh, well, I thought this person was going to do it. I thought this other person was going to do it, right? So I tend to find that when you don't assign the work, folks just kind of wait and see what happens. And when the stakes are high, you got real deadlines and real budgets, and again, things that Agile doesn't necessarily care about, deadlines and budgets, right? But when you have real deadlines and real budgets, which is things a lot of businesses care about, leaving it up to fate is not something that settles well with me. So anyway, so that's why again, I'm not a big fan of this capacity stuff. I think I can appreciate it, but it's not, I prefer to have a little bit more control. So Debbie says there are typically some overlaps of skills. That's not to complete black and white. Who picks up each ticket? Yeah, not if you have a good scrum master keeping them honest. I think again, so many different diverse teams out there, but I like to be a little bit more micromanaging from that perspective, because at least when it comes to planning the sprint, I like to see it here. I like to manage my capacity here because I still have the story points that are going to go into the sprint, right? I still know the team performance here because I have the total. But I do like to see who's got the responsibility and who's undertasked or overtasked. Because again, if we just leave 80 or 100 points of unassigned work, then I'm really leaving it up to fate. Really, that's really what it comes down to hope that the team is going to be completed. So again, I'm not a big fan of that. So because of that, I tend to take more control and I tend to do my capacity management by using this feature here. Also, when you use this feature here, you only have to worry about the story points and creating the sprint. You don't have to worry about putting the dates on the sprint. You don't have to worry about creating the team. You don't have to worry about creating the plan. And so it gets a little bit easier. Now, the only time that I think this makes sense is when you're managing multiple teams, multiple Jira projects, multiple resources that are just scattered all over the place. Because when you do that, then the plan, because you can pull in different teams and you can pull in, right, you can plan multiple sprints at the same time, then the plan makes a lot of sense to me, right? Because now the plan is going to give me an edge, because the limitation of this view is that the stories here can only belong to this project or should only belong to this project. And so that's kind of where the con or the drawback here is. So that's essentially what I wanted to show you. So now, just to kind of wrap this up, put the bow here in the last few minutes, let's go ahead and start our sprint. We're going to add some dates. So we have April 22nd, and we're going to go through May 6th. We're going to hit start. And once we do that, once we have an active sprint, we can go back to our view over here and into our timeline. And now we have the dates. So now we know the actual dates of the sprint. We know the allocations, right? How many points have been allocated as issues move, right? As a team starts updating statuses, right? We're gonna move this one to in progress, this one to in progress, this one to done. So as the team is working through the work, you're gonna see the allocation of the points here by epic, by type, by capacity. So the status, I think, is the most valuable one here. We can see how many story points are active or in work versus completed. So this is a good picture here. So that this is a cool view here. In the summary view, now this one starts to come together because over here we can now, again, if we have multiple teams, we can toggle and take a look at that. But now we can see, okay, 78% of my sprint has been allocated, 20% are unallocated. So we still left some buffer. We still left some freedom, right? Because we should have planned up to 100 points, but for some reason we went under. Maybe there's a holiday, right? Maybe there's a day off. Maybe y'all work on a 980 schedule, whatever the reason may be. For whatever reason, we didn't plan up for 100 points. And so Jira's telling us there's a little bit of slack here. So that's good. Okay. And then in the calendar view, you also then get to see the sprints here. So you don't get to see the actual capacities or anything like that, but you do see the start and the end date of the sprint. So that's really good. And then the last item that you get to see is the calendar view. Oh, the program board. So the last cool thing is if you're more on the safe side of the house, you can create a program board and you can give this capacity program board demo, and you can hit create. And now Jira is going to go in and basically give us a quarterly view of the work. And so here I can add sprints and I can go in and create more sprints. So I can actually go back into Jira, go back into my backlog and create a couple more sprints. I'm going to create sprint 2, sprint 3. Notice that they have dates automatically, right? But I can start planning out a quarter at a time. And I'm not a big fan of this. I think that if you can predict the future and you can pre-plan your sprints, then you and I should go to Vegas because maybe you know something I don't know about the future. And again, I would like to go to Vegas with you. But for most folks, that's not the case, right? We can't predict the future. So again, I'm not a huge fan of this. But in this program view, you could now pull in sprints. So I'm going to pull in this sprint is going to be this one here, and then this one's going to be over here. Never mind the dates that they don't match up. Or sprint 3, sprint 4, right? So you put things like that and you click add. Ooh, okay, calm down. I don't know why all columns need to have a sprint assigned. Wow, okay, so I needed to have gone in the past. All right, this is what happens when you do things unscripted. We're going to just go back in time and do this. I may have to create more sprints. Okay, let me go create some more sprints. So we need to create sprint 4, sprint 5, sprint 6. Okay, now I have sprints. And I'm going to refresh. And I'm basically just telling me I have to assign a sprint to somebody. So never mind the dates, right? But you basically do this. You preemptively go and create your 6 sprints for your quarter. You click on add. And now from here, from this particular view, and I think this one's again a nice view, but from here I can start now kind of saying, okay, this one's going to go to that sprint, this one's going to go to this sprint, and you can start going through this work, and you can start basically pre-planning out your quarter, right? Influenced by your epics and everything else, right? Because you can just look at the specific epic and go, okay, this one I need to make sure is here. This one needs to go over here, right? And so this is where managing your dependencies, having good views on your dependencies is going to play a good role because now you can set order of operations. So that's kind of cool. So anyways, that's it for this section here. This is the program view, which again gives you a great perspective as to very quickly, you can see how I can very easily see things and and essentially now when I go to my backlog, all of my work is going to be pre-planned into sprints, and it should be in the right order. And so there's a lot of value. There's a tremendous amount of value in being able to leverage this plan view to plan those sprints out. But again, not every team um, does it right. So again, it kind of loses this value if you're not used to it, because you really have to invest some time and energy and kind of know what you're doing here to really take advantage of this. But it means you need to be more organized. It means you need to be more coordinated, and that's sometimes not a reality for a lot of companies. But let's talk about what we're going to be learning today. So we're going to cover basically three things. Number one, how to create a release in your project. And not only are we going to cover the steps on how to create the release, but I'm going to give you some insights into releases, because if you're not a software focused team, releases might not feel natural to you. So I'm going to kind of give you my 2 cents as to how you can leverage the power of releases, because they really are they're very valuable, they're very powerful. And I think a lot of people have a misconception that they have to be used only in software teams, but they don't. And so we're going to give you some insights on how to think about releases, because at the end of the day, it's just a tool, it's just a vessel for organizing your work. Once we have those releases, though, we're going to go and talk about creating cross project releases in your plans, because there is a little bit of a chicken and egg situation here. If you try to go and jump straight into your plans and create the cross project release, you're going to be greeted with not so great news. And so you want to do them in this particular order. And then once we have it all done, I'm going to give you some insights as to, okay, so what do we do with it, right? Now that we have a cross project release, what's the point? What's the deal? How does this work? Okay. And so we might pull out the whiteboard today and whiteboard some pictures and diagrams for y'all, so you can help, so we can understand what this looks like. Okay. Stick around to the end for this exclusive offer, and let's jump into Jira. We're going to jump into a premium. We do need a premium or enterprise version of Jira. If you don't have one of those, this is not going to work as well. And so you want to make sure that you have that premium or enterprise version of Jira so you can follow along. Okay, so first things first, we want to talk about releases. Releases is going to be play a critical role here, and it's very, very important, right? And so let me just give you the 411. Let me just give you the basics of releases. So in a software project, and we'll test this out. We'll go and look at some other project types and see if they're in there. But for sure, 100%, in a software project, you will have something called releases in here. Now, if you're in a team managed project, I think things behave a little bit differently. We'll go take a look at a team managed project in a second as well. But in your company managed projects, you have a release, and you can see that it's a release. It's called releases here. It's got the little boat here. And what's important about releases is that your project administrator, so if you can see project settings here on the left hand side, your project administrator is able to create releases. Now, anybody in your team, anybody who has access to the project can use the releases, but only your project admins can create releases. So this is very key. This is very important. And if you're taking notes at home, this is something you're going to want to underline, highlight, and add some arrows to. And yes, Rodney, I do not believe in team managed projects. So I'm going to go check to see if releases is even available in team managed projects, because I use them so little that I'm not even sure if they're there. But we're going to go confirm. All right. Now, releases, before we go do all that investigative work, releases is just a field that you, specifically your project manager, right? Whoever can access or has admin rights to this project, it's a field that you get to populate. And I think this is what I like so much about this field, because when you look at custom fields that in Jira, you need a Jira admin to go and create you a new custom field, and you need a Jira admin to go and put the values of those drop downs for you. But releases and components, for that matter, are two fields that you get in every Jira project, at least company managed software projects, that you as a user can populate the values that are available. And I think that's awesome, right? That's really, really cool. And what that allows us to do, what that enables us to think about is, you can technically use releases as a field that just allows you to categorize, bucketize your work, classify your work, and whatever things you want, whatever's important for you. So it doesn't have to be like Android OS 1.0, 2.0, right? It doesn't have to be like iOS 14, iOS 15, iOS 16, Windows 10, Windows 11, right? Those are usual, that's a traditional software release that we mostly all know about. but it doesn't have to be that way, right? It can be literally anything that you want, anything that you define. So very, very important there. So let me know if you have any questions on this releases concept, because what we're going to do for the next 2 to 3 minutes is we're going to go and do some investigative work. We're going to go and see what other project types inside of Jira allow you to have releases. Okay, so we know that if you're in a software company project type, you're going to have releases. Awesome. But let's go take a look at team managed projects. So we're going to go and see if I have any team managed software projects. I probably don't. This is not a Jira that I particularly subscribe to all the time. So I don't see one. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly create one. And so we're just going to create a brand new Jira project. We're going to make a software type. Scrum, Kanban, doesn't matter. What's important is that it's a team managed project. And so uh, demo software, and we're just going to make it open and click on next, because really what we just want to see is our releases available in team managed projects. In the chat though, if you know the answer and you think you know the answer, let me know. I'll kind of slow down here for a second. In the chat, do team managed projects have releases? Yay or nay? Who's passing the ACP 620? I would believe that this is an ACP 620 question, but let me know, because I don't see it under development. I'm not seeing it there. So, but not all hope is lost. We can actually click on this add view, and we can go to more views here. And maybe it's a feature that's turned off. So we're going to scroll through these here, and we're going to see if we see releases. Ah, here it is. So it's a feature that you can turn on. So I can turn that on, and I go back to my project, and there's my releases. So folks, in case you're in a team managed project, bless your soul, because you should never, ever be in a team managed project. But in the unlikely event that you're in a team managed software project and you don't see releases, this is a feature you need to turn on. So make sure you turn it on so you can follow along. The other thing though is, and I think this might be a new thing, while you can pull team managed projects into your plan, they don't behave as optimal as they should. So I would probably avoid team managed projects altogether, especially if you're trying to do some cross collaboration, because remember, team managed projects are isolated by definition, and so you're not going to get the ideal experience that you're hoping that you're going to get with team managed projects. So really, to get all the bells and whistles, you're going to want to be in a company managed project anyways. Yes, Lori, bless your soul, because why are you using team managed projects? You should not be using team managed projects. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to go take a look at a business project. I'm very curious if our company managed business projects have releases. I think that they should. These are going up across the top. We're going to take a look here, see if we have any project settings, I don't even know where to go look. There's a versions here. So this tells me that there is. So how do I see the releases though? Maybe over here on the right? Nope. This plus button is not going to add anything new. So that's interesting. So where's the feature section? Because I have releases. So maybe versions are only available like behind the scenes, but I don't see any releases on the front end. But your versions, which by the way, this is a great little interrupt for 2 seconds. In case you're new to Jira, in case you've lived under a rock, releases and versions are the same thing. They mean the exact same thing. I don't know why Atlassian calls them different things, but inside of your releases, you create a version. And you can see that here in the UI. We have releases, and inside those releases, we're going to create a version. And this is where you can call like version 1.0. You can put dates on stuff, right? And you can hit save. Okay, so that's a version which is within the releases. Okay. So at this point, we've confirmed that company managed business projects, so basically anything that's not software, we can have releases. I just don't see a release button up here. So that's kind of interesting, kind of lame, in my opinion. But if you go to the project settings, you can definitely create versions or releases. And then I'm assuming using the fixed version field, they're going to look and feel the same. So with that said, let me back it up a little bit. I'm going to show you how to create a version. I'm going to show you how to create a release and how to use one inside of Jira. Okay. So the first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go to your project, right? You're going to go to your project settings, because really only your Jira admins can do this only your project admins can do this anyway. So this might not be a bad thing, but as long as you're in a business project or in the software ones, actually, you know what? Let's just go to a software one, right? We're going to go here. We're going to go to our releases here, and you're just going to create a release, right? And so you're going to come over here to the version. You're going to give this name. The name is pretty important. You're gonna want to give it something valuable, something meaningful, whether there's like a hot fix 1.1. Um, you can call it whatever you want, right? But you want to have a very clear name. Now you have a start date and a release date. The most important date here, the most important date is your release date. And so you want to make sure you pick a valid release date. The start date is less relevant. The start date is less important. You're going to see in the plans that we really only care about the release date. The release date is going to be very visual to us. Who's your driver? This is actually a newer field within the last, like, I don't know, 6 to 9 months. And so who's your driver is who's responsible, who's your project manager, who's responsible for architecting and making sure that the release goes out the door. And so you're going to want to put that person's there, and then optionally a description. Once you have all that, hit save. And you can have a lot of releases. I'm not going to try to make this like a whole lecture on releases, but you can have as many releases as you want. When you're ready, you can release a release. And if you don't want to see a release anymore, you can archive it and kind of hide it a little bit more so it's not available in the dropdown. You'll see the dropdown in a second, but you can always release a release, which is actually a good practice to do, something you should be doing, and then just follow through with that. Okay, so good practice to release your releases. All right. So now that we have a couple of releases, how do we use them? How do we actually use releases? Well, you go to your board, you go wherever your issues are, your work items, sorry. And there's a version button up here. This is the way I like to do it. You just open up your versions. You open up your panel, and then you're gonna have your versions on the left-hand side, and you simply like just drag and drop, right? This works. You just drag and drop things like this. That's one method. I like that one because it's kind of fun. You're dragging and dropping. You're going to see that the release gets populated right here in the middle. But if you don't like doing that, you can actually, I'm going to hide this right here right now because it's going to be blocking my view. But you can open up a particular work item and you're looking for a field called fixed versions. Normally it's under more fields. And so you can click on that. And the drop down, remember I was telling you that you can control which values are visible by you can archive them, and you can archive a version and get it out of here. But you'll see your released and unreleased versions here. So you can pick it there. You can, and one thing to note is that this is a multi-select field. So technically you can have multiple items associated with it. And so you can pick one or two, and it's all up to you. I would stick to one. I would stick to one because it can get real muddy real quick, especially if you're not comfortable using releases, right? We have Keith right here from need to take a closer look at releases. Yeah, if you haven't used releases before, I would definitely just stick to you putting one in there, but keep in mind that you can put 2, 3, 4, 5 releases at a time. That says minimum, you must have a minimum project admin permissions. This is correct. You have to have project admin permissions to create the release, but anyone on your team can click into the fixed version field and select any from any of the available releases or versions in there. So interesting note there. Okay. So now that we know how to create releases, this is a feature, right? You don't need the premium version of Jira to do this. This is in the free version. This is in the standard version. Obviously, it's in the premium and enterprise versions of Jira. But creating releases is just a way to classify and organize your work. Okay. So even if you're not going to do what we're going to start talking about here in a minute, this is something you should be doing as a basics, right? This helps you organize, this helps you categorize, this helps you put your work into different buckets that are tied to a date, right? Releases very much like um like a software release, right? Like for your iPhone, for your Android, whatever type of device you have, um, you expect released software to ship on a specific date. For example, if you're an Apple fanboy or fangirl, you probably know that the next version of iOS typically drops in that September October timeframe, right? And so Apple, if they were to be using Jira, they have a Jira project iOS 17 or whatever we're on nowadays, right? And I guarantee you they have a release iOS 17 with the date of September 24th or whatever date they're going to drop the next version of iOS. Okay. Now Felix asks, can releases be used like project milestones? Yes. So when you use releases, when you create a release, at least, right, when you just the fact that you create the release, you don't have to put the work into the release. You don't have to fill out this fixed version here, But just the fact that the release exists, when you go to your timeline, and I'm going to show you what this looks like in the plan, you will have a releases here, and you can see that I have a release here that are both apparently on the same date. I don't know why I did that, but I have two releases that are going to show up on the same date. And you can click on this little highlight on timeline and you can see the date. Now, in fact, in order to make my life a little bit easier, I'm going to modify one of these so that they're at least a couple of weeks apart. I don't want them all to be on May 30th. So let's do June 13th. And can you believe it, folks? We're almost in June. We're almost halfway through the year. Holy moly. Hope you all had a good Memorial Day weekend if you're in the United States. I cleaned my pool, which is not what I want to do on my Memorial Day. And I cleaned my air conditioning unit, which is another thing I did not want to do on my Memorial Day, but joys of being a homeowner. Okay. So that's how you can see your milestones. See here, you can kind of lay them out, Felix, and you can technically these are milestones, right? These are lines in the sand that you say by this particular date we want to accomplish X, Y, or Z, and that's how you can use your releases. Okay, so that's the releases. All right, we have. Oh, Lindsay says I don't have access to timeline because we're in data center, but I do have advanced roadmaps. Cool. Well, so Lindsay, this is fine because the topic today is in the advanced roadmap. So we're gonna shift to the advanced roadmap. So great pivot, great transition there. Okay. So we have the releases, and we spent this time talking about the releases because when we go to the plans, you have to have the releases. The releases have to exist in your project because if you don't use them, then the next step's not going to make sense, right? And so we're going to go to plans, which interestingly enough, I now have a roadmaps button. Okay, so this is for premium. You're a part of Discovery Premium. All right, this is not what we want to do. All right, yep. No, we'll talk about this later. We're going to go to our plans. We're going to create a new plan, right? And I'm going to call this cross project release demo. And what I want to do is I want to bring in projects that I know have it. So I know my capacity one has it. I'm gonna bring in that design one because I think I added a version over there. And then I think my platform one had it as well. You know what? Just for fun, let's bring in that team managed software one as well. So we're gonna create 4 projects, and these can be 4 different teams. So in your particular world, you're gonna want to bring in maybe you have a group of front end engineers, you have a back end engineers, maybe you have designers that need to work with your software team, and so you want to bring in all the different teams that are working together to deliver some package, some deliverable to your end user. Okay. This is very, very important because the releases, while they're cool from a software perspective, like, hey, I'm shipping software, awesome. But most of the time, a lot of different departments, a lot of different teams have to come together to package a nice release that you then ultimately give to your customer. So you need things like release notes. Your tech support needs to be on track and they need to know what new features are available, right? You need your marketing team to be in the loop as to what they're going to be marketing. You need your designers to have created all the designs, and you need your legal team to create all the legal paperwork, and so there's a lot of different teams when you're ready to push some capability out to the world. There's a lot of teams that usually have to come together, have a little kumbaya moment to ultimately push that software out. And this is why we want to use the plans, because while it's very easy to stay focused on your software teams, we ultimately want all the teams working in unison. And the best way to do that is through the plans. And this is what I'm going to be showing you today. But before we do that, let's answer some questions. So we have a question from Kithera here. Yeah, I need to see how releases will work for ADD. There's so much potential. Yeah, there's a lot of potential here. And hopefully by the end of this class, you have a little bit more insight. Garrett says, is there any way to see the dependency lines in plans when they cross different groupings? Um, you can see the dependency lines. I'll show you what dependency lines look like, but you should be able to see by the groupings as well, depending if you do a group by. We'll look at an example there as well. Is it possible to use let's say? I'm not sure what that means. Let's replace that. Is it possible to use let's say on release for multiple projects? Does that make sense? Oh, I'm assuming you're asking, can we use the same release for multiple projects? So this is I'm gonna get to that, and we're gonna do that Now, Sarah, you had a question earlier about JSM, right? So can we use plans in JSM? So let's do this. Let's see if I have a JSM project. I should have a JSM project. Let's see. Here we go. Engineering support is a service management project. Let's see if we can even pull it into our project, into our plan. I don't think we can, but crazier things have happened. So I'm going to go to project and I'm going to pull in engine. Oh, there it is. So you can't bring in. So whoever said it earlier, we can definitely bring in like JSM projects. The problem is going to be though, if you go to your JSM project, let's go to engineering support. I don't think, I do not think that JSM projects have versions. I don't think that's a capability or feature. So yeah, I don't. Well, maybe over here under features. Let's see. We're looking for releases. I don't think that. Yeah, they don't exist in JSM projects. So Sarah from earlier, pro, you can definitely pull in your JSM into your plan. Awesome. Con, you're not gonna be able to do this release stuff that we're talking about today. So I don't know. Pick and choose and see what's important, more important to you. Yeah. All right. Sarah says I don't have JSM. My coworker thought this was JSM. So yeah, sorry. Well, we now know this information. And so Biomedic says, can we have one release? So this is a really, really, really good transition also into what we're going to be talking about today. So let me pull this one up on the screen here. JSM projects do have versions. Let me track down the setting for it. All right. Yeah, if you can track it down, I looked, but I also have 108 people looking at me. So I'm a little more hesitant to go research and get off the script too much. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. So we're transitioning the last half hour here. We're transitioning to this cross team release. And how does this work? Right. And so in your plan, you have a dedicated section called releases. And when you come in here, what you're going to see is you're going to see all the releases that are in each individual project. And so you can see here that, and this shouldn't come to a surprise to you, right? Because we created these releases together, right? Hotfix 1.1, we created design, I think was already in there. These gamma ones were in there. Actually, no, we just created this one too. And so these are the versions that we just created in the first 30 minutes of this course, and you see them in here. But individually, they're different buckets. Hotfix 1.1 is a different bucket. 1.0 is a different bucket. Gamma, beta, alpha, those are all different buckets. And there is no guarantee that they're talking to each other. There is none of that exists, okay? And so what you want to do is you have two different options to do this. And I'm going to show you both ways to see what makes sense to you, okay? And I'm going to give you the way that mm, I'm going to give you like a best practice and then I'm going to give you like my way, okay? And see which one makes more sense to you. All right? Now, let's do the best practice. Let's do the Atlassian recommended way, right? Because there's always my way, which I think is the right way, and then there's the Atlassian way. All right. And so let's talk about cross project releases. So there's a cross project release button up here. All right. Now, for this to work, right, we need to have existing releases in the individual projects. So it's like a chicken and egg situation, right? But we already have releases in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on create a project release and we're going to name it something meaningful. Now, remember, this needs to be meaningful for not just one team or one project, but the whole thing. And so let's just go call it iOS 17, right? We are going to release and get ready for iOS 17. We're going to assume we're all Apple. If you're a team Android, Rodney, sorry. There are far superior operating systems out there, and Apple just happens to make one of the better ones. So sorry for all you Android lovers out there. For full disclosure, I do use both Android and iOS, so I only half kid about my love hate between Apple and Android. Anyways, so we have a name. Again, call it something that makes sense, not just for one team, but for all the teams. Okay. Then start calling out your project. So you're going to go into capacity and we're going to pick one of our projects. So we're going to do this one here, add the release. Then you're going to go to another project, pick a release and click add to the release. Right. And then we're going to go to this platform one. We're going to pick alpha, add the release. And then we're going to hit create. And that's it. We now have a cross project release that all it does is it's basically absorbing the data from three different releases into one view, right? And this lets us again work everybody independently towards the same mission. Okay. This is one of the benefits of doing this is that we now have we have now taken three individualized releases from three individualized projects that all have to come together somehow to get one deliverable out to the customer. Okay. This is key. And you can see that we inherit dates. We inherit dates based on the dates that are available for the releases that we pulled in. And so I didn't have to do anything here. All right. So let me know if you have any questions on this, but this is how you create a cross project release with existing data in there. Now, that is the way Atlassian does it. And that's it. So that's kind of that's kind of simple. However, the way I would do this is I like to, and this goes back to a question that Biomedic had. Okay, is it possible to have one release for multiple projects? And so this is what I like to do. All right, we're gonna roll pick, roll up our sleeves and kind of get a little tactical here. Here's what I typically do. Okay, I'll go to my project and I'm gonna create a release, and I'm gonna create a release called iOS 18.0. And you know what? Let's do 17.1. 17.1. Right? I'm going to put my dates. Dates again are not important, but the final date is. So we're going to ship this on 4th of July. We're going to hit save, right? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to another project, design. I'm going to go to the settings here, versions, and I'm going to create a release called iOS 17.1. Notice the name. It has to be exactly the same, character by character. Folks, this is where copy paste is your best friend. Copy paste this. You want to copy paste this because if you don't, then bad things will happen. And so this will only truly work if the names are exactly the same. If you capitalized iOS, right? If you made it bigger, if the text is bigger, this is not going to work. Okay. You want the names to be exactly the same. We don't want these names to be different. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy, right? I just copied. I'm going to go back to my other projects. You don't want to risk it here, folks. You do not want to risk fat fingering this. You want these names to be exactly the same, character by character. You don't want an extra space. You don't want an extra period. You don't want the wrong number. You don't want the wrong capitalization. You want these to be the same. Now, for just to keep it on time, we're going to just do two projects, okay? So we have an iOS 17.1. Back in our plan, I can go back to my plan and I can go to releases and I can create another cross project release called iOS 17.1. And I'm going to pull those two in because I now have them. Okay. I now have the exact same release. Okay. Now you don't have to do that. This is optional, but watch what's going to happen here. Watch what's special about this. Okay. Because the one thing you need to know, this cross project release only, if you guys are multitasking, you're going to want to pay attention. This iOS 17.1, in fact, just to show it to you, I'm going to rename it plan only. Okay. This iOS 17.1 is only available in your plans to help planning. It's not the same thing as your project. In fact, if I go back to my projects, you will not see that planning one, right? You will not see iOS 17.1 planning only. That cross project release exists only in the plan to help you plan. It's not tactical. It's just pure strategic. This is the underlying version, right? This is the underlying release or version that you're actually going to do the work in, that you're actually going to track things in. And so it's important and it's imperative that you get that part right. And so you want to get that correct. Okay. Now, here's the fun part. Okay. Here's where things become cool. This is where again we're gonna answer Biomedic's question here. If it's a big if, okay, if you named it the same, character by character, watch what happens. I can go to my backlog. I can open up a task or story, bug, whatever you want, doesn't matter. And you can go to your fixed version and you can assign it to that fixed version. Okay. iOS 17.1. When I do that, I can now go back to my releases. I can see that if I click into iOS 17.1, I have one item, that's CDP5 that we just did. Okay. Yay. But how do we do this cross teams, right? I need two different teams to work on the same release. Well, this is where things get iffy. If I go to the design team and I open up a task and I come to the fixed version, which is not available, so we got to add it. So we're going to add the fixed version. We're going to go fix. Here we go. Save your changes. Back to the board. Back to my, well, dang it. Where do I want it? Yeah, board, I guess. Here we go. Okay, I have a fixed version now, and we're going to select the same iOS 17.1. Same thing. If I go back to my versions, you're going to see that if I click into iOS 17.1, I have design 2 is in there. Okay, this is great. I have two separate projects, same fixed version. And so here's where the magic happens. If you go to search at the top, and you go to view all issues, and you get rid of this crap, but you click on plus more and you type in fixed version. Now, if you put iOS 17.1, watch what happens. I'm going to get two different tasks or stories from two different projects. And this is the way I used to do this before plans came out, right? Because the plan is going to help you create a pseudo bucket, like a pseudo generalization that they are both related. But in actual Jira, right? If you're not on the premium version of Jira, if you're not on the plans, this is how you create the same fixed version for multiple Jira projects, because as long as they have the exact same name, when you do the query, it's going to return to you all of the stories, all of the tasks, everything, regardless of which project they're in. Right? Again, as long as they have the same. And so this is how you can manage this cross reference. Okay. Now, back in the plan, to bring it back to why we're in here to begin with, right? We have a cross project release now of 17.1, which has our two releases in there. And so if we go into our timeline view, okay, and we're going to do a group by here. We're going to do a group by version or releases, right? We have our 17.1. And if I expand this, I hope, I assuming I did this right, I should see a design and I should see a CDP one in there, right? So I have one story and I have one for design. So interestingly enough, the other one's not in there. Oh, there it is. It's on the other one. Well, that's not good. That's not what I want. I only want to see iOS 17.1 plan only. So how do we get to see that? How do we show that? So I'm assuming we're going to want none. And I would assume over here under releases then, folks, I don't script my videos. How do we do this? Where's my releases? Here we go. Here we go. 17.1 plan only. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. So over here, you get to see the CDP item and you get to see the story. Okay. So again, I probably didn't do this correctly because I just randomly picked two things, but you would obviously want to pick the same category, right? So maybe if you keep it to story at the story level, there you go. This is kind of what I wanted to see. Okay. So you can see that if you filter for your iOS 17.1, then it's going to show you just that particular release. Now, I think now if I go back to releases, let's see what this does now. Still breaking it up. So it's still going to break it up into the two different releases, but you can see this here. Now, how do we see this on the timeline? So for Sarah, who has the timeline over here, you're going to see that we have our timeline over here. We can scroll to the right a little bit. Oops, there we go. We can scroll to the right a little bit and we can see our different releases. We can see the data here and show that 17.1 on the timeline. So again, not the best, not the easiest. I still think I like my method better. But this is how you create a plan-only cross-release that allows you to see all the different work happening across different Jira projects so that you can essentially organize your work a little bit better. Okay. And this is just for unison, right? This is because usually your developers, your designers, your marketing, your legal, right, all tech support, they all have to come together to know what's the customer is going to see at the end of the day. And so that's why it's important to create these cross project releases so you can see that. But the other added benefit you get is that you get a cross project release, because this is one thing that's worth noting, right? Because if you go down my path, if you go down the path that I did earlier and you go to the releases here, when the issue goes to in progress, let's move this one to in progress here, right? When this thing, let's just move it to done, right? When this issue goes to done, the progress bar on this release for some reason not loading. Come on, Jira. There we go. The progress bar on this release is just for that one item in here. You have one done. But in the plan, because we've created this cross project release, we can see on here that we have one done and one in progress, because now it's pulling in all the different releases, right? And so this is what makes this really powerful, because if you rely on individual Jira project releases, yeah, at the individual level, you're going to see the percent complete, but you don't see the percent complete for the grand scheme of all of it. And this is the best way to see it. So, regardless of the timeline view inside the plan, this would be the reason why I would do this, right? I would want to see it here, so that I can see all my work, that is how we're doing, right? I want to see the percent complete, not just for one team, but for the whole package. All right, so we're gonna pause there, see if there's any questions, and see what's going on over here. So I'm gonna scroll back up. Liz said, in other apps like release milestones are triggers on multiple projects that can help keep track of where all teams are. Yes, that is very true. All right, Jason, do have versions. Okay, so let's see. Did we find it in the new UI? Versions for JSON are located on the left sidebar under apps above components. That's interesting. Let's switch over to the new UI then real quick. We're going to switch to the new UI, and we're going to go to a JSM project. It's the demo service project. And all of these are so configurable now. I don't see it. I do not see it. So let's see project settings. I would not think that there's releases. So we're apps. Oh, here we go. So we do have our versions. Okay. So the new one does have a versions. Okay. So good job. This is new. This is not, again, you saw it in the old UI. It's not there. And so the new UI definitely has something cool. So that's awesome. So it's in the project settings. So that would have been something we want to add there. Uh, uh, JTH or JT. We want to make sure that when we're saying this, that it's in the project settings all the way at the bottom above components. All right, Liz says that would be nice for notification, not just for those multi-team projects. Love your line of questions. Okay. We're currently work without any releases, but I have managed, for example, documentation e-learning projects for the same software. A bunch of systems, a bunch of teams making different projects on one storyline without releases. Very good information. Okay. Think this method answers my question regarding dependencies. Oh yeah. So Gareth, let's go back to Gareth's question here. So in the timeline view, with this particular view, if you put dates on your particular stories like this, across two different releases, we can link dependencies. Now that view didn't work out because I don't have oh no, I do have the lines. Why didn't it show it to me? But the line's supposed to be there and they're linked, so that's good. What are we going to learn today, though? Today we're going to be learning a couple different things. They're all related to dependencies. We're going to be managing and viewing our dependencies and kind of understanding how to leverage Jira Advanced Roadmaps for dependency management, which is one of my favorite things to do. I think it's one of the best features of Jira, specifically within the plans. And so we're going to go over work sources, start and due dates, how to look at your group by, your dependency badges, the dependency view, and then what do you do with this information? And so we'll talk about negotiations. And so with that said, let's jump into the plans. But before we do, let me say hello to a few people. We got Christopher from Nashville. Hey, Christopher. We got Distinctive Jacqueline from North Carolina. We got Noreen from India. And we got Jason from St. Louis. Hey, I used to live in St. Louis, Jason. That's so cool. I still have a house in St. Louis that I need to do something with. Okay. So let's get to plans. Now, again, I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record here, folks, but plans is a premium only feature. And so if you're not on the premium version of Jira, you're going to have a less than ideal experience. And so just make sure that you are on the premium version or enterprise versions of Jira so that you can take advantage of this. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do a cross team dep demo, right? And this is where the magic happens. Hey, Peter from the UK, right? So in order for the cross team dependency to make sense, you want to bring in different teams. Okay, you don't just want to create a plan with one project, because if you do that, you'll be able to manage dependencies within your team, but you lose the visibility of the cross team, right? So you want to pull different Jira projects or spaces, that's what they're going to be called now. Breaking news, in case you haven't heard the news, Jira projects will not be Jira spaces. But you want to pull in different sources because this is where the plan's going to shine the best. And so we're going to keep things simple and we're just going to bring in two different projects. And so I'm going to bring in this demo for project managers, and then I'm going to bring in this estimation Kanban one. And it used to be that Atlassian used to tell us how many work items were going to be pulled in. So now it's just a mystery. But do know that you have a limit of 5,000. And this is something for you to consider, because as you are going to be um, pulling in different resources, you want to make sure you stay well under that 5,000 cap, because if you don't, then you're going to be missing stuff and the plan's not going to be working for you. So how do you confirm how many work items you have? Well, that part's easier. It used to be easier, but again, Atlassian, um, yes. So Peter, yes, you did hear that correct. Jira projects are being renamed to Jira Spaces. I personally would have preferred workspaces. I think spaces contaminates with Confluence spaces, but my prediction is that Jira and Confluence will merge in the future, and we're just going to have a single unified product where you can have boards and you can have tasks and you can have knowledge based documents and Loom videos, and it's just going to be all one dashboard, one view with all the Atlassian tools in that one place. And so that's my low key prediction that what I think will happen, and this is that first step why Atlassian renaming projects to spaces. But let me know in the chat or in the comments here, what do y'all think? What do you think of this new change? Peter, it sounds like you are happy, but anybody else? What do y'all think? Chat says that that would be helpful. I think that would be helpful as well. So hopefully, fingers crossed, this is where Atlassian's going. I don't have any insider information, but that is my prediction. Right, again, let me know in the chat. What do y'all think about this whole new renaming of Jira projects to spaces? Okay, so now that we have our plan, how do we confirm how many work items we have in it? So click on the three dots here for your plan settings, and you're going to go to issue sources, and here it'll tell you how many are in there. Now, obviously, the more that you have, the better this is going to be, right? This is the plan is designed to really track intra-team dependencies, and so you want to have a good amount. You want to be able to see all the dependencies, right? You don't want to just see a subset of your dependencies. You want to see all your dependencies, and so keep that in mind. Now I'm trying to go back to my plan, and apparently Jira thinks that when I say go back to your plan, this is an interesting bug, right? So when I'm in my plan settings and I want to go back to the plan, it's taking me back all the way to the For You page. So Atlassian, you gotta fix this UI, man. I am hating this new UI. Why do you gotta do this to me? Okay. So, anyways, now we're back to our plan. And Atlassian, you gotta do better here. This is not good UX experience here. When your production is buggy. Okay. So I have found a total of 3 bugs in the new UIs between Jira and Confluence over the last month. This is crazy. I should not be finding any bugs in production, folks. This is not okay. Anyways, off of that soapbox, and let me know how many bugs you have found in the new UI. All right, so we have our plan, and we have again a bunch of a bunch of work that spans across different teams. And so what we're going to do, because this is not going to work out for me very well, right? I have this project issue type here, and I have these epics. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a couple of epics under this EK1, right? Oh, and now I know why it doesn't work, because I only have one specific project type. So I don't like that either. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually remove that EK1. This is not going to do us any good. And we're going to bring it in a different project, because that one just had too much baggage. All right, let's see if this UI works now. Oh, look at that. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so we have a bunch of epics. We have a couple of epics. We have a bunch of stories and a couple of tasks. And so now what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to create a epic for this other project, right? And so this is an epic. All right. And this is critical, folks, because you're going to want to have, for whatever level you're going to want to track your dependencies at, I recommend at a minimum at the epic level, but keep in mind that you can track at any level. So you can track story to story, you can do an epic to a story, you can do an epic to a subtask. It doesn't matter. You can link any of these together, but I would recommend to keep things simple. You're at the same level, because if you're not, then you're not going to be talking apples to oranges. Sorry, you're not going to be talking apples to apples, and you're going to be more on the apples and oranges, and it's just going to create all kinds of confusion. So my recommendation is, when you're going to be doing this dependency tracking, be at the same work level. Because if you're not, like I said, even though you can, right, you can track an initiative down to the subtask and do 4 layers deep. It's just not gonna make a whole lot of sense because a subtask inherently is very different than an initiative, and it's kind of weird to like block an initiative because of a subtask. But it makes more sense that you're blocking an initiative because of another initiative, or an epic because of another epic, and so keep that in mind. So what you want to do though, then is have make sure you have epics from different projects. Right now, this is okay. We can block each other. We can do dependencies within each other. So we're gonna do a dependency between these two epics. But where you're gonna get the most bang for your buck is when you do dependencies across different Jira projects, which in this case we have Proj 12 and this DP one. I'm gonna click my save. I'm gonna save my changes here while I answer a couple of questions. Um, Chat says, "I feel that, Alex." Yeah, feeling the bugs in this new Jira. They're something else. Praveen says Confluence as spaces. So for Jira, they might name the same. They may be naming same convention for projects as spaces. Yes. So that was kind of the thought process, Praveen, right? So since Confluence has spaces, it makes sense, but it causes some confusion, I think, right? Because you're going to solve the problem that a lot of people were always confused with. What's a project, right? What is a Jira project? And you always confuse a Jira project with like a funded, budgeted, scheduled project. And so, yeah, we're gonna fix that problem. But now, if I'm your if I'm your Jira admin and you ask me, hey, Alex, can you change my space key? Because remember, they're not Jira keys anymore, right? There's space keys. Well, is it the space key in Confluence or is it the space key in Jira? I think they should have used workspace, right? I would not have gone with space just because now you're gonna cause confusion with the folks that are using Confluence. So not sure that I like that. The Margot here says, "Are you demoing an enterprise?" I'm following along with enterprise, but I don't have the three dots that you have. So Margot, I'm in the premium version of Jira, but the three dots here, if you don't have them, it could be for one or two reasons. One, you probably have the old UI. This is the new UI for the plans, and so check on the left hand side. You might have them on the left hand side where your plan is down here somewhere, the plan settings. So keep that in mind. And then two, if you really don't see them, then you might not be a plan admin. And so there is your Jira administrators, if they go to the gear and they go to products, they do have the ability. There's a plan section here under permissions. And as you can see here, that there's a plans administrator. And so you might not, your team or your company might have locked that up. So those are the two different reasons why you wouldn't be able to see those ellipses. Now, full funny story is that we're full circle. Like when plans first came out in the cloud, these ellipses is where you used to go to the plan settings, and then they moved it to the left, and now we're back to this ellipses. So yeah, so your mileage is going to vary there, Margot, based on your UI. Okay, so we now have a couple of epics, right? And this is where we're going to play with. Now, the next thing you want to know is that you don't want to be in this list view, because in this list view, we're not going to be able to visually see the dependencies. And so we want to switch over to timeline view, and that's going to give us the best view here. And so when we're in this timeline view, you're going to be able to see these bars. And we're going to talk about that more in a second. But what exactly are these bars? Well, couple of disclaimers, couple of things you need to know. Number one, the bar is dictated by the start and the due date. Okay. They call it an end date, but I'm going to show you a setting here in a second. But you need two date fields. It has got to be the start, some sort of a start, and some sort of an end. Okay. And they're date fields. Now, the beauty is a couple things you got to know when you go to plan settings. Under dates, you get to choose which date fields create the bars for you. So start date and due date, which are the two that I recommend because those are the two out of the box ones. If those are okay, if those are enough for you, then I would leave it alone. I would leave the start date and the due date. Those are going to be the two dates that control those bars. However, again, any date field will work. And so you can change it to a target. So if you want to do, if you want to do target end and target start, but now you've changed the meaning of it, right? So just keep that in mind that when you're looking from plan to plan, that you're correctly articulating what this data is. And so I would personally leave it start and due date. But again, maybe you have like a launch date, maybe you have a go live date, right? You can use that if you wanted to as well. Now that's one. Rule number two, These dates, the start date and due date field, they do not need to be in the screen of your work item for you to see them in the plan. It helps and it's a benefit, but they don't need to be in the screen. So you don't have to have those two fields in your actual, like if I open up this Epic, you don't have to have the start date and the due date visible here. As you can see, I have the due date, but I don't have the start date. Okay. And that's okay. So just keep that in mind that they don't have to be exactly the same. Obviously, it helps because guess what? I have July 13th, right? So if I go to my plan, you can see that this is July 13th. However, if I change it here, right, if I push it out to July 18th and I click on some white space over here in the plan after a quick refresh, the dates are going to be extended out. See, now I went to July 18th. So it's very important for you to consider that if you're in Jira, any date, any changes you make to the Jira fields, like the date fields, they'll automatically be reflected in Jira. However, if I push this out August 8th and I go back to that Epic and I refresh, it's still going to be July 18th, right? You see how the due date is still different? And that is because I have to save my changes, hit save changes here, and then when I hit refresh, the dates will be updated. So now it says August 8th. So keep that in mind that depending on which view or how what you feel more comfortable with, it might be easier for you to be in the epic itself or in the issue type itself and setting those start dates, right? And then you can visualize them on the timeline. Or if it's easier for you to do this in the timeline, then do it in the timeline because I'm a more visual user. But again, it just really depends on who you are and what you do and how you work best. So you have options. So pick the one that you like the most. All right. Angie says we use one Jira project and Jira initiatives to parse our charter work. Can we do dependency plans using options along with Epic? So yes. So I mentioned this at the beginning, right? So as long as you have a start and date on due date, right? So this is the next step that I haven't mentioned, but very critical. As long as you have the start and due date, right, you're going to be able to put start and due dates on anything. So notice that I have stories here. And so you can do it on a story. I can expand these. I can put dates on these particular stories here, right? I can go down to a task level and put it at a task level. And if you had a subtask, let's just go add a subtask here real quick, right? But if I were to create some sort of a, oops, I guess I don't have a subtask. It's called operational um, test subtask. As long as it's nested. Is it nested? No, it's not nested. Okay, never mind. I don't have a nested one here. So let's try this one over here. Nope, I can create a story. Okay. Oh, you know what? Let's change. Let's make sure your filters go all the way correctly. You want to make sure you're doing the right hierarchy here. Now let's try it. So if I create a subtask here, yep, there we go. If I create a subtask, oops. This thing is just not cooperating with me. If you were to create a new subtask, you can put dates on the subtask as well, right? And as long as you have start and due dates, right? A start date and a due date, you can connect them. So I can take, it's going to be hard to see, but I could take this story and connect it to this subtask, right? I can take this, let me break this chain here. There we go. It's kind of hard once you already have one. There we go. So if you take that one, I can connect it to a subtask. And so you can connect them however you want and be dependent within each other. You're just not going to get the same value, right? Because, yeah, internally you're going to know your dependencies. Awesome. But where the plan works or shines the best is when you're dependent against different teams, right? The different teams is the really critical part. But again, this is going to work however you want. But you really want to see, hey, I have team A and I have team B, and they need to work together because that's reality. That's more what we have. Angie says our hierarchy is projects, initiatives, epic, stories, bugs, and action items. Yeah, so this will work, however, to whatever thing you want, as long as you have dates. You need to have a start date and a due date on everything in order to visualize this, right? You need to draw these lines across. Doesn't matter the issue type, you just need to have the lines. Okay. Now, the next thing, right? So next thing for you to consider is once you draw your lines, right? Once you have your bars, now you connect them, and you've been seeing me connect these things. And so you hover over a particular bar and you drag and drop, and now you can connect two or more different items, right? And so what's powerful here, what the reason we have this here is because now we can connect and we're establishing a relationship. And I'm going to hit save changes here so you can see what these are. right? But essentially, inside of Jira, I'm going to open up my Jira item here. I'm going to do a quick refresh once this gets published. Okay, there it is. So I'm going to refresh inside this Jira. I'm inside my Epic. Notice that below my child issues, below I have my linked issues. And notice that I now have my blocked conditions. And so everything we've been doing right now, all that attaching, all those connecting lines that are all red, we are just simply adding a blocks relationship to those work items. Now, you cannot change that. You can't do, because when you add a link here, if I were to add a link at the Jira level, I can pick from different relationship styles, right? Relates to, causes, reviews, implements. That's not possible with the plans. When you drag and drop that line, when you drag these lines together, you are explicitly only making a blocks and blocks by. And so one's going to be blocked, the other one's going to be blocked by. It does it automatically for you. There's nothing you need to do or configure there. So just keep that in mind that that's a pretty hard limit that you cannot choose the other types of relationships. All right, Justina says, and also, why are you a different color? Are you a member, Justina? I think you might be a member. Are you a member, Justina? Let me know if you're a member. Software for devs, JSM for PMs, plus me as an agent. Other teams use JSM for requests. Can agents see Jira software in plans read only without Jira software license? Okay, great question. Can agents see Jira software dependencies in plans read only without a Jira software license? So the short answer is no, because if you don't have a license to the tool, then you won't be able to see it. However, there's some saving grace here. Um, from Jira software, because Jira software is a cheaper license, you would want to have as many people with your Jira software license as possible because that's the cheaper, that's the most common license. From a Jira software person, they can see a JSM project because there's now a stakeholder license that allows you to have visibility. So from Jira software, you can get a free JSM license called stakeholder, but from JSM, there's no free Jira software license, so you can't go the other way. So you would want to figure out, how do I go the way that's free, because going the other way is going to cost you money. And so based on what you're telling me and the way I'm reading this, um, you're gonna have to pay. But if you went the other way around, where you had a JSM thing that you wanted your licensed Jira software to see, then you could do it for free. I don't know why Atlassian does this. I would suspect that in due time, Atlassian might introduce a read-only license for Jira software, but right now we don't have that, and so everybody's got to pay to play to see the work. And so if you don't have the license, and if you don't even if you have a license, if you don't have access to the project, then you don't see the work in the plans. So keep that in mind. And Justina, thank you so much for being a member. Can you change the default link type when you're drawing? No. So it's blocks and blocks by. That's what you get. There's nothing else. Technically, it picks the alphabetical linkage. I tested this a few months ago, removing blocks. It picks up. Okay, that's interesting. So Peter, thanks for that. Yeah, I had not even thought about deleting that, but I don't know that it's necessarily true for me because I have action item here, but I'd be curious if it's deleting it from over here. I'll have to test that. I don't think that this is true though, because as you can see here with my issue linking, let's see. I assume I have one with the A. Yeah, see, so I have an A action item, and it's still, we just created them and it's picking blocks. So I don't know that this is true. We can definitely test that out in a future video. But for now, I'm gonna stick with my guns and say that it's blocks because Atlassian picked blocks. But I will test that. I'm gonna go take that one offline because as you can see, I do have an item above the blocks, and it's not defaulting to action item. Based on that logic, it should have gone to that one. But we will test it for a future video. Okay, so now that we have our lines, right? This will only be possible if you have your start and due dates. If you don't have start and due dates, you can still within Jira, right? If you open up the Epic, you can always add the linked issue, and you can always add the blocks and blocks by yourself. Now that's going to create the relationships in Jira, but you're not going to be able to visually see them in the plan unless you put those dates. So keep that in mind. You have to put start and due dates, right? Now, these lines could get a little bit overwhelming. If they're too much for you, that's okay. If you go to this slider over here, these are your view settings, and you can change your dependency style. So if you don't like to see the lines, which I actually like the lines, I like the chaos. Um, you can click on badges, and then you can click on the show number of dependencies, and you will see visually how many dependencies you have without overwhelming you with all those crazy lines going everywhere, right? And so just know that you have a couple of options, but I like the chaos. I like the lines, and I like them just yelling at me and telling me everything's bad. The world's on fire. Maybe just I'm call the drama in me, but I like a good fire. Okay. So what do the red lines represent though? Why do we have red lines? And so the red lines are telling us something very, very specific. They're basically telling us here, and I don't know if it tells me. Yeah, there we go. There's an overlap, and that's why they're red, right? And so we have this little warning that basically says, hey, the end date of the item that's blocking you is 12 days ahead of the start date of the item you need to start that you're being blocked by, right? And so you Jared doesn't like that, right? And so to fix your lines, and I'm going to skip to the end of my presentation here, because now what you need to do is you need to negotiate with your project manager, your product manager, your stakeholders, your CTO, CEO, CIO, whoever you're negotiating with, whoever's giving you these dates. You now have some leverage and you have some negotiation tactics, because now you can say, hey, um, well, we need to make our lines green, right? We need to have a safe path to complete this. A realistic path is, I think, the right word here. And anytime you have red lines, and that is you're creating unrealistic paths. And so Jira's going to have a conflict with those dates. And so you need to move your dates around. You need to negotiate these dates. As you can see here, I have dependencies within dependencies, right? And so you need to move dates around until your dates are no longer, or until your lines are no longer red. And that's going to enable us to be able to, again, negotiate and manage expectations. This is very key. This is how you manage realistic expectations, because until you put the dates, until you connect things, everybody's just kind of like chapping. I was going to say yapping and chatting at the same time. Everybody's chatting and yapping away, and everybody's just like, it's very overwhelming, right? It's very, very overwhelming there. But this is something you need to do, but you come in with facts and data. Because once you connect things, once you put those start dates and due dates in, once you connect those dependencies in your plan, now you can go back to the negotiating table and go, look, here's the plan, here's the reality. If we go down this path, we have a significant amount of overlaps that's not going to be healthy for us, right? We're going to have problems. So if your plan looks something like this, you're going to have some problems, right? Because things are not going to be completed and other things are going to start, and you're just not going to have the right trade or handoff to make this successful. Alex says, hey, I know why you only see blocks and block slides. If you go to plans, plan settings, dependencies, you'll see what has been configured to show. Let's see that. So let's go to plans, plan settings, um, dependencies down here. You'll see what has been configured to show scheduling dependency and plans. I don't know. I don't see your options. This I know is for the auto scheduling stuff, but I don't. Am I missing something? I don't see plan settings. I don't see a dependency section. Yep. No, I don't. This is not it. And I don't see a dedicated dependencies view over here. So, I do know that if you go to this dependencies, which is what we're going to talk about next, we have the issue link type. But I might want to talk to someone from Atlassian to see if they know something. But anyways, Alec, thank you for that transition. Go to plans. Oh, well, you said plans. Go to plan settings, right? Okay, so if you go to dependencies here, then settings. Okay, there's a settings here. Which settings? The settings, not that settings. Help me find the settings button. I don't see a settings button. Plans is on your left hand side. Okay, 3 dots. These 3 dots. These 3 dots. I feel like I'm so lost. Alex, action has not been configured to be available in plans. Configure that first and see what happens. Okay. In the product settings. Okay. All right. Hold on, folks. We go to products and we're going to, here we go. Dependencies here. Look at that. Look at that, folks. You can add this. All right. This is nice. So this is how we add more. Cool. Well, this is great. Relates to. So you can hit your save your changes. Now, unfortunately, though, This is a Jira admin only thing. Okay. This is a Jira admin only thing. So you want to make sure that if you're going to go down this route, um, you are working with your Jira admin. Now I'm going to delete them for now. I'm just going to reset them here. No, never mind. I'm going to remove them for now because I want to not mess up my demonstration because I've already done that where I changed my settings in production during a talk and bad things happen. So we're going to still table this one for now, but thank you Gareth and Alik for pointing this out, and Peter for pointing these out. These are really really cool. The restriction for our project managers that dependencies is finish to start, whereas they want finish to finish option two. Thoughts on a workaround? So that's been very troubling for me too, Peter. I haven't seen anything in Jira that does that the traditional, finish to finish or any of that yet. If I were to be a PM at Atlassian, this is something that I would be working on because this is a very requested feature. So nothing that I've seen, I can't think of any good workaround either. Mainly because I don't spend a whole lot of time in that traditional project management world, and I have a hard time remembering what finish to finish meant. But you kind of just have to play with your dates and your lines and make them kind of look like what you would expect. Would be the only tips that I can give you. Okay, you can add action back into your plans. Action should override blocks as the default. Okay, so let's again. We'll play with. I'm gonna play with this offline. And maybe do a dedicated video for that. But right now, let's just continue down the path that I'm on. Okay, so let's go back to our timeline view here, and we have our dependencies, and we have everything visible here, right? And so the next thing I kind of want to show you is that dependencies view, right? And so when you do connect everything together, you can actually zoom in and out of this, and this allows you to have a good, decent bird's eye view of those dependencies. And so we have a couple of different options here where you can roll up to your initiative, roll up to your project, right? So you have some roll ups, assuming you do things at the right level. But as you can see here, I can roll up to my epic and I can have this particular story that somehow is linked, right? Because we linked it for some reason. But that's kind of cool. So you have some roll ups there, so you can just see very specific items. You can do a group by. So if you wanted to group them by specific epics, this is one feature, right? So if you wanted to look at a feature to feature perspective, you can do that, right? Because you can group how these dependencies ultimately are impacted. So that's really neat. You can also group it at a project to project level. So if you wanted to see the dependencies between one project and the other, this is super valuable. This just gives you so much context so you can help negotiate again your dependencies. Now, if you're using team, you can negotiate or group them by team. And then if you're looking at sprints, you can see, hey, sprint A is happening first, and then sprint B. And if you have work that's in reverse, then that's when you know you have a bigger problem. And so cool views to visualize this information. Again, you can only look at the ones in a specific project. You can look at the ones in a specific sprint, or you can look at a specific issue. Or if we add more types of links, then you can look at a specific link. Now, this again is probably my favorite view out of all of them, though, right? Because this shows you that order of operations, right? This is telling me if I have to go figure out a plan, right? If I'm a project manager and we got to figure out PEMDAS, if you guys remember order of operations, parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, right? If we have to remember that PEMDAS, that order of operations, then this is going to tell that any story that's underneath this epic should happen before anything else. Because if it doesn't, if this epic doesn't get completed, we are blocking three things. And so a combination of this epic and this story, they need to happen first. And so if you were to be planning your sprints, this is going to tell you this needs to go into sprint one. This would be the next sprint, and then followed by the third sprint. And that is important. It's important data and context to have so that when you are at the negotiation table with your PMs, with your product managers, again, your stakeholders, and you're everybody's kind of again talking and really yelling about what needs to happen first and what needs to happen next. This is a very easy visual way to manage expectations, right? This is the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway is this dependency, this cross-chain dependency view helps you manage expectations. Because until you have it in a picture like this, right? Until you can visually see how these items are intertwined and how they're interrelated, then you don't appreciate that order of operations, right? It's very easy for somebody to just be yelling at the top of their lungs saying, DBP9 needs to be done. And they're like, well, no, it doesn't. Because if we were to reverse this, right? If DP, oops, I can't even move it here. But if DBP9 were to happen first, then we're out of sync, right? We're out of order. There's dependencies. There's things that have to happen first in order for that DBP9 to then happen. And so this view is something that I love to see. It's one of my favorite ones, and I highly recommend that you go through the exercises to map your epics and your stories and everything together so that you can appropriately and visually see that order of operations, right? Because that is the game changer. That is what's going to unlock you from being frustrated as a project manager to having a little bit of a, I don't want to say respect, but you're definitely going to have facts and data, right? And it's really, really hard to argue with facts and data because this is the picture. This shows you based on our current understanding, based on what we've heard, based on everybody's input, here's the plan. Is this the right plan? Right? Hence why we're doing this in plans, right? And so go ahead and manage those that information here. Now, I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty much it. That's really what I wanted to show you, right? Because when you do this, it's gonna unlock a whole new level of negotiations, right? And it all starts um, with these start and due dates, right? And again, make sure you're putting start and due dates. And I would feel more comfortable if you put start and due dates at the epic level because your stories technically should inherit the start and due dates from the sprint. And so it's usually a little bit harder to negotiate those. But at the epic, you can definitely negotiate start and end dates. And so I recommend that if you're gonna do this and you're doing this for the first time, start off at the epic level. It's gonna be a little bit easier. It's gonna be easier to put it in to populate because you don't have to worry about having the conversation of like, well, that's not agile. Well, I would say as a project manager, sorry, the product, I'm now merging project management and project manager together. As a project manager, um, agile is not always the right answer, right? Agile works great at the story level, but you need to still have a plan. You still need to have a bigger view of what's coming. And I sometimes feel like Scrum or just just yeah, just Scrum in general or Agile in general, like it's too zoomed in, and the plan gives you a good 30,000 foot view. But this is very important. Okay. Peter says our challenge is how to filter out small intra-team dependencies and report just on cross-team dependencies. I don't see a way of doing this within Jira. Yeah, so my 2 cents would be leverage the team field if you're not already, right? Because then when you bring in your team field, you can then group by team, and then you already saw I don't have it set up right, but you can see that you can group it by team over here as well, and so it'll kind of filter out that smaller stuff because you just see the team stuff, right? And so definitely leverage the team field. If you don't use the teams field, I recommend you use team so that you can manage them. Now, if you don't want to create a global team, if you don't want to create a team that exists across like Confluence and Jira and some of the other Atlassian tools, you do have the ability to create these teams that are in the plan only. And so, if you wanted to create like Team Awesome, you can create them in here. But when you create a couple of teams inside of here, inside your plan, they do not exist. They do not exist outside of your plan. Awesome. Okay. But now when you come back over here and let me do my group by not being team, right? But if I add my team field, oh, that's one last thing that I should show you. You can always add fields in this view as well. You're not stuck with just status. You can add any of the custom fields that you have. So I would bring in your start date and I would bring in your due date. While I'm here, you're going to notice that there's a D here. And this D is the one that's going to indicate that this is the date that is driving the bar. If you don't have the D next to it, then you can't have any other date field. So for example, if I bring in my target start and my target end, notice that they don't have a D next to them. And that's because in my plan settings that we covered at the beginning, these are not the two date fields that are going to drive those bars, but you can and are allowed to have a lot of dates in your plan here, right? So I can put my actual start and I can have my target start, right? I can put my actual due date, and I can have a target due date. And so it's possible for you to say targets, right? Wishful thinking, but then actually have your actuals as well. And so keep that in mind. Once you have your teams, right, now you can start kind of assigning things to different teams and kind of checking your cross team dependencies there, right? So if I go back this way, oops, I should probably publish these changes as well. There we go. So as you go this way, you can see that these are the items that are dependent on each team. And so this might be something to at least start going down this rabbit hole, Peter, to see if this helps you out. So what are we going to be learning today? So we're going to be focusing on a couple of different things, but primarily I'm going to show you how to use a what I'll put in air quotes beta feature from Atlassian inside of your plans, which is program planning. Now, in order for program planning to make sense, we got to do a little bit of upfront work, which is usually where teams kind of trip. And so I'm going to show you some of the steps that you got to do beforehand in order for the program planning to make sense and in order for all of that world to come together. Because if you don't do these steps that we're going to do at the beginning, then you're going to be able to use the program plan, but it's just not going to feel right. And you're not going to be able to take fully advantage of all the capabilities. So we're going to jump into that. So before we go to the last and final slides, we're just going to jump into Jira. If you have any questions at any point, again, I'm going to try to keep an eye on the chat here, but the chat's kind of active and a little busy. So just make sure you just chat away. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit as well so you all can see the screen a little bit better. And we're going to start off with a couple of things. And then let me move this over to the side because I'm going to need to give myself some notes that I'm going to need for the presentation here. So first thing you want to do is you want to use Teams. Now, this is not a hard requirement. You don't have to use Teams. In fact, I personally never use the team capability, but only because Atlassian really needs to make one little update to the teams, and that is there should be some control as to who can add or delete teams. Right now, it's open to anyone, and that tends to cause a problem for me, specifically when you invest a lot into making your program board, you do all those things we're going to talk about today, and then somebody naively comes in and just deletes your teams, which is not cool. And so, Atlassian, if you're watching, a little bit of protection on the teams would be awesome. But because we don't have that, again, I try to avoid the teams. However, in order to do this, in order to do what we're going to demonstrate today, you do need to go to the teams. And so, inside of Jira, welcome to the new UI. In case you haven't, it hasn't been rolled out to you, this is the new Jira. There is a Teams section here now because I again absolutely do not use Teams or promote them at all to with my clients. I tend to hide it. I just not the best, but again for this capability, our hands are tied, and we will need to use this Teams capability. So find your teams. If you haven't already, you're going to want to go into your teams, and then you want to make a couple of teams. So you want to make sure you have a few teams. Now, I already have a few teams that are coming that are shipping out of the box, but in your particular case, you're going to want to make sure you have teams available, because if you don't, then again, you're not going to have the best experience here. And so what I'm going to do here, just bear with me for a second. I need to write some of these things down because my memory is like Dory from Finding Nemo, and I will forget. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get two teams here. I'm gonna get the AWS support at the top, and then my front end wizards. Now again, these teams can be any teams that you want, but I would highly recommend you create some teams because you need to essentially put people in the teams. And then eventually, what we're going to do in a few minutes is we're going to add capacities to our teams. But the teams need to exist first. And so this is where you come to create a team. Now, in case you don't have any teams, you just create a team up here and you give it a name and then you put people in them. Now, I recommend you put yourself in that team so you can get full visibility to everything, but you don't need to be in the team itself to do what we're going to do today. But again, your magic is going to vary, so just do what makes sense for you. And then you can allow anybody to join the team without approval, or you control the approval by having like a PM or somebody make the add people to the team. Okay, so once you have your teams, again, you just need a couple of teams here, and just we're gonna run with it. I use a Jira that's made by Atlassian, so this is out of the box. So none of these teams are mine, so that's why I'm writing them down because I don't have them memorized. But you're gonna want to make sure you have all your teams in there, or at least the teams that you're gonna need for your demos. Okay, that's step one. Step two that we want to do is we want to set up a project sprint. Now I'm going to skip around a little bit. And so we're going to want to go to our projects, and you're going to want to pick a Jira project and go into your particular Jira board. And so I'm going to see if I can find myself a one that doesn't have all of this. These are all okay. Let's go to this one. We're gonna go to this platform board, and what you want to do here, this is an anti-pattern. I know we've had people in the past call me out on anti-pattern. So this is an anti-pattern, but this is how Atlassian wants you to do it. And in order for this thing to work the best, you're gonna want to create a few sprints. And program planning, I guess I should back it up. Let's actually pause here for a second, and let me tell you a little bit more what we're doing today. So in your plans, there's a program feature available. Okay, and actually, let's show it to you right now. And so if you go into your plans, you're going to notice that there's a program column here. Okay, there's a section here for programs. And what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to bring this thing to life. Okay, and in order to do this, we got to do some of these homework assignments that we're doing up ahead. However, the program is a very specific, very niched thing that you would want to do. And the program is usually when you want to look across teams, right? When you want to look across Jira projects and you want to plan out not just the next sprint, but rather the next quarter, or at least some variant of the quarter, right? Because this model is very popular in SAFe. So in the chat, let me know who here uses SAFe, right? Who follows SAFe? Who's a SAFe practitioner? Who's actually using the SAFe methodology? Because if you are, then you're really gonna love this program view. For everybody else, you don't have to be a SAFe practitioner to take full advantage of this, but it's going to give you some good understanding. If you've ever looked up or researched SAFe a little bit, then this is going to make a little bit more sense, because in SAFe, we don't tend to, again, just do one sprint at a time, but rather we look at like a chunk of sprints at a time. And so, again, if Agile purists in the room, what we're about to do is a straight anti-pattern. For your SAFe practitioners in the room, then you're probably going to like this a lot. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of take a step back and explain why are we doing this, what's the program, and why we're doing a little bit of that extra homework. All right, so with that said, we're going to go back to our board, right, and we're going to go back to our backlog. And as I was mentioning, right, in order for, because SAFe makes us look, right, because this program view makes us look at a program increment, right? And the program increment is just not one sprint, but usually 5 sprints, right? Or 5 or 6 sprints that tend to align very nicely with a quarter, right? Because a quarter is 12 weeks, aka 6 sprints, right? And so what you're going to want to do here is you're going to want to create a few sprints, right? You want to create a few of them because we're going to need more than one sprint. We need to plan out multiple sprints. And so what you want to do in your board here, and specifically in the backlog of whatever projects we're going to be working on in the plans, we want to create at least 5, maybe 6 sprints, depending on whether you're peer safe or you just want to do a quarterly thing. If you're peer safe, you probably just want 5 sprints because, PIs are usually 10 weeks. But if you aren't and you just want to kind of follow along, we need 6 sprints just to match with the quarter, because the quarter is usually 12 weeks, and we need 6 sprints. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. Okay. So I got my 6 sprints here. Or I got more than 6 sprints at this point. And this is what you're going to want to make sure you have. Now, totally optional, but you can go to another board, right? Because the beauty of this is that it works across multiple teams. And so I would recommend that for every board that we're going to be using here, you create those 5 to 6 sprints as well. And so I'm going to pause here to answer some questions in the chat before we go on to the next step. So if you're following along, if you just make up Jira project and then make sure you have a few sprints in that project, because we're going to use them. All right, so we got a question here from Christopher. Is the recording for this webinar? Yes, so this recording is always available on this YouTube channel as soon as the recording is over, the live stream is over. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and hit that bell notification so you're notified every time that events are dropped. If you lost your audio, can I get a quick mic check from anybody else in the chat? Because I think my audio should be okay, but if somebody in the chat can confirm that you can hear me, that would be great. Anybody else lost audio? I'm gonna double check to make sure my microphone settings are good. Here, I'm seeing the right bars. We're good on audio. So Misha, you're probably gonna want to check your speakers because the problem is definitely not me. All right, thank you all. Wow, you guys came back there. Okay, awesome. All right, so any other questions? So we got John Elder here says, on the other side of things, I'm allowed to ton of tech workers. Okay, I think this is just a conversation where you guys are going on. Okay, perfect. So again, step 1, make your teams. Step 2, pick your Jira projects that you're going to want to collaborate in the next step. But for each of those projects, you want to make sure you have at least 5, maybe 6 sprints. They can be empty. We're going to populate them as we're going to show in the demonstration today. But in general, you want the sprints handy. I'll show you how that comes into play a little bit later. Now, the other thing that you want to do is you want to make sure that you remember which boards you are using. And so I'm going to write those down as well, because again, I'm like Dory here from Finding Nemo, and I will forget. And you want to make sure you bring in the correct boards in the next step, right? So once you've created your teams, and once you've identified the Jira projects that you're going to be using to do this program planning, and you've created your sprints, we're ready to go and create a plan. So we're going to come up to plans. Now, I do need to do another disclosure. This capability of plans is only for enterprise and premium customers of Atlassian. So if you're on the free version of Jira or on the standard version of Jira, you are not going to be able to follow along. And so you may need to start a free 30-day trial to the premium version of Jira so that you can follow along. But if you're not on premium or enterprise, you're not going to see the ability to create plans. And so what we want to do next is we want to come to our plan section here in the UI. Now again, because of the new UI, plans can be anywhere. So look for it. It could be up higher, it could be down lower, it can be under more. And so don't panic if you don't see plans. Everybody should have plans. You just need to find it. Atlassian likes to hide things now that you can modify your UI. And so we're going to click on the plus button, and we're going to give it a name, right? And so we're going to give this a program planning demo 1. Axis, we're in the 7th version of this course, so by now you should know what the axis is for. You can either do private or open. I'm going to leave it open. And then here's where the magic happens. You're going to want to select your board that we've been working off of, and select the team that you're going to want to be associated with that board. This is very important. You want to make sure you bring your team here. I know it says optional, but for what we're about to do, you want to make sure you bring in your team. And so we're going to do 2 boards. We're going to bring the platform board and then bring another team. And then we should be good to go. So this has a little bit of a delay. And so here we go. We have our 2 boards that are going to be our source. So this essentially, if you're new to plans, this is bringing in the actual work items into the plan, because you got to remember that plans sit above the Jira projects. It's a bird's eye view, if you will. And so we need a reference, we need a point to where our data is at. And then again, because we're doing the program planning and to get the full effect, we need to bring in teams. These are optional though. You don't have to do what I'm describing. You can get away with just a single project or a single board and not even bring any teams. But again, you're going to have a less than ideal experience, because to get the full effect, you want to do at a minimum 2 boards and 2 teams, and then you can scale up from there. Right. So once you have your work, you're going to hit create, and we are going to be off to the races. We're going to have our plan, and we're almost ready. We're almost ready to start our program planning. But there's one last thing that we need to do. There's one more thing, and I'm waiting for this thing to load. Now, I unfortunately brought in a project slash board that has a ton of work items. So it's going to take a second here, but it's all loaded up, and we're ready to roll. So before we go into the program, which we're going to get into very soon, there's one last thing you want to set up, right? And one more thing in order for all this to kind of make sense. And that is we want to go to Teams, and you want to click on the Teams tab here. And holy moly, this is slow. So there we go. And you want to make sure both your teams are in here. So as you can see, only one of my teams made it in here. So we're going to add a team, and we're going to select an existing team. And this is where I'm going to pull in the other team that I thought I told it to bring in, but it did not bring in it. So it's always a good rule of thumb to go double check and make sure that your teams are both available. So I got my 2 teams in here, and that's check number 1. I got my 2 boards in there. That's really good. And now we're going to configure our team, and we're going to go back and configure the other team as well. But here's what you got to do here. So when you add your team, right, you have all the people in there. You're going to go with your issue source. We're going to tell it where your team exists. And I believe I gave Platt to the AWS support. And you're going to want to write these things down in case you don't have them memorized. And then your planning style should be Scrum. You do have the option between Scrum and Kanban, but if you're doing program planning, you're most likely going to be doing SAFe, which means you're most likely doing Scrum to a certain degree. You're going to pick your sprint length. They should be the same, right? 2 weeks is ideally, but make sure they're consistent across whatever setting you set up here. And then we have our capacity. So this is how many story points can the entire team, not one individual, but what is the capacity for the entire team? Okay. Now I got a question here from Israel. Is there a work items limit in program plans? Like, yeah. So because the program is pulling the data from the plan, we have the hard ceiling of 5,000. So we can't add more work than what the plan can support, which is 5,000 at the max. Which is also why my thing's kind of sluggish. I'm probably pulling in like 4,700 right now. So a lot of work is in this plan, and we're not going to use it all. Okay. But the capacity, you will need to figure out your capacity. Now, the best way to show or figure out your capacity is to go look at your velocity charts in Jira. If you've never used them, let me show you real quickly. I'm going to go to another tab here and go back into Jira because your velocity is, or your capacity is going to be very, very important. You need to know, before we get this far, you need to know how many points your team can actually handle. All right. And so you're going to want to go, okay, I don't know why my Jira is freezing up on me. Um, you're gonna want to go into your projects, and eventually, when these things load, wow, this is why I'm not too happy with this new UI. I don't think it's my internet. I know that I'm streaming here, but I do not think it's my internet. I think it's this Jira. Come on, Jira, you can do this. Here we go. So you're gonna want to go into your board eventually, if and when Jira decides to cooperate with me. All right. Well, while that's loading, we're gonna answer some questions. So this is not points, it's weekly hours, right? So you get to choose, Funir. You get to choose if you pick Scrum. So that's a great question. So if we pick Scrum, it's going to be points. If we pick Kanban, we don't get it. It's just hours. I think this might be a typo here because this should be story points. But I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it also has to do with how you have your board set up. So you can go to your board settings and you can go to your estimation and make sure that they're all set to story points. Then everything should be story points. This is the best method because when you go look at your reports and you look at your velocity chart, it's going to give you the capacity of your team here. And so this is usually processed but in story points, because if you use anything other than story points, I believe your velocity chart doesn't work. And so you're not going to get the information you want. And so you want to make sure that you're using story points for this. Okay. Um, so what if my team's using Kanban? One team's using Kanban and the other one's using Scrum. So if one team's using Scrum and one team's using Kanban, then you have a mix match, and you can do it. You're just not going to complain, but at that point, you're going to have again a less than ideal experience because this whole program thing is, well, you'll see what it looks like in a second here, but it's designed to show you all your sprints and help you pre-plan your sprints so you can see all your dependencies and stuff. And so if you have one team using Scrum and one team using Kanban, it's okay, but you're shooting yourself in the foot. Yeah, so there is, yeah, so you're right. So there is a setting. We'll go take a look at that one as well. All right, so this is right here, your charts, right? So you want to look at your velocity chart. This is going to tell you how many story points your team can usually signs up for. But the most important one you're looking for is how many they complete. So in this case, I have a bad example because they never finished anything. But the average of this number, that's what you're going to want to put in your capacity. Okay. So we'll go back, and again, I'm just going to leave us for 200 for now, but make sure that this number is representative of the actual number that you and your team are responsible for. So don't leave the default of 200 unless your team actually does 200 points, right? So I'm going to click on done for that to save that one down, and I'm going to close this Jira down because my speed is very slow here. And so once you do it for one, you're going to do it for the other. So you can click on this over here, go to team settings, and then you're going to, again, map to the other board, set Scrum, set your capacities. I'm going to leave everything the same, but again, you're going to want to tweak these to your specific needs. All right. And so the other thing we're going to do is we're going to check our settings over here. We're going to click on these new dots, plan settings. And yeah, so our estimate is in days. So we're going to want to move this one to story points just so that we have consistency there. It does default to days when you make a brand new plan. And so keep that in mind. Now we're going to go back. Whoops, too far back. Oh boy, where are my plans at? Here we go. Program planning demo one. All right, and now I'm gonna just out of curiosity to see if any of those settings changed anything. We're gonna double check to see if those that wording changed to from hours to story points. Holy moly! Do not bring in almost 5,000 issues or work items into your thing because Jira will go sluggish. Atlassian, you might want to lower the limit here. Okay, yeah. So now that I changed it to points, you can see that this did change. So we want to change it back, right? So this is now in points. So again, let's just say 100 points for each team, and so we're going to change that up so that we understand that each capacity, the capacity for each sprint is 100 points. And so yeah, so very very important. Good call here, Frank. Right. So this points or the measure, the unit here is going to be dictated by the plan settings, and make sure you are in story points or whatever one you and your team need. All right. All right, folks. At this point, 26 minutes in, we have done all the homework, all the necessary plumbing to then be able to use the program. So go ahead and click on program now, and we are ready to create our very first program. Um, not enterprise though. I had access in our dev, but no. Yeah, sorry, Amy. You might want to sign up for your own Jira, and keep in mind that if you can sign up for your own Jira, just go to atlassian.com, and then you can buy Jira for free, and then just start a free 30-day trial. And as long as you don't ever put your credit card, you can basically keep it going forever, because once your 30 days ends, you can go revert back to free. And as long as you stay under 10 people and just for your own demos, then you can always promote yourself back up to premium and just kind of rinse and repeat, and you can keep it premium for a while. Just don't ever go over 10 people. Okay, so now we're ready to actually plan our next quarter using a program board, right? And again, this is going to give us the ability to plan sprints for multiple teams, manage the capacity, and then visualize the dependency. So I'm going to show you basically these three things over the last 30 minutes that we got together. So we're going to click on create program board, and you're going to want to give this program board, right? So don't confuse this with a Jira board, but this is your program board. And this, again, you can call it from the quarter, whatever you're going to do it. I like to put the quarters, right? So I like to do like, what are we in, Q2 3, right? We're in Q3 2025, and you set your start date, which started, let's just assume that the start date is today, right? And we're going to go 2-week durations, and we want 6 columns, right? So this is going to get us out to the next quarter. And then, so that's telling us that we're gonna basically end around the 14th, which is very much, if we had we started on the 1st, then we would actually hit the quarter, right? But again, we have a little bit of a late start, and so we're gonna end a little bit into Q4. Now, you have the ability to narrow down your items, because I'm pulling in 4,600, right? Almost 4,700 items. If you want to optionally, right? If you wanted to do extra homework before even all the steps that I showed you earlier, there's one other thing that you can do, and that is you can use either a label or a custom field to kind of call out what should be in your plan. Now, I'm going to accept all the work. I want to see all 4687, but if you've already kind of put things into a version, right? If you've already put things into your fixed version, let me see, release. No, never mind. Don't use fixed version. But you could use again a label or another custom field that is in your plan, that's going to allow you to say, okay, don't show me everything, but rather just show me these like 100 items, right? Maybe you want to restrict this to only plan on your epics. Maybe you just want to do initiatives, right? So if you want to limit this list down, then definitely take advantage of like a label field or some custom field to bring that value down. Now I'm going to just click create because I haven't done any of that up front. But that's totally optional for you if you don't want to get down to the nitty details of seeing every story, task, and bug and everything. And so this right here is our board. And again, I have almost 5,000 items, which is why we're kind of sluggish. And we have an infinite loop here. There we go. We got rid of that. And this is what the program board looks like. So let me walk you through what you're seeing and how this is all going to work. So first, you can search, right? So if you know the actual key, I don't have any keys memorized, but if you wanted to search for like plat 33257, you could just type in plat 33257. 257, and it'll find it for you. So if you already know the key, you can search for it there. We have the ability to change between your boards. So you can have up to 10 boards here. And so we can create new boards. We can manage different boards. So you don't have to just plan one. So your actual plan can have multiple boards, multiple program boards in it. And so we're just going to keep it simple with one, but just know that you can add a couple of other boards if you wanted to as well. Yeah, so Angie says, yeah, correct. You want to add a label like, yeah, PI7, right? That'll work. Um, you can also filter by specific epics. If you just wanted to see the work on a specific epic, this is going to be handy. We'll come back and use this in a little bit. But this kind of just filters down, right? We have 4,700 items. Maybe we want to focus on planning out this epic. That's the most important epic that our team wants to work on. We'll plan that one out. We have type as well. So maybe you just want to see your epics. Maybe you just want to see the tasks. Maybe you just want to see the bugs. And so you can do that as well. And then if you just want to do a project at a time, you can just again filter everything else and just see the work items that belong to a specific project. And then we'll be able to see dependencies that are on track or off track as well when we get there. Okay. We can also go full screen. So if you want to just focus on the plan, because let's face it, there's a lot happening in this UI. We're very crunched up in here. I recommend you go full screen. And then you have a couple of view settings, like you can expand and collapse everything. So you can collapse it all, you can expand it all. You can show the dependencies, which we'll show you in a second. We can actually focus and just show me the dependencies for a specific work item. We'll get a demo of that as well. And then you can see which fields you want to see within the view here. Okay, so I'm going to pause there. Any questions on just the UI? Let me see if there's any burning questions over here. I think we're good. I don't think I see anything too alarming. Okay, so this next part's going to be, it becomes a little bit more trivial, but again, trivial is not the right word. This next part's optional, okay? Because let me show you what we got down here, okay? So we have these 6 columns, and these 6 columns are broken up because remember we told Jira that we were going to have 6 2-week columns, right? And so it went ahead and did that for us. But now we have this add sprints button. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to click on this, and this is going to allow us to basically call out our sprints. And you're just going to go through it and make sure you just select all your sprints, right? This is why you wanted to have all 6 sprints. Now, again, you don't have to do this, but if you go through this effort and you actually map your sprints out, some other cool features are going to be enabled. So we're going to go through that and enable all of those sprints. And so we just added them for that particular team. I'm going to come back in. And in the future, if I ever do this again, remind me not to include the project that has 5,000 items in it. Somebody slap me next time. Christopher wants to know, will allow you to do advanced filters. So what you see is what you get. And so any advanced filters you would have to do at the JQL level and bring in only that work into your plan. And so you'll either have to JQL for your plan or just live with the consequences that I have. What you see is what you get, Christopher. So what we were able to do there is what we got. Okay, so we have our sprints here. So you can see that now each sprint is associated with each column. That's good, right? And so when I hover over them, I want you to look at this, right? Because now it's going to show us how many points are allocated, or how many of the 100 points that we have per sprint allocated have we used up. So this is going to help us with planning our sprints, because we're going to be able to figure out if we're at capacity or not, right? And so just for fun, we're going to do the other team as well. And so we're going to just do all the sprints here. And I'm just going to make sure that every sprint is added to this. Okay. We'll click on add, and then we're good to go there. So give that a second, and this will load up with the new sprints. Oh boy, definitely never ever ever include all like 5,000. Just because it says it can hold 5,000 doesn't mean that it should hold 5,000. This is painfully sluggish. All right, we have all of our sprints. All right, now we can ignore these messages that keep popping up 3 times, and we're ready to roll. All right, so next, what you're going to want to do now is you want to basically start putting your work based on your your PI planning, right? So if you're doing PI planning, program increment planning, I've also heard it called big room planning, right? You come up with this like big master plan, if you will, of what do we want to do, right? What does a plan look like? Which stories do we need to do, right? And so I'm gonna randomly do this, but you would want to put a lot of thought into this, right? But let's just say that this is the most important story, and you're like, this one needs to be done by this team here. And so it will eventually make its way on there, right? And so I'm going to hide unassigned just to give us a little bit more room. And so you can see that we now have a story. It's worth 3 points, and we put it into this sprint, right? Now at this point, if I were to go into Jira, I'm not going to because it's just so painfully slow. But if I were to go into Jira, you're not going to see anything because just like the plans, you have to save your changes. So we're not going to save them yet, but at the end we'll push our changes, and then you'll see everything gets figured out. Okay. And so you would say, hey, well, this story is super important. We're going to work on that one. And then we just, again, I'm going to randomly bring some things in here just to kind of demonstrate what this looks like. Now, this, again, do not recommend you pull in 4,600 items. Jira will cripple when it's under load. Okay. And then we can add some to future sprints as well. So they don't have to be all in the same sprint, and you have the ability to go out to multiple sprints later, right? So I can actually come all the way over here and go, this one has to happen over here, right? And so you just go through the exercise, and this is where having that label or filtering, as what we're going to do next, is going to help, right? And so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to actually go to the other team's board, and ooh, this is not good. I wanted to see the other team. Let me not do that then. Let's collapse this team, and we're gonna go to mobile. I'm gonna type in mobile. Actually, you know what? Let's do it in Epic. We're gonna do this Epic. Nope, this is still giving it to me under unassigned. I don't want it unassigned. It goes to the other team. Okay, so for the front end wizards, we're gonna do this. I don't even have stories here. Here we go. This one. We're gonna do this story goes here. Okay, and we're gonna grab another story. We're gonna grab this story. And my Jira is painfully slow. Apologize for this, folks. Next time, I'm gonna pull in a Jira project that does not have almost 5,000. I wanted to play on the safe side because if I don't have enough stories, then this demo becomes very boring. Okay, so you basically go through this exercise, right? This is go refer to your safe training and whatnot. But there's a method to the madness here. You don't wouldn't just randomly pull things in. I am because I'm a team of one, right? But you basically go through the exercise where you go through all of the work and you can filter by your epics, you can filter by the type, and you just go through this exercise where you plan out this work, right? So each team ultimately is going to be meta capacity. So when you hover here, you can see how many points we have for the sprint. And so we want to add as many stories as we can to get us up to our capacity, right? And so you just go through this exercise sprint by sprint by sprint by sprint until eventually I would recommend you get to like maybe 70-80% on the high side of capacity. Don't fill up 100% to capacity because we are planning, we're sitting here on July 22nd, but we're basically being asked to predict the future all the way through the middle of October, right? And I don't know about you, but I'm not much of a gambler, and I'm not very good at fortune telling either. And so, because I can't predict the future, you don't want to pigeonhole yourself by planning out the whole sprint. That then your plan becomes very what's the word I'm looking for? Not flexible, I guess is the closest thing I can say. And so we want to make sure we're a little under. So I recommend 70%, right? So don't fill it up. Get 70 points out of 100. Don't fill it up to 100. 80 if you're feeling lucky, right? But you basically go through the exercise and fill this whole thing out. You do have the ability to create new stories here, though. So if you have a story, right, because in the heat of the moment, this conversation is going to pop up, and you're going to go, "Hey, I need to do this, or I need to do that," or whatever whatever the conversation goes. You're able to create new stories here. You can create a new story, a task, whatever work items you have. You can change the project that it's in, and so you have that ability to do that. And so again, so don't feel compelled like you have to have your story already pre-existing. You can actually create stories on the spot. Okay. Now, here's where the magic is going to really kind of shine, right? Because you're going to figure out, this is the easy part in my opinion, right? Somebody, the squeaky wheel usually gets the oil. And so somebody in your team, probably like a tech lead or something like that, they're going to have an opinion, right? Maybe your product owner, right? Maybe your product manager, but somebody's going to have an opinion about which stories need to be done and by when, right? And so this is going to give you two benefits. One, for that specific team, you get to see the work that we want to plan out, right? And Maria, you were going to get exactly into this. And this is exactly what we're trying to get into, right? Because just laying out your stories, cool, um, helpful, but order of operations matters, right? PEMDAS, right? Parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. The thing we learned in like since grade school. That's very important to us, right? You can't just blindly work on work. Usually, work is interrelated, and you need to do it in the right order. And so, what we like about our plans is that it's going to give us two big advantages. One, for each of these items, you can click into it, click on these action button here, and you're going to be able to add a dependency. And when you click on that, you're going to be able to pick if you're blocking or if you're being blocked by, and then you pick the story, right? And now notice that I can block a story, right? I got plat as one and then mobile as the others. So I can block a story by either another story on my swim lane or from the other team. So I'm going to do both just to show you. So we're going to do plat, and I really want, hold up. So what happens when I'm prepared to this gunfight here? What is the 33259? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this particular story and I'm going to add a dependency that I'm blocked by, and then I'm going to type in plat dash 33259, which is the one all the way at the end. Okay, and I'm going to add that. And so now we see this line. And so this is going to help us. If you've ever done a classic PI planning, right? I remember so vividly. My very first program increment planning that we did, we had this giant butcher paper, like humongous butcher paper. It's like the size of a whiteboard. And we had all of our stories and everything, like columns, just the way this looks right here. And then I remember we had the yarn. We actually grabbed red yarn and we started, taping the yarn onto the stories to see the dependencies. But holy moly, was it hard. Once you had yarn everywhere, it was so hard to see what was actually dependent on what. And then glue and stickiness of a sticky is not as well as advertised. And yeah, PI plans were called spaghetti in my previous company because of the dependencies. Yeah, it looked like red spaghetti. But this makes it cool because you can basically reenact that similar behavior and feeling, right? Because you can essentially link things together, right? We can say, hey, these two things are blocked by this particular same item. And so once we have these lines, then we can do something with this, right? Then we can say, hold up, we got a problem here, Skipper, right? We got a problem because this story is done on week 5 or sprint 5, yet we have two items that are dependent on it. And so, you got to take a time out because that doesn't quite work out very well. And so now this is where you can now negotiate, right? Now you can go, okay, well, we can fix that right away, right? You can move that you can move that story to the current sprint if it ever moves. Come on, Jira. You can do it. There it is. Right. And so now you're self dependent, right? Now you're self dependent within yourself in the same sprint. But to make it a little bit easier to eliminate the dependency, we just simply negotiate, right? This is a negotiation you got to do. And you just move those stories out. Because remember, at this point, all we're doing is planning. We're not committing to anything just yet. We're trying to lay out our plan, right? We want our plan to be ideal. And so all we're doing is essentially moving cards around to get the right plan, because you don't want to go to war without a plan, right? You want to arrive at the battlefield with at least a plan. Even if the plan goes to hell, the moment you step foot on the battle plan, you still want a plan. And so this is helpful here because we can now link our items together. And again, this is going to carry through to the regular plan view, and you're going to be able to see these dependencies. However, here when you click on them, Um, oops, not there. Where are you? Sorry. When you click over here and you go and look at this particular story here, so we're gonna type in plat 33259. Right? We're gonna see those dependencies, and because they're gray, again, Jira's trying to keep it a little cleaner for us, and so we don't have to see them. But the dependencies never disappear; they're there. But these are just healthy dependencies because, as Maria was asking here, we have our predecessors, right? We know that this needs to happen first, and then we're gonna be able to see this. So Jira does a pretty good job at cleaning that up for us, so we don't have to see all those dependencies, but we'll be able to see them there because they're technically there. It's only when things get sideways on you that things don't look good. All right. Now, the other thing that we can do, right, is we can take this particular story here, right, and mobile 28, and we're going to make it dependent on plat 33256. I want to show you what this looks like, right? So you can take this particular story here and we can add a dependency, and they don't have to be within the same Jira project. So one of the nice things about this program view, and this is very much realistic to the real world, is that you're oftentimes working with other teams, right? And so you're working with other teams, and so you are going to have dependencies across multiple teams. And so this is where things get much more interesting, but this is good, right? Because now it's kind of one thing to negotiate internally within your team. I think you have a little bit more autonomy there, and your team dynamics come into play, right? Like, hey, we're on the same team. We should be able to work together. But where things get real tricky and real hairy real quick is when you got to work across two different teams with two competing priorities and two different cultures and all that other good stuff. And so this view here makes the conversation a little bit more objective, right? And so you can go, wait, hold up. You guys are going to work on this story, but we're not going to work on it here because we have our dependency with this one, right? Because now you have the traceability of the dependencies. And so you can go, you if you guys are going to want to start this one, you have to go to at least this sprint over here, right? And so now you can move it to eliminate those dependencies. So now you have the order, right? Now you know that this story has to happen first, because then these two stories have to happen next, which then is going to enable this story to happen next. And so, and you avoid that duplicative work, you avoid those conflicts that arise because people didn't over communicate expectations, and you're able to visually see these dependencies. You're visually able to see how this work is interrelated so that you work at the right time. But more important is you can communicate with your stakeholders and go, hey, we had a plan and your timelines were a little bit more aggressive. But now that we know, right now that we've sat down, we have our stories and our ducks in a row, we can tell you that the earliest we can finish this particular thing is going to be September 2nd, right? And that's assuming again everything goes perfect at that point, right? But you can see how the conversation goes from like, hey, everything needed to be done by August 5th, but you're like, no, based on order of operations, based on dependencies, based on objective data, earliest we can finish this particular feature, right? If you were doing feature based or whatever you want to do, you can now reliably say it's actually gonna come closer to the end of this sprint over here on September 2nd. And so that, my friends, is how you use these program views, right? It's not as in depth, right? Again, your mileage is going to vary because your teams are going to be, a little bit more special, right? The real world is always a little bit more different. But I'm going to pause here to see if there's any questions. Otherwise, I think I've given you everything you'll need to know to use this program view. The last thing to do would be to hit your save changes here. And I don't know what happened there, so hopefully not my thing doesn't get all messed up. But you save your changes, and then they're pushed into Jira, so those dependencies are there. All those stories are now in your sprints, and so they've made it over there. So now you're just ready to start your sprint when you get there, and you're good to go there. So it's not gonna let me again. I'm not gonna troubleshoot why it's not gonna let me here. But essentially, you just save your changes. Oh, there it is. Okay. um, Push everything into Jira. You'll have your dependencies, any rankings that we would have done, right? All of that gets preserved and gets pushed into your actual Jira projects. And so now when you go to your board, which is what I'm going to demonstrate next, everything's going to be in their sprints. Okay. And so let's wait a second here while these changes get saved. And let's see what happens. I want to remind you to hit that subscribe button. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, we got 100 of you here in the chat and in the call today, and we are trying to get to 100,000 subscribers. So, if you haven't hit the subscribe button and you found this video valuable, make sure you support the channel here and hit that subscribe button. And also, needs to drop for a warm meeting. Thanks. Yeah. So just real quickly, you all notice that chat here is green. At least it looks green to me, and that's because he's a member. So if you do want to become a member, you get early access to all my videos. You have member only videos that I drop, and then we're gonna have member only streams and office hours. So if you want some one-on-one time with me, we have that as well. So how do we deal with external? How are we going to deal with external dependency? So Kima, you gotta pull in all the people, all the teams, right? Your board can handle up to 5,000 items, and so you want to pull in all the boards. You don't want external to be outside of this, right? Because if you have true external, right? If you're dealing with like ultra external, like maybe another vendor or another company, then you got to put stories, you got to like fake it a little bit, you got to make like a story to deal with that dependency and then add a dependency to that. But yeah, ultimately you want to minimize, right? You want to minimize how many true external dependencies you have. Okay, so our plan got saved, so we're going to go into our Jira project, and I'm going to go into my mobile, I think it was mobile dev. No, Cowboys. Where are my Cowboys at? There we go. We're going to go into the Cowboys backlog. And we're going to see that all those stories that we created are in here. So that's good, right? And so we basically pre-planned a bunch of our sprints using this method. We're going to be learning two main things. Plan summary overview. So we're going to go over that. We're going to spend 10, 15 minutes on the overview. And then we're going to go and spend 10, 15 minutes on building a dashboard, but not just any dashboard. We're going to be using the coveted, the very special, very important issues in portfolio child's issue of. And I'm going to show you how to use this to build better dashboards given the way that the plan presents our data. So with that said, we're going to leave the slides. We'll come back a little bit later, and we're going to jump into our plans. We're going to come back to here. Everybody close your eyes. Here we go. We're in a plan. And it doesn't matter which plan right now, right? So at this point, we're again 8 months into this. So at this point, if you're following along, you should have a plan. You should have data in your plan. Holy moly, we got some more breaking news. We got Sarah here, just became another YouTube member. So thank you, Sarah, so much for the support here. Again, you get free access to the, well, I wouldn't say free access, but you get early access to the videos. Days before they drop, you get access to member only videos and member only live streams. And I got a lot planned because once I'm done with the Summer of Atlassian and I don't have to publish a daily video, I'm going to be nurturing this community quite a bit. So Sarah, Chad, Christy, who just joined as well, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, we're definitely we're getting the membership train going on today. So thank you so much. Yeah, I just have a couple of engineers. Sorry, Corey. Yeah, I have a couple. It's no big deal, right? Okay. So we have our plan. And again, we have data. At this point, you got to go watching some of the other recording to get this far if you're new, but just know that you need to have a plan with Jira data in it, and hopefully you're active, okay? But what we're going to be focusing on today is a summary tab up here. So let me zoom in a little bit to make this a little bit easier for y'all to see. But we have a summary tab that is built in natively into the plans. And I'm going to walk you through what it is you're seeing here, because some of this information is actually quite valuable and very, very helpful. And I typically use it to help drive these multi-million-dollar decisions. So we're going to be focusing on the summary and giving you an in-depth view there. Sarah says, my paid ones are you and Robert, so figured I can swing it. Thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate it. I know Robert, he's starting out. I got a couple years on him, but I know he's got the membership as well. So thank you. You folks have no idea what this means to us as creators, as folks, because Atlassian doesn't pay us or reimburse us or do anything monetary with this. It's just the Rob and I are on here just for the love of the game, and so we appreciate you supporting us with your finances. So hopefully we'll do you good and keep providing you an infinite amount of value here. All right, I just left Rob's course on. Yeah, so Rob and I we kind of keep the whole morning going, right? It's like Tech Tuesday or something, like the whole morning you're learning content. So So I'm glad you all come over here after Rob's. Go says raw passion like 70s dance floors. Yes. Although I wasn't born in the 70s, so I can't say that I've ever been on a 70s dance floor. But I get the gesture. Okay. So what do we see in this summary view? First, the biggest thing that you got to know is that the majority of the information on here if not all of it, is dictated by Atlassian. It's going to show your data. It's going to show your information relative to like your plan, but the actual boxes themselves, those are governed by Atlassian. So what do we see? Well, I'm going to come back to this date one, right? But essentially, you get to pick your date, and so you are going to be able to. This is like the only dynamic part. Well, there's like 2 or 3 dynamic parts that you can do, but one of the big dynamic parts that you get a little bit of control over is the date. So you get to pick your range. So if you want to look at the last quarter, you can do fixed dates here, or you can do relative if you just wanted to show you the last 2 weeks and the next 4 weeks. So it's up to you on how you want to show this, whether it's relative, so it's always changing day by day, or if you want to very specifically look at a quarter, 90-day period of performance or something like that, you can set your dates. So when you set those dates, the data down below gets updated to reflect those dates. So if I'm using the plan, I'm looking at least a quarter at a time. So I would probably use fixed, and I would go back to, what is it, June 1st? No, that doesn't make sense. March, June, July 1st is the start of first quarter, right? So let's just start with July 1st as the start of a new quarter. And so I would be looking at July 1st through today, because I mean, that's all we can do now. But this would be the most recent quarter. And then of course we can go even further back into the March, April, or April, May, June quarter. And so, yeah, so you can change this around and it'll show you that data based on, again, this selection. Now, once you pick your dates, we have unassigned work. So again, this is not anything that you get to pick, right? You can't. I wish that you can change what these boxes represented, but Atlassian has dictated this for us. And this first box here is going to show us anything within this period that's within scope of the plan that is unassigned. And so these are going to be great heavy hitter, like, let's get started in the day. What should we start tackling? Well, let's go look at unassigned work, because when you click on this button, you're going to be able to see any item that it doesn't have any assignees to it. So as you can see here, these 4 epics are unassigned. And folks, what happens when we have unassigned work? Well, nobody takes accountability, or nobody gets credit for when the work gets completed, and nobody takes accountability to get the work completed. So you always want to put as best as possible, especially at the epic level and up. I'm a huge proponent of making sure that everything epic and up is assigned, because once you assign it to somebody, it makes it real. It makes it very, very real for that person that is on the receiving end of the assignment, right? And whoever becomes the assignee. And now they're responsible. Now they have to have accountability. Now they have to have responsibility to go and make sure that that work gets done. But if nobody's assigned to that work, then the probability that it gets completed goes down quite a bit. And so make sure that you're taking advantage of this fact that Atlassian is automatically telling us what work is unassigned, so we can go and make sure that that work is assigned. Next up, we have critical priority work. Now, again, this is Atlassian's doing this for us. I don't think you get to manipulate this, but essentially what they do is they take the highest priority level in your plan, and then you get to see which items are the most critical. So again, these items here that you're looking at are super critical, right? So you want to use your priority accurately. You don't want to just randomly make everything critical. You don't want to randomly leave everything as medium as a default, right? You want to judge, and you want to have good definitions. What is critical? What is highest? What is high? What is medium? I'll tell you a great story. I used to work in the defense world, in the aerospace world, and we use priorities quite a bit. The priority field was very, very important, because we had somebody's gonna die priority, right? So if we had a bug, I worked in aircraft, right? And if aircrafts fall out of the sky, people tend to get hurt quite a bit, right? And so we reserved a priority level at the highest if we felt that lives were at danger. I know it's very, very extreme, but you kind of need that, right? But the takeaway here is you should have very good definitions of what each priority level means, because when I put something critical, right, plane go up, plane no go down, right? We don't want planes to come down, at least not accidentally. Right? We want to make sure people stay alive, and that no lives are ever in danger. So if you work in automotive, in the automotive industry, you might have critical items if the occupants in the vehicle are in danger at any point because of some story that you have in Jira. You want to make sure those get addressed. If you're working at Netflix, maybe your criticality is a little bit differently, right? But I would assume that if Netflix goes down, every minute you can't stream Netflix, it's probably every minute that you can't make revenue. And so you want to make sure that you're using these priority levels appropriately, so that you can communicate with your team accurately what the expectations are. Sarah says, I found out when I worked in Las Vegas, don't assign that priority unless it literally stops our operations. Yeah. So you want to have one of those. You want to leave that chicken little, the sky is falling, like something has hit the fan, as they say on the internets, right? Because you need that super high level priority because the plan is going to take that item and it's going to put it right in front of our faces. So that we as a project managers we can go and address the resources to fix that problem, because any critical priority work is going to be a huge problem. And again, people can die, people can have just really bad things, right? Operations stop, you stop making money. If I was reading a book recently over the weekend where you have a business as long as you can make money, and if you can't make money you don't have a business. And so if you have items that are critical priority that are stopping your business from making money, what's the domino effect? So these are the items that you want to look at there. Up next, we have overdue work items. So again, this is using the due date. Now, very carefully, one little pro tip for you all here is when you go to your plan settings here, you get to determine which field becomes your end date. And so make sure you use the appropriate due date, because these are going to be giving these two dates here control the bar. It controls the actual, well, let me show you, right? So when you set your start date and your due date fields here, it will control under your timeline view, it'll control an actual date, right? So if I were to put, let me see if I can scroll over nicely here. Apparently not, because I put my dates all the way over here. So let me see if I can move this date over. So let me make some movie magic here. Everybody give me a second here to change my due date. I need to make it a date that's a little closer to within my range. So if I make my due date to be last Friday, right? And then I go back into my plan. Let me see if I can get back to my plan. Folks, who's liking the new UI? Who got used to it? I'm still struggling with it. Okay, so here we have an item that has a due date of August 22nd, which was last Friday. And so now when I go to my summary view, we have an overdue work item. However, because of the way plan settings work, you can technically change this to be event date, right? And if I go back to my plan, you'll notice that if I do a quick refresh, my due date is, oh no, my due date has changed, right? And the reason that is because I'm governing it based on that field. And so this is good. This is exactly what I was expecting, but you can see that my fields are all off now because I'm using a completely different date field. So don't be confused. Don't be thinking that the due date is the due date. It's going to be whatever's governed here. So you want to make sure that you put the correct value here, or you're using the correct field here. Otherwise, don't expect this stuff to work correctly. So this is very much influenced by that due date field, and you want to make sure you pick the right due date field, especially if you have like a request to completion date or something else in your plan. This data is going to look a little bit different for you. And then we have our blocked items. Now, these are going to be blocked as in you have to link stories together. And so if I open this particular item, it should have maybe not this one, but maybe a child within it. Let me see if I can go back in time here. There should be somewhere in here some items that are blocked somehow. So I'm not sure where. Here we go. You see this red line. This is a clear indicator that an item is blocked, and only when we link items together with this relationship are we going to get the block. So if you have a status of blocked, that's not going to cut it. If you have a status or a priority of blocked, or you're flagging issues or work items in your plans, that's not going to do it. You have to have a blocked relationship between two dates, which means you need to do the dates and you need to do the relationship, the linking between work items to effectively get your blocked items, which is not always ideal. Not every team follows this. Alistair asks, will it stop people working on them early? If you set the start date and the due date, could a dev pick them up early if they're working ahead of the plan? Yeah. So at the end of the day, your plan, you're right, your timeline view here you use it as a reference point. Ultimately, the work gets planned into your sprint. So you have a bigger problem. You gotta have to talk with either your scrum master, or if you're also the scrum master, then your developer should only be working on items that make it to the sprint. For these items in our plan, like epics, initiatives, themes, whatever I have going on in here. Let me see. I have epics here. I have features and initiatives. For these items that are above the at the epic level and up, because those items normally don't go into your sprint, they're governed a little bit differently, and so you can start them, you can do whatever you want with them. Jira's not going to complain if I have an item that I'm going to work in 2026 and I move it to in progress today. That's it. Jira doesn't care. And so it's going to let you do that just fine. Where you're going to get into some trouble is if you start working on stories or bugs or tasks before they plan to the sprint. That's where you could be disrupting your sprint plan, and you want to check with your scrum master to make sure that your team is working on the right work at the right time. What I find to be very helpful, though very beneficial, is that I can use this plan here and the dates that I've governed for the epic, for the initiative, for the feature, right? I can use those dates that I have governed to help influence when the story should be planned into a sprint. So if you go back, you might want to go back to last month's session where we talked about this program plan. Here you can take your tasks and you can preemptively put them into various sprints. And so you can kind of pre-plan your sprint out. Not always, this is not like my biggest recommendation. Like I don't always do this because I'm usually more on the agile level. But if if you're doing scaled agile, then you're gonna love this, right? And so I would say that's my answer for you. Rodney says, new stream, who's this? Well, you know who it is. It's Rodney. Alistair says, agreed, but occasionally if we build a conservative sprint, they finish their task early and then, yeah. I will tell you that this is an exception, not the rule. I have, in all the years that I've been doing this stuff, Alistair, it's rare when somebody finishes the work and the commitments early. But yeah, if your team can swing it and you somehow have like a superstar team, then absolutely this is something I would highly recommend that you all take advantage of and pull in, right? You can always pull in to your sprint, but just make sure that your team's being accountable and responsible and that they're finishing the other work that they should have been doing before they pulled in new work. All right. So that's that one there. Oops, went too far back. Let's go back in the summary. We're basically done with that top row. So that's how that top row works. And so now let's get into these bigger boxes. We have a couple of bigger boxes here that are going to be a little dynamic. I love this. And before we get too far, one thing that you should also know is that in Jira, if you go to a project, let me go to a Jira project. Again, I do not like this new UI, folks. I know that I sound like a broken record, but I really do not like this new UI. Okay, so inside of a Jira project, you'll see that we have a summary view as well. And we get very similar data. It's not the exact data, but we get very similar data. We get status overview, recent activity, priority breakdown, types of work, team workload, and epic progress. So that's free. Everybody gets this. The plan is only available to premium and enterprise customers of the Atlassian cloud. And so we're going to get something very similar. We're going to get status overview, work item progress, key dependencies, team progress, and team capacity. The only difference here, though, is that these are a little bit more dynamic. I can actually pick my status overview to see my stories, or for my epics, for my projects or features, or for my initiatives. And so this is like the one big difference that you don't get in this project one, because the project one is just for the items in that project. So the scope is narrow to just that project. And so whenever you want to combine two or more projects, you need to build a plan. And then here, this summary view is going to be an aggregate of the two or more projects, which I really, really like. And I think is a very useful feature and one that I highly encourage, right? If you have to track two different Jira project teams, right? If you have two different Jira projects and they kind of work together, they're working on the same product, then instead of suffering with the out of the box Jira project, create a plan, pull both those projects in, and now your summary overview is going to give you this view. So that aside, this first one is just going to give you a status breakdown, right? So it's going to give you relative to the items in your project or your plan. You're going to see not the statuses themselves, though. These are going to be the status categories. So if I open up this to do, we have some to do like, although maybe, just maybe, no, you know what? It says it to me right here. So this is going to show you the status category. So at the high level, it doesn't care if you have a code review, a peer review status, a testing status. It's just going to show it to you by color category. So it's not going to show you the explicit statuses, while over here in this view here, you do get a breakdown by each status. So this is the actual statuses in the project one. So if you have a project with a lot of statuses, let me see if I can get to one right here. If you have a bunch of statuses in a project, these are not mine. So these are not my projects. So I don't normally customize them all that much. But if you have a crazy, crazy workflow, it's going to show up here in a crazy, crazy way. And so let's see. Let's see if any of these got updated. Nope. So, but unfortunately, in the plan, you don't get the individual statuses. You get the status category. So keep that in mind. But you do get the added benefit that you can toggle between your stories to your epics and stuff like that. Now, one other thing for you to note here, that the story is not the story itself. It's going to be, if you come over to the gear and you go to your work items, you go to your word type hierarchy, it's saying story because this says story here. So if you don't want it to say story because maybe you're using bugs, maybe you're using subtasks, maybe you're using bugs, maybe you're using tasks, maybe you're using stories as well. It's whatever you call it here. So you may need to rename it. Out of the box, it is called a story. And that's why we see story right here. Okay, to the right side of that, we now see our work items in progress. And so this one is going to tell us, like, here's an epic. And based on the children of that epic, we're going to see the percent complete. So you can show all statuses. You can also show projects and features, and you can go up. Now, I don't have a whole lot here in this plan, but as you can see here, that relative to the children of this particular initiative, this initiative is 100% complete because the children are 100% in progress because the children are all in progress. And if I open up MP2, you're going to see that my child is in progress. If I were to move my child to backlog and I go back, then this one gets updated to not be in to do. So the more children I have, the more dynamic and granular this is going to look, and the better it's going to, the more accurate of a representation of percent complete this is going to be. Now, one little pro tip for all you watching at home. Let me first get some water. One little pro tip. Jira items tend to disappear from your plan. Okay, you want to be very careful here. Inside of your plan settings, and the new UI, I don't know why I don't have the new UI, but the new UI is not given to me, but there is a whole new UI for this. But there's an exclusion section. Okay, you want to go to your exclusion area of your plan, and by default, Jira is going to remove anything that was finished in the last 30 days. All right. And so now you got two date fields that are going to be playing against you here that might sway your data to give you fake data when in reality, Jira is not lying. You just picked the wrong dates. And so you want to be very careful here because when you move something to done, 30 days later, that item is taken out. So if we're looking at a quarterly view and we finished this 60 days ago, that item is not going to show up. And therefore, our summary view is going to be swayed because it's not going to show us those done items because they're not in the plan anymore. And so you want to be very careful that two things, your range up here is the full 90 days. And then I would go a step further and go to my plan settings and make sure that my exclusion rule is like 100 days, just to give me a little bit of buffer. Because once you give yourself 100 days, then you can reliably look at the last 100 days. And then all the data that I'm looking at is not going to be present, right? Because if you don't, if you take certain items out, then these numbers will be manipulated incorrectly because the plan is excluding them. And if they're excluded from the plan, well, then you're not going to get data from them. All right, let me know if you have any questions, but that's where we're at with that. Now, as we move down, we're going to have key dependencies. So this is going to be, again, those dependencies are going to be items that are those blockers, right? So at this particular point, we had these blocked items up there, but because they were so far back, we don't have any blocked items right now. But if you had those items that are blocked, you would see them here. We have a team progress. So as you set up your team, if you pull in your team, if you're doing your board, you're going to be able to see how your team is doing relative to the epic, to the project or feature, and any issue types, work types above your epic, at the epic level and up. So you get to control this, which again is not technically possible in the project view. And so I really like this one. And then finally, we have our team capacity. So this view is, we set it up last month when we were doing our program planning. So if you do set up your sprint capacity, you can see that as we're planning our sprint for this particular team, we're looking at this particular sprint, that we have 5%, 5 points allocated, 25% are available for a total of 30 points. So we are drastically under plan for this sprint. And we may want to pull some work into this team so that they can work on more things. So a lot of cool situational awareness that you get in here. We're going to pause here for a second to see if there's any questions from anybody in the chat. So let me know if any of you have any questions. Feel free to drop them in the chat. And for everybody else that's watching, just a quick reminder that we are hosting our Atlassian Builder Summit, October 22nd through the 24th. And so if you want to sign up for that, I'll be dropping a link here. It's a free in-person event happening in Long Beach. So check that one out, and we'll transition over to JQL. So, but I will pause. Any questions, folks? I've been talking for 30 minutes. This would be your time to talk. So if you have any questions, any doubts about the summary view, let me know, because we're gonna roll up our hands here and we're gonna go into JQL. And so we're gonna have a little bit of fun. Okay, no questions, folks. These live streams are live for a reason, so that you can interact. Otherwise, I would just record these. So you want to take advantage of the fact that you're here and that you can talk. Okay. So before we get into our next stuff, I want to show you something very important. We have this MP2, right? And when I click on MP2, I have a child called MP4. And when I go into my MP4, I have children, MP1 and MP3, okay? I'm going to show you how to build some dashboards that are relative to your initiatives. These are very, very important, specifically for like your executives. My executives that I show these things to, they typically eat this stuff up because it's super valuable, right? And so inside of our plan, it should be no surprise to you. I'm going to go back to my plans, which again, Atlassian, why do you, UI, horrible UI. Okay. When I go to my initiative, right, if I'm doing the full breadth of my hierarchy here, and I'm inside of here, and I don't know what happened to my MP. Where did I go? I have two filters. Oh, let me clear all my filters. Here we go. So I have my MP2, right? And then I have my features, and then I have my epics below. Now, inside of my field list, I'm going to switch over to fields. I have the ability to report on progress. And in fact, we have two types of progress. I'm going to bring the other one out. This is going to be my issue count. And so one of the biggest questions that I usually get, right, at least from executives, is like, well, I want to know where we are with respect to our initiative, right? Like, what's the percent complete of our initiatives? Who's got the ball? What's blocked for each initiative? And that information is really hard to answer from time to time, right? Because Jira doesn't do a really good job at helping us report on stuff. And so I'm going to show you kind of the I don't want to say it's a silver bullet, but I'm going to show you what's possible so you at least are aware of what's possible. But I'm going to try to help answer the questions of like, okay, so for this initiative, where are we at? What's the percent complete? What's the progress look like and stuff like that, okay? Now, Christy says, I learned a lot. I need to go back and find all the prior videos on plans, but this is really helpful. Yeah. So I have, let me just quick little sidebar. If you go on the YouTube channel, right? If you go to ATech, I think it's, yeah, here we go. I'm just trying to get straight to my channel. So if you go here and you go to the live section, I've done it a little easy for you all, but if you look at the color coding, there's like yellowish, orangey color. These are going to be all the plans ones. So this one's plans, plans, plans. So don't ignore the purple, ignore the red ones. You want to look at these yellow, orangey ones. These are going to be all the ones on plans. And so make sure you take advantage and go look at those, as those are going to be the ones you're going to want to look at. And also, again, in case it wasn't clear, you go into the live section. If you go look for the videos in the videos or in the shorts, you're not going to find them there. You need to go to live. Okay, back to what we're trying to get to. So what can we do? You're going to want to take note of the highest item. Okay, you want to take note of the highest item inside of in your hierarchy, and we're going to go over to the search bar at the top. We're going to click on View All Work Items. And then you're going to delete all this, get rid of all this crap. And then you're going to type in issue in. And then there's a magical function called portfolio child issues of. In the chat, let me know with the little emoji, have you used this function? In the chat, let me know if you did not know that this function existed. So I'm curious, who has used it and who didn't know it existed? Let me know. I want to see a flood of comments here. We're going to pause until we get some comments. Let me know in the chat. Julie had no idea that it existed. Anybody else who knew that this portfolio child issue existed? Victoria didn't know. We have a mind blown from Christy. Trisha have not heard of this. Rodney, being the Jira guy, of course, knows about it. Chad uses it. Corey's on a thumbs down. Only recently, as in the last couple of weeks. Yeah. So I learned about it about 2 or 3 years ago, and it blew my mind. My reaction to when I learned this was basically Christie's here, right? Like it was like, holy moly, this is powerful. I'm gonna show you. I haven't even shown it to you yet, and you guys are all excited, right? Christie's like, I was literally gonna go into my company's office hours later today to ask for something like this. Yeah. So let me show you what this does. So issue in portfolio child issues of, it takes a number in here, and you have to be very careful. You well, you don't have to be very careful, but there's just one rule. It has to be all caps. It has to be the key exactly the way the key is written. And so I'm going to type in MP-42 because that's my key that we've been looking at. And when I click enter, apparently you need to know your key. What is my key? Chicken and egg situation, folks. You got to have a chicken and egg situation. MP2, not 42. See, you got to put the exact key. But when you put the exact key in here and you hit enter, what this does is it goes and finds every descendant relative to this particular work item. And it's descendant. So it won't include, it's not going to include. So that's like the only caveat. Although I've seen people do a workaround by doing like a or issue key like equals MP-2. I think this will work. Yeah. So this will bring me in MP2. So we can see that there's a total of 6 items relative to this hierarchy. But this is great, right? Because it'll show you every descendant from that initiative. And so you can now build filters around your initiatives. And people are like, oh, well, now you got to build a filter for each initiative. Like, yeah, but your company shouldn't have a whole lot of initiatives, right? Should have maybe a dozen or so, right? But if you have 50, 60, 100 initiatives, like you're kidding yourself here, right? Because your company's probably not going to be as productive as you think that they're going to be, right? Can you paste this query into the chat? Absolutely, Trisha. Let me grab this query here and paste it into the chat. Although, again, your results are going to vary because this is your, this is my work, right? You're not going to have MP2 unless you have a project called with the key MP, right? But this right here is a very valuable thing. So just replace the key in here. And the other pro tip that I'll give you is you want to go high. You want to go as high as possible because it'll give you more to work with. But you can put anything. You can put a story in here. You can put a subtask in here. You can put an epic in here. You can put any level. But obviously, the higher up you go, the more descendants you're going to get. Okay. And so again, I typically do this for each initiative because that's pretty high up there. And I'm only going to have maybe a half a dozen or a dozen initiatives, right? If you can't fit it in a box of Krispy Kreme, you have too many initiatives. That's the tagline and mantra for the day. If it doesn't fit, if the number of initiatives you have doesn't fit inside of a box of Krispy Kreme, you have too many initiatives. Okay. So, but what can you do with this, right? So we're gonna hit save, right? And this is gonna be our initiative. Now, what is this initiative called? Operationalize AI, right? So we're gonna call this the Operationalize AI initiative. And this, folks, is where you're going to want to share this one, usually at the initiative level, because they're so high up there. I usually open it up to my entire organization, but you can pick, this is just project or filters 101, right? You can share it with the project, you can share it with the group, the entire organization, a specific user, or you can leave the default, which is private to your eyes only. And then you can have, if maybe you go on vacation. I never go on vacation, so I don't ever have this problem. But if you went on vacation, and you wanted to share this filter like so that other people can edit, then you can change it here. Okay. Click on save, right? So we now have a filter that we can use, but this filter serves us one purpose. We can now share this filter with anybody. And if anybody's like, hey, what is the work underneath this initiative? Well, you simply give them this key or this filter, and they're going to be able to find all the work. And yeah, now I did a horrible thing. Now I got Krispy Kreme in my head and I can't even focus anymore. This is not a good idea. But yeah, has anybody seen the new Krispy Kreme donuts that they have? Crispy, I can't spell crispy. Krispy Kreme Harry Potter. I think they're new for the fall here. But has anybody tried the new ones? Has anybody been aware? I'm making you all hungry, but these are limited time. If you're Harry Potter fans, highly would tell you to go check them out, but they're all limited time, and I don't know if they're having them in stock, but and yeah, so Sarah, yeah, I don't go on vacation, so I don't have this problem. So yeah, bad things happen when you go on vacation, so I never go on vacation. Chat says they have them at Walmart here too. Okay, so yeah, so maybe you don't have to go to Krispy Kreme. You can go to Wally World and see if you can check them out at Wally World. You can get a lot of Krispy Kreme box, a lot in the Krispy Kreme. Well, yeah, I guess it depends on the box, I suppose, but a dozen is a fair number, I think. I've been trying to find them. Kroger didn't have them. Yeah, I haven't tried. I live in Southern California, so whenever something gets released that is like, hyped up or special limited edition, I'm waiting for hours and hours and hours. So it's not worth my time and or energy or effort. We just have way too many millions of people in Southern California, and so I never compete with like the McDonald's Happy Meals and stuff. Like I don't even try because by the time I get there, it's all sold out or there's like a 2 hour line or a 3 hour line. So, anyways, interruption on our on our schedule here to talk about Krispy Kreme donuts. Kroger's equals Ralph's in SoCal. Ah, I did not know that. I know I stay away from Ralph's maybe mainly because I can't afford Ralph's. But I did not know that Kroger was Ralph's in Southern California. And Alistair's going to check the UK Metro Center. Yeah, post some pictures. Tag me on LinkedIn. If you guys find pictures, tag me on LinkedIn and send a connection request. If we're not connected on LinkedIn, folks, I'm going to drop this here inside of our link tree. They have there's a LinkedIn there for you. So connect with me on LinkedIn if you're enjoying this content and you want to continue hearing from me in the future. Kroger's equals Smith in Las Vegas. All right, so we can do a whole episode on Kroger's. Who is Kroger? I've heard of Kroger. I just never seen him in Southern California because we don't have them directly. Okay, folks. So let's get into the fun because we only have like 10 minutes left. So now that you have your filter, right? Now you can go to your dashboard. So we're going to close filters out and we're going to go to our dashboard. And I would recommend you create like, this is usually what I do. Like I do an executive dashboard. Like I'm going to give it a name. Same thing that we did with our filters, right? You can either share with the entire organization. Pro tip, your directors, right? The people that care for this information, they're not always in the Jira project. So my pro tip is share with your organization because then you're going to increase your probability that your directors are in there. Another pro tip, if the data is in like all the work items, right? The rules and laws of Jira still apply to this stuff. So you can only see the work items that you have access to. So if you have a director, an executive, a VP, a CTO, CIO, right? People that you're building these reports to, because let's face it, when we're talking initiatives, when we're talking high level work, it's the CIOs, it's the CTOs, it's the VPs of engineering, right? It's your VPs of something, your directors of something, your senior directors of something. It's these high level people that don't spend a whole lot of time in Jira. Those are the ones that want to see this data, right? And so if they want to go look at it, make sure that they have access. So do yourself a favor and save some embarrassment when they click on links and they're like, oh, I can't access something. Like, do your homework, make sure they have access before you start broadcasting your dashboards and your filters, and make sure they have access to the right Jira projects that are driving those dashboards and filters. Because if you don't, then again, you're just going to get a nasty gram from somebody saying, I can't access. And it's just going to piss off because these directors have like 2 seconds out of the day to click on your links. And you just want to make sure they have a magical experience when they click on those links. Okay. So anyways, so we're back to this. So we're in a dashboard, and at this point, we've made sure that our directors, our executives, our VPs, whoever it is, we've made sure that they have access to the projects. We've made sure they have access to the filters, and we made sure they have access to the dashboard. And so now we built the dashboard. Okay. And so the one I usually use, Jira sucks when it comes to dashboards and metrics. Like it's true. It's a catastrophe. I've been hearing rumors for like the last year that Jira is supposed to get better, or the last one's supposed to introduce something, but I just see or I hear about EAPs, but I never actually see anything. So until this changes, this is probably the worst feature of Jira. So the only metric that I care for, there's only like two that are out of the box that I find useful. And that's going to be this issue statistics one here. So when I click on this one, I'm going to be able to bring in that filter that we just created, right? So no, I forgot the name of the I forgot the name of my initiative. Operations, here we go. And so now you're going to be able to see the breakdown by, let's just go with assignee, right? And so you can do assignee here. We can then duplicate it, and I'm going to move it over here to the right-hand side, and we're going to configure it. And now instead of assignee, maybe I'm going to do status. And again, this out of the box stuff is very limited, so you can't like use all your custom fields. So if you had a special custom field, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You're always taking a chance with the wonderful world of Jira, especially with respect to their out of the box metrics. But I would recommend you set up some of these for like priority, right? Some of the big the big heavy hitters, so that you know relative to that initiative, right? This is, and I would rename these like this is initiative. I get rid of this stuff here at the beginning, right? This is the initiative, priority, initiative, status, initiative. Like these get a little bit better when you open them up, right? But you can see relative to that initiative, and maybe you make an executive dashboard for just the initiative, or maybe you have 2 or 3 initiatives in here. Just make sure you label things correctly. But as you can see, just for those items, just for the 6 items that are relative to this initiative, I can see the priority, the status breakdown, and the assignee breakdown. Now, what's cool about this is that if I go back into my plan here, and let's just say I make a story here, this is a story for this initiative. When I click enter here, and I don't assign it, right? So let me push it in. Let me push in my changes. Watch a little paint dry. Man, you guys all dropped off that Kroger conversation real quick. I thought that would have kept going. Okay. And I hit refresh. This number is going to automatically be bumped up to 7. Okay. So you can see here, this is the nice thing about this, right? This filter is very scalable because I didn't hand jam. It breaks my heart when I see people do this, right? It breaks my heart when I see people go issue. Oops. Come on, Jared, cooperate with me. When I see people do issue key in, and then they start calling out each issue key, right? So they'll be like MP-2, right? Comma, right? Like once you start doing that and you're like explicitly putting in each key for every descendant, like it's game over, because the moment you start adding more work, it's going to break on you, right? So using the filter that we did, we're able to add children and descendants infinitely, right? As many as you want. And then these dashboards are going to dynamically update themselves with that information as they're coming in. Now, that's one of the filters that I like. Again, I don't have a whole lot of nice things to say about filters. So in the chat, if you guys all find, let me know in the chat if there's a gadget that you like that isn't issue statistics, or the second one that I like to do is just 2-dimensional filter. Other than those two, I think all the other ones just suck. Atlassian has to do a better job here. But again, we'll do the same thing here. We have Harry Potter by the dozen. Nice. I think Alistair just like took a break and just said, you know what, let's go check out the stores here. Let's go see. So we can do assignee by status or something, right? And so this right here is a 2-dimensional one. Again, you're using the same data, but now we can see it in a couple of different ways. And we can show again this information in a 2-dimensional way. Now, if you have JSM, if you happen to have Jira Service Management, you're going to have this filter counts. Now, this is my absolute favorite gadget from Atlassian, but it breaks my heart that it's only available if you have JSM. Like this should be, Atlassian, if you're watching, this should be a gadget that is available in Jira. But this gadget, I love it because you're going to bring in the subset of your data, right? You're going to bring in that operationals filter here. Here we go. But now you can build your own filter counts, right? So now you have a little bit of creativity here. Like you can just show a number of like how many are assigned to me. You can show priority critical. You can show in a specific status, right? So there's a couple of things that are out of the box that you can just pick. But the most important reason why I love this one is this build custom count. And I can do like I can do like due next week, right? And then here in my JQL, I can do due. I can do due end of week. And when I hit save, right, this is going to be due. Okay. Don't mind my bad JQLing. Uh-oh. Click the edit button. What are you talking about? I did edit you. Did I not save it? Oh, it helps if you save it, folks. It always hit save on these. So let's do this again. So this is what's cool. So you can do build custom count, like do this week, right? And then you can do your field do, and then left in end of week, save that, save this. And see, now we have 4 items that are due this week, but you can build these custom things that are like blocked, right? You can build mini JQLs against that big filter, right? So we're looking at our seven items. We can build custom ones, or you can use like the assigned to me, the total, right? You can have, I think, up to like 10 items on here before Jira starts complaining to you. So I love this. This is like one of my favorite ones though, right? Because it looks like you just have these numbers, and so you can put like new bugs that were figured out and things like that. Any tricks and plans to use data from another Jira instance or work items? From a different instance, you need to pull that data in. So you can use a plugin like Get Integration or Elements, or even Exalate, even though I'm not very happy with Exalate right now. But you can use any of these plugins. You ultimately have to bring the data has to exist in your single instance here. So there's nothing that's gonna let you cross different things. I've never tried an application tunnel or an application link. You can try an application link and see if that does it for you, but my experience has always been it's just within that instance. But you can and do have the ability to use some of these integration tools that are available out there to bring your data into a single location. That way you have it all in one place. All right, folks. Let me know in the chat. Has anybody ever used filter counts? This is by far my favorite. This is my absolute favorite gadget in the world of Atlassian. So raise your hand. How many of you have used this filter counts or knew that you can do these sub micro queries? My recommendation too, by the way, is if you want to have a truly game-changing dashboard, you're gonna want to check out either. I'm not sponsored by these two folks, so I hate that I'm promoting them, especially because I hate what Tempo has done to custom charts for Jira. But custom charts for Jira is going to give you a lot of this, but infinitely better. I grew up with Chris Cook, former CEO of Custom Charts for Jira. Absolutely loved that. Was my favorite plugin in the Atlassian ecosystem. Then they sold it to Tempo, and Tempo destroyed it. So hopefully none of you work for Tempo, and hopefully I'm not offending any of you. But yeah, Custom Charts for Jira was one of my favorite ones. I used it to help show counts for each working team before we use teams in Jira. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. I love this filter counts one. And then custom charts for Jira if you want to build good ones, or one of the new ones that I've been using. I'm not a big fan, but one of the guys that I work with, he likes this one. But Rich Filters, I think it's what it's called, by AppFire. This is another one that I would highly recommend. It's very similar to custom charts for Jira, but check your pricing, right? But custom charts for Jira, and not sponsored, they have 9,000, so it's very close in the number of installs. But you're gonna want to, if you get frustrated with what you can report on, custom charts for Jira and or Rich Filters is definitely going to give you a lot more flexibility. Again, not sponsored, so I wouldn't say one way or another. All right, so what are we going to be learning today? So as I mentioned, we have one thing, and we're going to talk about scenarios. In retrospect, I did set these up 10 months ago, and so maybe scenarios I was a little bit overconfident and thought that I'd be able to squeeze a whole lot more out of this, but scenarios is what you get. And so we're going to jump into scenarios and go into Jira. So again, we got a little bit of a smaller group today. My fault. I forgot to put the link, but hopefully people will start trickling in now that the link is now available and published on the actual event. Oh, wait, nope. It's asking me for, I hate Bevy sometimes so much. I wish Bevy was a better tool. Okay. Anyways, we now have a requirement that you have to put the minimum amount of seats that the event's for, even though a year ago when I set these all up, you didn't need to put that. So publish button doesn't work, but okay. I think I'm all squared away now. I think the event should be working inside of Bevy. All right. Let's jump into plans. Just a friendly reminder, in case you've been living under a rock for the last 9 months, plans is a enterprise and premium only feature. So if you're not on Jira Premium or if you're not on Jira Enterprise, you're not going to be getting very far with plans. You do need to be on the advanced version of plans. And then the other requirement here is you do need to have a plan, right? So for you to work scenarios, you need to have an existing plan or at least create a new plan. You'll have to go back to one of the older videos. I'm just going to be operating off of an existing plan. And so that's essentially what you need to know. Those are the requirements, right? You need to be on the premium or enterprise version of Jira, and then you need to have an existing plan so that we can do this. And so what exactly is a scenario? Well, when you look at your plan, as I have shown here on my screen, you have a bunch of work, right? You have epics, you have stories, you have initiatives, you have a bunch of statuses, you have start dates, due dates. Then you have this beautiful, lovely graph that shows you dependencies, right? You have the ability to do your group by, so you can group by the assignee if you wanted to. You can group by I don't know, whatever you want, projects, right? If you have multiple projects, you have these plans, right? And you come up with these ideas. You come up with these, scenarios. And I'm trying not to use the scenario to define a scenario, but you have this ideal plan, right? Where you're like, okay, this is what we plan to do, right? These are the priorities. These are the works. These are who things are assigned to, right? And we know to a certain degree, at least we try to, using the plans, we come up with a battle plan, right? We have we're going to go to war. The war is the project, and we're going to the best of our ability, execute to this plan, right? And that's great. That's awesome. You should definitely have that. Except life doesn't always work out the way we want it to work, right? Life is always throwing a bunch of curveballs at us. And one of my favorite quotes, right? If life gives you lemons, you learn how to make lemonade. And so scenarios are kind of for that. Scenarios are your contingency plan, if you will, right? They're your what if plan. They're designed to kind of experiment. Yeah, chat. Sorry about that. I thought I was being on a roll. I set up like 4 events yesterday, and I thought I set them all up, but apparently I forgot to copy the link into one of them, and this is the one. So as long as Rodney's not yelling at me because I didn't mess up his events, I think we're all good. But yeah, life gives you lemon. You're not throwing them back at life hard enough. Is what Rodney says. So anyway, so life gives you lemons, right? And sometimes people get sick. Sometimes we have new scope. Sometimes we have budgets cut. Sometimes there's layoffs, right? Sometimes there's an increase in coworkers, right? Sometimes there's an increase in budgets, and like all of a sudden you have all these resources, and so life's gonna happen, right? So you're gonna have the perfect plan, and then life's gonna come at you hard. And so the scenarios inside the plans are designed to help you kind of visually see those what if scenarios, right? Like what happens if we lose half the team? What happens if we have double the budget, right? What happens if we have half the schedule, right? Like what happens if all of a sudden we thought we had 6 months to get the project done, now we only have 3 months? Like what happens? Because when you go to move the dates, right? When you go to reassign things to different people or move all the dates, you're messing with the plan, and you don't want to mess with the plan because until contracts are signed and there's ink on the paper, those what if scenarios are just what ifs. They're just possibilities. They're not something that's actually going to happen, or at least might not happen. And so you want to create, or at least Jira gives us the ability to create these scenarios that allow us to kind of experiment. They allow us to try different hypothetical scenarios to see how schedules are going to slip, or resources are going to be having to be utilized and whatnot. So that's, my friends, is what the plans are for. And so, sorry, that, my friends, is what the scenarios are for. And so now I'm going to give you like how to turn them on, and then give you a couple of examples on how to use them, and then we'll be done. Hopefully I'll have like 30 minutes of lecture here. But again, this might be the smallest one we've done. All right. So prerequisite, your premium enterprise, because we definitely have people trickling in now that people have found the link, right? So prerequisite is we have to be on the enterprise or premium version of Jira, and we have to have a plan. And then the scenarios is more optional, but trust me, life tends to throw you lemons, and so we're gonna figure out how to make lemonade. All right, so what do we do with our plan? So you're gonna click on the 3 dots for your plan. So this is up here next to your plan name, and we're gonna go to our plan settings. Once we are inside of our plan settings, you may be tempted to look for scenarios. And if you've ever looked at somebody else's plan that does have scenarios enabled, you might have noticed that here on the left-hand side, the word scenarios should show up. But it's only there once you enable scenarios. Scenarios are not enabled by default. And so we need to go turn that on first, and then we're going to be able to go configure our scenarios. So let's go teach you how to turn scenarios on first. And so the first thing you want to do here is you want to go to features. Now, hopefully, fingers crossed, you are all on the new UI for plans. Atlassian loves to change things that aren't broken, and plans was definitely not broken. And so here we have a brand new UI and a new UX. So we have features here on the top, and you're going to see that we have a couple different things like releases, auto scheduler, and scenarios. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to turn on scenarios. And so all you have to do is literally just slide the slider, turn it on. That's all you got to do. And scenarios is now on. You're going to notice that over here on the left-hand side, our scenarios are now on. We get a nice little pop-up from Atlassian telling us scenarios are now on. And then if you need any extra help, always feel free to click open on these items. And this is going to open up the help. And this is going to give you documentation for how to use scenarios. Now, it is very brief, probably more brief than this training. And so I'm going to give you probably the most amount of information that's going to be available out there. But keep in mind that these are dynamic links that will open up the help desk or help panel on the right side. All right, so that's step one. Make sure our scenarios are turned on. Yay, we have scenarios. We are good to go. Let's go over to our scenarios because you'll notice that this is now visible. You have now officially enabled scenarios, and we're ready to start creating our scenarios. And so essentially what happens is the current scenario, the one that you have when you create the plan, that becomes your initial scenario. I recommend you call this one like best case or something like current case, right? You want to identify that the current plan, the one that you've been working off of for weeks, months, years, decades, that is the plan, right? So, or like you can call it like main plan or something like that, right? You just want to indicate that whatever you have in there today, that is the plan. Okay, because you're not going to alter the main plan. We want to continue to execute with the main plan until things happen, because until those things, until certain, something serves as a catalyst, right? Something that triggers us to have to alter our plan, we don't want to mess with the main plan. So you should leave main plan. And I like to change the color to like this light green, right? Green's always good. Green in the stoplight chart, right? If you had a red, yellow, green's always good. Green's all go. And so I like to make my main plan to be either the light green or the regular green. I just think this green's a little too dark, but I like to go with this light green and just say, this is the main plan. So that's the first thing you're going to want to do once you enable your scenarios is make sure you're clearly labeling your current plan because you don't want to get confused. You don't want to get lost in all these different plans. And we can stop there if you wanted to, right? So if you stop there and you actually go back to your plan, you're going to notice that we now have a main plan here. And this is the plan, right? Now, we can always get back to our scenarios by going back to our plan settings, or if you click on this main plan, and this is also going to be a new part of the UI. This is now visible when you enable scenarios because you can now toggle between your different scenarios. So I'm going to click on the plan here and click on manage scenarios, and this is going to bring us right back. So there's two different ways to get there. You can either go to the plan settings and then click on scenarios, or just go into the scenario and then pick manage scenarios. But what we want to do now is we want to create a contingency plan, if you will, right? So I'm going to call this one, if I knew how to spell contingency plan. And what you can do is two things. You can either make a brand new scenario, right? So you're going to have like defaulted whatever's in there, start dates and everything in there. So we're going to do one. I'm going to actually do one like this, blank, just so that I can show you. Pick your color. We're going to let's go with red on this one. And then again, we're going to go blank. You do have the option to make a copy of, and we're going to show you what that looks like in just a second, right? But let's just create a blank one from here, and we're going to hit create. And now it's red, right? So if I go back to my plan, see how the view is right here. We have these fields, right? We have this view. I can change to contingency, and not a whole lot changed. Not a whole lot changed, but we do have slightly different views here on this particular view with this. And we can toggle back and forth. You can see that I have a few more epics that are pulled in here. I have these BI ones are not in the contingency plan. Okay. And mainly because my main plan, you're going to see that I have unsafe changes. And when I go to look at those unsafe changes, you'll see that these particular changes here with these BIs, they haven't been saved to that plan. We'll come back to that in a second. But just know that there are going to be differences, right? We're going to be able to essentially either when you create a blank one, start new, right? No unsafe changes. You just start with the bare bones. Whatever data is inside of the Jira work items, that's what you're going to have over here. Okay. So that's the contingency plan when we go with the blank. Now let's go do another one. So let's go do backup plan. Right. And this one, we're going to make it a copy of the main plan. And just to kind of show what those two different items look like. And this time we're going to go with this baby blue here. We're going to click on create. And so now we have a couple of plans. And so when I go back, we're going to switch over to our backup plan. And the biggest thing that you're going to notice is that our unsafe changes from the main plan also came over. So that's pretty important, right? So you want to consider, again, whatever work you have in that main plan. My recommendation is I typically work off of a copy off the first plan, right? It's because I just want to carbon copy what I have already because it's already, data that I've organized, data that I've kind of set up and configured to a certain degree. I've set it all up, and I just want to copy it because now I want to mess with it, right? I don't want to make any changes that impact the main plan. I want to make the changes here. All right. So that, my friends, feel free to ask any questions. Like I mentioned, this is going to be a short one. So if you have any questions on how to enable the scenarios and how to create the scenarios, let me know if I need to go back. But I essentially just showed you how to create a few different scenarios, how to change the colors, and then of course you can always throw them away. Be very, very careful with you start deleting things, because once you delete things inside of Jira, they like to be deleted, right? And so you want to be very, very, very careful there to not necessarily throw something away that you absolutely needed. So be very, very careful there. Okay. All right. Again, any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. How are we feeling, chat? Now that everybody's kind of figuring it out, again, my apologies to everybody who came in a little late. That was my bad. I forgot to put the link to the YouTube video in the bevy. Hopefully the emails don't get bombarded too badly. Let me check those real quick. Usually I mute. So funny story, folks. I because I do a lot of events, because I do a lot of these community led events, we get bombarded with a lot of emails. So every time that somebody signs up for an event, we get hit with everything. And there's 9,000 of you all in this particular chapter, and there's hundreds of events happening all the time, right? And so, yeah, premium is the best way to go with YouTube. You don't get any ads. But yeah, so I just get bombarded with so many emails from this platform that we have to use for Atlassian. And so I tend to just throw all those emails away. And so I normally don't watch them all the time, but every once in a while I will keep an eye out on all those emails because I literally get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds a day. So hopefully y'all didn't bombard um, that poor group, because there's also like 50 of us get all the emails all day long. So quite the setup that Atlassian has given us here. So I don't see anything though. I don't see any major complaints from anyone. So I think that's good. All right. So we got our scenarios. Mal, sorry about the ads. Again, this is just how YouTube works. It's an ad platform. But I personally have YouTube Premium, and it's revolutionary. I don't know that I'll ever be able to go back to ads. It's just quite annoying to have ads, but that's why YouTube Premium subscriptions exist. Okay, so we have our plan. We have some scenarios. And now we're ready to kind of shift into the second half of this whole thing. It's like, okay, so we made some scenarios. Now what? What are we supposed to do? Well, that's the beauty of the scenario. You can do literally anything you want, right? And so I'm in my backup plan, the one that I made from a copy, and I can start doing this. I can start adding epics, right? So I can start throwing epics in. I can throw in some bugs and go, okay, these are bugs we're going to want to prioritize here. That shouldn't have happened there, but we'll live with that. Right. And so we're gonna fill up our items here, and you can see that we have unsafe changes. And so this is okay. We're not gonna hit that button yet, but essentially you can alter things, right? So if all of a sudden we have dates that are gonna have to slip, right? If we need to move resources around and go, wait, we need to move things around. Oh, why aren't you letting me move things? All right, let's just go this way, right? If I'm having to update, yep, okay. Yes, I understand. So let's just say we're doing this and we're doing this. We can now move our dates around. We can start basically moving resources, right? We can start going, okay, we're going to change things around because we have new information, or again, we're going to have a schedule slip or something bad's going to happen, right? So I can start moving things this way and going, okay, this is how we're going to fix that dependency that we had in the last plan. And if you ever need to go back, you just go simply back to your main plan, and those dates for those events that I just moved, they're still in the old way, right? They're still kind of how they're supposed to be. But in my backup plan, hopefully these things are going to be a better plan. We can set these up a little bit better, right? So I don't have the dependency bad anymore, right? Additionally, if I want to bring in like my assignee, I can bring in the assignee and I can start assigning things to people. So I can go, okay, let's assume that Alana is going to do this one, Lena is going to take care of this one, right? I can start assigning work to people and start to try to figure out, okay, so how many resources do I have per person, right? If you have all the features enabled and you're specifically have like this program planning enabled that we talked about a couple months ago, then you can kind of see the capacity of your specific sprints and whatnot, right? And that's another thing, right? So if you are working with sprints and you want to kind of move things around, you can start going, okay, let's move this one to this sprint. This one's going to go to this other sprint, right? And you can do all these changes. You can do all of these like theoretical, like what happens if we change it this way? What happens if we move it to that sprint, right? And you can do all of this without impacting the main plan. Because when I go to the main plan and I go to my sprint field, right? If I pull in sprint and I pull in the assignee, you're going to notice that things are still just the way I left them. There are no things in sprints, right? And this is the beauty. This is what makes the plans very powerful, is that you can look at all these changes, you can discuss them, you can articulate them with your team, and you don't have to push them. You don't have to save the changes, because once you save the changes, then they become the rule, right? They override. At least I think they do. We're going to test that in a second, right? But this allows you to have these conversations with your team, very theoretical, very like hypothetical. In a perfect world, imagine if we had all of a sudden all the budget in the world, or maybe your schedule got cut in half and now all of a sudden you got to compress everything, right? Well, you can visually see what the impact is going to be. You can say, okay, we got things, we have things that are impacted because of a schedule cut. So now I have to move things around. So I have to move things for a different release. So this would be a great time to bring in your releases as well, so that you can go, okay, so this particular epic is going to go, oops, I need to enable features. Oh, I need to enable releases. So I don't have any releases for this one. All right, that's fine. Um, we'll deal with the one we do have, right? So we have releases here. And so once you start kind of getting a better picture for what's possible, right? You can reshift your releases, you can replan things to a different sprint, you can reassign things. Let's just assume that Mitch is going to be out. Well, we can start assigning things to Alana, but then we can start looking at Alana's workload and going, wait, Alana's got too much going on now, and so we got to balance things out. And so this just lets you kind of work things out so that you can set them up the way you want to, right? And just again, try out those theoretical, hypothetical scenarios that maybe might happen, maybe might not happen, right? Maybe you're waiting for some approval or something like that. So that's what the scenarios are for, right? But once you finish, right, once you're good and you're like, okay, this is going to be the new version, this is what we want, you have two options. You can either A, go back to the main plan and make the same changes, which nobody's going to want to do that, or you simply just save your changes here, right? And so when I change all this here, I'm going to push those save changes, and we're going to wait for a little paint to dry. And we're going to keep waiting. 33%, 67, 93, 99, there. So all these changes have been pushed in. So now if I open up, which one did we change here? Let's open up this MP1. So if I open up MP1, we're going to have a fixed version on this one. Here's the fixed version. We have the new due dates, right? We have the new assignee, wherever my assignee is at. Where did I put my assignee? Oh, assignees are the way at the top. So we have our assignee, right? So all that information got updated. That's good. But now when we go to our main plan, I'm going to do a quick refresh here. You'll notice that these changes didn't get committed. And so this is where you do want to be careful now, right? Because if you are going to be working off scenarios, this is going to be one of our gotchas where these changes are different. And so you do run the possibilities to contradict yourself. And so you want to be very careful to now audit these a little bit more carefully, because you might run into a scenario where you had a plan, and for most part we do have this information, so you can see that Jira's smart enough to catch that we added things like this fixed version here, and we have these sprints here. But what's not pushed in is this particular child for this MP4. So if I open up my MP4, let me go to MP4 here. We have BI1 as a child, which is changed. It is pushed in, right? But it got pushed in because of the backup plan had it pushed in. So this change got pushed. I would have thought, being very transparent with you, I would have thought that Atlassian would have caught that just the same way I added the fixed version here, and I would have committed it, but apparently it didn't. It's still wanting to do it over here. So again, I would audit anytime that you publish a scenario just as a CYA, just as a catcher to make sure, again, you're not introducing um, conflicted data, is I guess the best way I can describe it. You want to make sure that you double check that these are still valid. Chances are that if you push them in another scenario, that they got taken care of. And so you can either just discard the changes because they're irrelevant now, or you can push those changes in. And so it's up to you on what you want to do there. But I would just caution you to double check the work because sometimes Jira is going to get it right, sometimes it's not. And when you're running multi-million dollar projects, I'm not going to chance myself with trying to see if Atlassian gets their part right or not. And so that is how that works. And so, anyways, those are scenarios. The only thing you need to know is if you ever want to turn scenarios off, you just go back to your plan settings and you go back to your scenarios, right? You can delete a specific scenario. So maybe you don't want the scenario anymore. Again, be very, very careful. Don't just delete stuff for the sake of deleting stuff. Be very, very intentional when you delete stuff. Or if you just want to turn off scenarios altogether, you're turning it off for the entire plan. Now, a couple more caveats that you should be aware of. Scenarios are enabled on a plan to plan basis. So just because I have it on this plan, if I go to this marketing roadmap and I go to my plan settings, um, come on, there we go. You're going to see that scenarios are not turned on there. So you do need to go and turn them on for each scenario. And then the other thing that you need to be aware of is that there is a section under settings and products. And then under plans, there is a permission section and there is a plans administrator. So if you're not able, right? So just from a troubleshooting perspective, if you're not able to turn on scenarios, just make sure you're in the right group that then has the ability to edit and work on the administrative functions of the plans, just as a catcher, right? Just as a little, again, another little CYA, just to make sure that in case you're having trouble, you can very easily go in and check and see if you have the right permission to do that. So anyways, folks, that's pretty much it. Like I told you, that was a quick one. I just have simple scenarios. Go and use them. Go and take advantage of them. I think they're really great to have. Just don't get confused, right? Always know which scenario you are in, because if you get lost in here and you start modifying the wrong scenario, don't come at me. I gave you the warnings, and so you want to make sure you're. It's always very clear, very like overly cautious. You should be overly cautious on which plan you are using. And the other thing you should know is that the scenarios are different than the views. The views alter your fields and which fields are visible, and the scenario doesn't. The scenario is literally just the data itself, the actual dates, the actual start date, the actual due date, the actual signing is the sprint, right? And it's less important on the which fields are visible. Those are still going to be handled by your view, but don't confuse like the scenarios with your views. Those are going to be, I think it's going to be easy to interchange those words, but don't make that mistake, because then you're just going to confuse yourself even more. So you want to be very careful here, and you want to make sure you are, always aware of which plan you're in and where you're making changes. All right. Mel says, so changes to one scenario will impact stories and dependencies in the actual backlog. Scenarios are not like sandbox. Correct. So, well, kind of. So Mel, the changes, right? So when you move something in your scenario, like let's just say you add a new, let's just say you have this particular story and you assign it to somebody, right? That doesn't get impacted, right? Just because we did it doesn't mean that the change is inside of Jira. You get to choose if you push those changes in. I would leave, right? So the way I would use a scenario is that my main scenario is the one where it has the actual good data, and the backup scenarios are just theoretical. I never push those changes in. So it's up to you if you want to push the changes in. If you never push the changes in, then they are going to be like, it's going to behave like a sandbox, right? It's going to behave like an experimentation, but it's up to you if you ever hit that button. So you want to be careful with that. Mel also asked, if we move a story from one epic to another in a certain scenario, such as a contingency plan, does it truly get reassigned in the project? Again, I can do that change, right? I can, oopsie, I'm clicking on the wrong spot. So I can take this story and move it to this other epic here. And again, nothing happens. I can open up, right? I can go back to my main plan, and I can go to B1. B1's still going to have B10 here, right? There's no changes to push in. And it's not until I choose to push the changes in, because you're going to see that I have changed the parent. If you push those changes in from the scenario, then they impact your actual project. So if you don't care for that, don't push the changes in. Okay, that should be just your biggest caveat. Don't push changes in from your scenarios if you don't want to, if you don't want them inside your actual production Jira. Right? Just leave everything in a what if state here and you should be fine. But again, that's more of a personal choice than an actual rule, because as you can see, I can very easily, Jira's not going to complain, push the changes in, and now those changes are inside of Jira, and they've taken effect. All right. So what are we going to be covering about today? So we're going to talk about request types in JSM. We're going to be making a JSM space. Um, we're going to be working on approvals, workflows with approvals, and then some forms, and then promoting those ideas and feedback into Jira. So we're going to be pretty action-packed today, and so get ready for some fun learnings. This is going to be a pretty good session. I'm very excited to bring this one on. And without any further ado, let's jump into Jira. So more specifically, we want to jump into JSM. So I'm going to click on create a space, and we're going to go to service management. I know it seems a little odd, some seems a little bit silly that we're going into a service management space to do feedback and idea and project collections, but it is what it is. Now, here's where you have a bunch of different templates. Which one you pick is going to be very, very important. But what we want ultimately is either the blank or the basic IT service management. So here's what I'll tell you. The JSM projects come with an email, and I like to have the email set up. So I'm going to pick basic IT SM. We are not going to use a lot of this, so we're actually going to delete some of these request types. And so really, it doesn't matter which one you pick. I kind of just like picking the one that has the least amount, so that you don't have to delete a bunch of stuff. So actually, I changed my mind. We're going to go with the blank project, because all it does is it gives us an email request and a very simple workflow. We're going to modify the crap out of everything anyways, so we might as well have we might as well start with the blank slate as possible. So go ahead and click on blank. And then the $1 million question, always blue, always blue. We're going to go company managed. And this is going to be the next. No, let's just go product A feedback. Product A intake. We're just going to call product A intake. Okay. Ideally, you would want to do this for a project or a program or a product that you're working on, so you get that information. Team type is less important. Doesn't really matter, but you can pick anything you want. Your channel access is less important as well. We're going to be mainly using the portal, but definitely lock it up if you don't want people inside your organization to be able to change things around. We're going to click on create project there, and our space is going to be created, and we're going to be good off to the races. Also, the Jira guide, technically your static image is in the stream behind Alex, as always. Yes, he is always right here in spirit and in heart. So if you guys ever need Rodney, he's always back there. Okay, so from here, we're not going to use any of this. This is all great for IT, but we're not going to be creating IT. We're going to be doing a little bit unique things. So we're just going to continue to our space, and we're just going to skip everything, and we're ready to go. So usually when I start in JSM, I start off at the work type. I think to me, the work type is more important than the request type, because even though JSM revolves around request types, its underlying foundation is still the work type. And so one of the things that you want to consider and or review in your JSM projects is figure out what kind of work types do we have. And so we're going to come in here, we're going to go to request management, we're going to go to work item types and figure out what do we got. So we got general request, we got a task, and this is where you got to ask yourself a very important question. For the request types that we want to build, do we want to build a workflow around, like, are we going to share the workflow, right? Are we going to share our workflow? Because if the answer is yes, we're sharing the workflow, which basically means one request type is going to have the same sets of steps as the other, then the work type is less important, because the workflows, right, the conditions for statuses and states, they're tied to the work type. And so you do got to ask yourself the question of, how are we doing this? Like, are we going to share, right? If we're getting bug feedback, do we care? Do we want to have the same path for bugs as for new features? If the answer is yes, right? If we have the same paths, then you don't need to add any extra work types. You're fine with what you have. But if the answer is no, then you may need to pivot here. You might need to adjust and and go a little bit in a different direction. And so this is a question you're going to have to ask yourself first to determine how many workflows do we actually need? Because if the answer is two or more, then you're going to need two or more work types. But if the answer is one, then you only need one work type. Now we're going to keep things simple, right? We're just going to keep it as a task. But you can create this very custom, right? In the interest of time, in the interest of not overcomplicating this, I'm just going to use what's in here. But if I was, charging you to do this for reals, I would be very cautiously creating the right work types, the work item types, so that we can capture the right workflow. Okay. But again, in the interest of simplicity, I'm just going to leave this as simple as possible here, just to not overcomplicate things. All right. Now that we've had the discussion on word types, now we can go to our request types, right? So we have the foundation, we know what we want to do there. And so now we can go ahead and create a new request type. And so I'm going to create one from blank. You know me, I like to create from blank. And this is going to be customer feedback, right? This is going to be feedback from the customer. We're going to change our icon. The icon is going to be something along the lines of like a bug, right? The customer has some information there. We're going to pick general portal group, and we're going to pick our work type to be a task. Again, this is why it's important that you have your right work types, because this will manage a lot. Now we're going to come back to this. We're not going to do anything with it just yet. We're actually going to go back to our request types, and I'm just going to do the same thing, but I'm going to create another one, and this is going to be new feature request. And then this time, my icon is going to be the little announcement thing, and we're going to do it in the same portal group, and we're going to do the same task, because remember, we basically want the same workflow. If your decision was we need two different workflows, then you would need two different work types, but because we're going to share, right, we're going to share the same workflow, we're okay to do that. So at this point, if you click on your request types, you should have a customer feedback here and a new feature request here. And now if I go and preview my portal, so I'm going to go back a level, and we're going to go to our channels, and we're going to go to our portal here. And so now if I visualize my portal, you can see that I have two different items. So this right here is already starting to shape up to be something really good, right? We have the ability to raise a new request, and we have the ability to submit customer feedback, right? One of these is going to be a bug. One of these is going to be a feature. It's up to you on how you want to handle that. We'll talk about that in just a second. But you can start to see how this all starts to come together. And if you needed more things, right, this is where you can get a little creative, and you can add, I don't know, enhancements. You can add change requests, whatever processes or whatever intake is helpful for you and your organization. This is where you can get a little bit more creative there. Now, let's move on over to the workflow. So we're going to go back to our project settings, and then we're going to go to workflows. And inside of workflows, we're going to modify the workflow that is currently associated with our request type. So we're going to click on this edit workflow here. And we're going to basically modify this so that it makes sense. So the first thing I like to do is I just like to nuke things. I don't particularly care for this out of the box one that's here. So I'm just going to delete all of this here. I hate transitions. I believe that the world should be a little bit easier, and I don't like these transitions. So we're going to get rid of that. And so we have our start, we have our open. This is where I probably don't even want open. I want a status called new. And so I'm going to check and see if new is already available. It is. So I'm going to add it in. We're going to move our initial transition to new here. We're going to get rid of this open. I don't care for open. I can delete statuses in the new workflow editor. Thank you, Atlassian. Chef's kiss there. I don't care for reopen. I'm going to get rid of that. We have done. We have work in progress. Perfect. Now something's missing here. We still need transitions. So what we're going to do here is we're going to click this checkbox to allow these things to transition in any way, shape, or form that we want. And then we're going to get rid of pending. We don't want pending. But what I'm going to do next is we're going to create a new status called Jira. Actually, I'm going to call it Jira Escalated. This is where you can call it whatever you want. It doesn't really matter what you call it. But I want to essentially have two paths here, right? I want a path where, okay, so something comes in new. We're going to adjudicate, right? We're going to triage this status. So we're going to see, does triage exist yet? It does, right? I want to triage my work. And then we're going to make a decision. We're going to make a call, right? From the triage, we're going to either move it to Jira because it needs to be escalated to Jira, or we're just going to work it, right? If it's a regular request and it doesn't need to be escalated or anything like that, then we'll just move it to work in progress and then done. But we do want to reserve the right to, okay, sometimes we do want to escalate things to Jira, and we're going to move things over to Jira escalated. So assuming that that looks good, we're going to click on update workflow, and we're just going to push our changes up to Jira. And this workflow is not completed. So we now have a good functioning workflow. We're going to come back and do approvals a little bit later. But for now, we have our workflow done. And so now we can go back to our request types, and you're going to see that nothing should change, right? So everything here should be the same, but we're going to get ready to work on the portal or on the form itself. Now, there's two ways to do a form, okay? You can basically create your form here. This is the way I do, like 8 times out of 10, 18, 8 times out of 10, I use this request form view here. And we could bring things like event date, your employee start date, right? We can bring in anything like that, right? Anything that's in this particular view. This is going to work fine, right? We can pull in any field that exists already. You can pull it into your form. But I said something very special here, very, very important. You can pull in any field that exists. If it doesn't exist, then you got to go and create it first, right? And that's where we have a little bit of a difference of opinion, right? And so if you're in a company managed project, then you just open up a whole can of worms, because you basically got to go create a custom field. And then from that custom field, you got to pull it in, like you got to add it to your screens. And then from your screens, you can add it to your form. So there's a couple of hoops you want to go through. If you're in a team managed project, then you don't have to go through so many hoops. You can just simply create the fields then and there. However, there is another option, which is called using the form. Now, the form is great. I'm going to cancel out of here. We'll be back. Right. The form is great. I like forms, except the difference, or the thing that makes forms tricky for me, is that there's two ways to use the form. There's an easy way and then there's an advanced way, right? And so this is just going to be like my customer intake form. And then here I can start adding fields, right? So I can add a, like your name, what's your name, right? We can add a field for like describe your problem, right? We can add a field for a date. Where's my date field? Here's my date when you observed. I don't know how to spell observed. Problem, right? We got a pro tip here. Just don't rename statuses across spaces or create new ones. Yeah, don't ever rename a status. That is a huge deadly sin. All right, folks. So what I'm doing here, as you can see here, I can very easily and effectively create fields in my form that are very, very easy to use here, right? I'm not having a hard time at all creating a field, right? This is why the form might be a good option for you, because it's just so easy to create forms and create these custom fields without having to, bring the whole, like get everybody involved, right? And so if I hit save changes here, there's a very simple form, right? Nothing over the top. I can go back to my request types. I can go to my customer feedback one. And all I need to do here is just add my form. So where's my form at? Here we go. We can attach the form. We have select existing. We're going to select our customer intake. Click add. And now we're going to save my changes. And now when I go to my portal, when I go look at the portal here, got a little cheat sheet right here. I can cheat and watch the portal from here. You can see that the form that we just created, it's here, right? So this is my feedback. My name's Joe. And 31 people watching haven't subscribed yet. And so the problem is today, right? So if you haven't subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button now. But when I hit send, this form goes in, right? It's very simple, very easy. And we have officially captured this information. So if I go and open up this one particular request, I now have enough information, right? All the form data is in here inside of my form, so I can expand it and I can see the data. But therein lies a couple of problems, right? Because we took the easy mode, because we created a form and we were able to create our fields here, we can't query these fields. These fields that don't technically exist in the world of Jira. They're constricted to just the form itself. And so if you wanted the data, right, if you wanted to do like some JQL and you wanted the fields to be available over here on the right-hand side, then you would have to go through the right process and create the fields, right? So we would have to click on the gear, we would have to go to work items, we'd have to go to fields, we'd have to create a new field, we'd have to pick the paragraph field, we'd have to call it describe problem. This is a horrible custom field. Don't make this custom field. Use your description field for this, right? But we have the define problem field. Now we can go back into our space. Now we can go back into our space settings. Now we can go into our screens. We can go to our screen for our task management, right? These are just all the stuff that I do all day long as a Jira admin, but this is the right way to do it, right? So I can add my describe problem. And then I can now go back to my space settings. Thank you, Atlassian, for adding all this extra clicking in my UI. I can go to my request types, or I can go to my forms. There's again, I can do it in both ways. But let's just go with the form route first. I can go into that form. And now this define or describe your problem. There is a link Jira field, and I can link it to my describe problem. And so now when I submit that field, that is a true field in Jira. So when I use my form and the user saves it, right, whatever data we put in here will now be visible in that and usable in that field, right? So this particular problem, you would obviously do this for the rest of the fields, right? But that's simple, right? Again, I just wanted to show you some easy stuff. But let's get a little bit more advanced, right? Let's go and create another form. We're going to choose from blank, right? And this time we're going to do new feature request, right? New feature request. I always hold my shift key form, right? And so this time we're going to collect again a name. Well, obviously let's just not do name, right? But we're going to do a oh, we have some chats here, we have some comments here. That's one of the deadly sins of Jira. Yeah, never rename your status. Never rename your statuses. Okay. So we're gonna do a drop down, right? We're gonna do a drop down of is this a new feature? Right? And you can put yes, no, right? And then we can add another field that says again, paragraph, describe the new feature. Right? And that's it. Right? But what's really cool, what we can do with the form, this is one of my favorite features for the form, is we can add a section. And I'm actually going to move my section to be right in between these two, right? And I'm going to show this describe the new feature only when, if the Jira lets me select it, I'm going to do this feature only when new feature equals yes, right? And so if it's a new feature conditionally, right? Is this a new feature? If the answer is yes, then I want to describe the feature, right? Otherwise, I'm going to ask another paragraph, right? I'm going to say describe current behavior or something. I don't know. Again, I'm not very creative, folks. I don't script these videos, right? But the idea is that you can actually expose certain data, right? So when I hit save button, my save button here, and I go to preview my form, the first thing I'm going to ask the user is this a new feature? If they say no, then something's going to happen. If they say yes, then this is going to happen, right? It's going to describe the behavior. Now, if I want to show, right, if I want to show something else, like, okay, maybe add an attachment, I can add my section at the bottom, so I can end my section. And this is always going to be visible. And now I can just add a field that says, I don't know, number, and put your budget, right? And then this is always going to be visible. So if I now preview my form, you can see that regardless of whether I pick yes or no, budget's always going to be visible. But if I click yes, I now get 2 extra values. If I click no, again, we're only showing budget, right? And so this is the way for you to create these powerful forms. And so with these forms, now I can go back to my request type for my new feature request, and I can essentially pull in the form, right? So I can go to the bottom, attach the select from existing, new feature request, click on add. And now when I click save changes, and now when I go to my portal, right, we can see how this works in action. And so in here, we can obviously give it a name. We're going to select yes. And now we're going to get these 2 extra boxes, and we have our thing, right? So at this point, we have built a portal, right, for intake that is going to do either a new feature request with certain data, or we're going to have the customer feedback with a different set of data. So we have 2 different forms. And I've shown you, again, I'm just trying to save some time here, folks. Normally, this is weeks of settings, right? Like I'm sitting down with you and we're architecting this correctly, but figuring out what should be a field, what should not be a field, what's exclusive to just the form, what do you want to be global? Like those are conversations you have with your Jira admin, which again, if you ever need any help with any of this, folks, I am more than happy to reach out, to, like help you out. Here's my link tree. There's like a 1 hour session there, 15 minutes. I think they have 15, 30 and an hour. So if you need any help with any of this stuff, just feel free to send me a message over on the Buy Me Coffee and we can figure something out. Conditional cascading fields for the win. Yeah, users avoid getting overwhelmed by a long form. Absolutely right. So always take advantage of these conditional forms so that you can only present the right data at the right time to just not overwhelm that user. Right. It's just going to make the process a lot easier, and just it just becomes easier. Right. It's much better end user experience. But essentially, folks, you want to create this, right? You want to set up so that when I submit this, I have an idea, right? Oops. Let me go to the other form. Sorry, wrong one. I have an idea, right? And the new feature is describe the new feature. Everyone hits that subscribe button now, right? Describe the current behavior. You are not hitting subscribe. And it makes me sad. Oops. Makes me sad, right? Sad face. Budget $1,000. When I hit send, this information is not going to be inside of my project, right? So inside of my project itself, right? Like if I navigate out of my portal and into my space, right? I need to go into Jira directly. Whoa, boy, that's not how I wanted to go about that. I did not delete at the right area, but now I can go into my JSM space here. I have a queue with all the requests that are coming in. And then in here, you can see that I have my feedback and I have my request type. I can now create a queue just for features, and I can create a queue just for customer feedback, right? So you don't have to just have them all open. We can set up individual queues for this information so that again you can categorize and organize your information. And so we have an intake, right? Requests are coming in. Awesome. We're halfway there because now that we have the ability to collect different types of information, right? Our end users, our customers, whether, and this could be for internal too, by the way, it doesn't have to be for external users only, folks. Like you can use this for internal suggestions and feedback or for customers, right? For external, anybody outside of your company. And so you might want to set up a JSM space just for internal. You might not care and you do both. It's really up to you, again, what your specific requirements are. But this is the general gist of it, right? You want to create a portal in JSM that allows you to take in that feedback. Now, if you contrast this with Jira Product Discovery from yesterday's session, Jira Product Discovery fields are way more subjective, right? We get just the out of the box fields here inside of Jira. The only cool thing that you can do in JSM is that whole conditional form, right? Because that's really the only added benefit of using JSM is one, anybody can submit a request, right? The benefits, why is this good? Why is this important? Anybody can submit a request. Doesn't matter who they are, and it's free. That's the most important part. It's free. Benefit number two, you can use those dynamic forms so you can ask the right information at the right time at the right place. Those are very powerful. Okay. And this used to be a third feature. This used to be a very, very big selling point, but with the new workflow editor, Atlassian slowly transitioning this feature and this functionality away from being a JSM exclusive. But the next thing that we're going to talk about is approval workflow. So one of the big benefits that we get in JSM, or at least we used to be exclusive to JSM, is that in your workflows, you can actually add approval workflows. And so in your workflow here, we can go to this step here and we can add an approval. And so we can basically say, we want everyone in this particular field. We're just going to go to the approvers field. Next, if they approve it, it's going to go to Jira escalated. If they decline it, it's going to go to work in progress and then click on add. Again, this is just an example. I can click approve. I have basically added a step in my workflow where things are going to stop. Okay, things are going to come to an abrupt stop and somebody needs to approve. And that somebody is whoever's going to be in that workflow. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to my screens here, and I just want to make sure that approvers are inside of my screens here. Because if they're not, then bad things will happen. So I just want to pull in approvers, and I want to bring in that approvers field. And so that's in here now. Awesome. Yay. So now if I go back into Jira and I go to this is my idea, right? I'm gonna open it up and I'm gonna move it to triage. But when we're in triage, see, we stop. We cannot go. Well, we can go to the other statuses that are allowed, but we cannot go to the Jira escalator, right? This basically means, hey, we need to approve it to go to Jira, yay or nay, right? Because you don't want just everything ending up in your Jira. You want to be very, very methodical here. You want to make sure that only the right data at the right time goes to Jira. Because if you're not careful, then the wrong data is going to go to Jira, and you don't want that. That's not a situation you want to be in. Okay. And so you just want to make sure that as part of your process that you think about this so that only the right data goes to the right place at the right time. You don't want to just I'm going through this, I'm rushing through this. This is usually a 1 to 2 week engagement for me, folks. Like this is something that you should be taking a step back and really discussing, really figuring it out, really having these very deep due diligence conversations with your team to figure out what's the right answer. I'm just giving you an answer that works. Now, some drawbacks, some opportunities that you need to know here is that this whole add an approval, waiting for approval, none of this text is alterable, changeable. Let's use smaller words. You can't change any of this text. This is all built by Atlassian. So even though I want to approve to go to Jira or deny to just stay in here, you can't change the verbiage, right? So what you see is what you get. And so if I add an approver, so let's just add myself here. And normally I would add some sort of an automation rule. I would add a rule in Jira that says, okay, based on these field values and whatnot, then this should go to this individual to approve. Right? Maybe you have a business unit, right? Maybe one of your drop downs is like, which business unit is impacted? And depending on that business unit, it should go to a different director or a different VP, stuff of that nature, right? But again, I would have an automation rule that when that request comes in, I'm reading through that BU, that impacted business unit, and I'm going, okay, this BU goes to Timmy, this BU goes to Billy, this BU goes to Jimmy, right? And I'm doing that determination so that I'm not physically clicking buttons like I just did right now. Then the added benefit is that Billy, Timmy, or Jimmy, they're gonna get an email from Jira saying like, hey, you need to approve, and they don't need a license either. And so they can come in, approve, and once it approves, then it'll go to Jira escalated, right? And so now's for the fun part, right? So this is the last step in our process. And this is really where, again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. There's a couple of different ways to do this. There's no silver bullet, there's no magic pill that you can take. But if we have something in Jira escalated, we have a couple of options. And the options are we can either make a copy, because here's the drawback, folks. Inside of JSM, unlike Jira Product Discovery, where we have that delivery tab that we talked about yesterday, we don't have a delivery tab. So in Jira Escalator, we can do something as simple as like, okay, let's link this particular story, or let's link this particular feedback to a Jira story, right? So I can link it to a Jira story, and now it's linked to Jira. The other option is that I can bring a copy of this, right? So I can actually go and make an automation rule. I can make an automation rule here. And in my new automation rule, which I'm going to create from scratch, because I like Scratch, right? We're going to do transition. We're going to work adding transitions, and it enters into Jira Escalated, right? Then I'm going to create, oh boy, create a work item. And I'm going to go put it where my developers live. I'm going to go create it in the developer. I'm going to go create a new initiative, right? And then I can just copy, right? I can start copying data from the trigger work item. And you can copy the description, right? Whatever else you want, you set the field. So the problem here though is you need to make sure that the fields are both the same in both Jira and in JSM. So the screens need to have the same fields if you want to copy data over, right? But this is an option where you can copy this data over. And then when you turn on the rule, the moment you transition into this particular status, automatically, right, auto create Jira initiative, right, from that idea. And then you could do the same thing for like the bug, right? If we had the feedback item, we could have automatically created a bug inside of Jira with that data. So it's really up to you, again, how you want to do this. But this is a very easy way, right? And then what I usually do as well too is then I'll link in here. I'm going to link the work items. And so it's going to be by the most recently created, and then I'll hit update one more time. So what I'm allowed to do now, right? If I go back to my request here, if I go back to my QU, Let's go into the queue. Come on, Jira. You can do this, right? So if I go back to new, I'm gonna go to triage, right? And then if you know what, let me just fast forward, right? I'm gonna go straight into Jira Escalator, right? So this right here should trigger the rule. So in here, my audit log, I now have a trigger, so I have a success, and you can see that I have created a new work item, AT25. This is going to create this story here. This is a story now inside the Android team that is of the type initiative. This is the title of it. This is my feedback. It's the same title as this is my feedback, right? And I linked it. So I can now these are interlinked. So I can go back to the request and I can go back to the feedback, right? I can go back and forth. And so now this particular item, now this can be worked through the developer process, right? It's up to you again how you want to architect this and deliver this. But this is usually a pretty clever way of being able to take this feedback or feature request or whatever you want to do, being able to absorb it, do the intake in JSM, and then, and only when the time is right, sending it into Jira so that it can be worked through the traditional project management process, right? And what this does, right, what this allows us to do is essentially have a unified experience where all of the different signals and noises that create work for us, we can funnel them all through one JSM portal, and that way you can just essentially have one place where it doesn't matter if you're a director or VP, whoever, anybody who wants to submit a request, all they need to do is just come into this one portal and then fill out the information, and then you'll triage it, you'll adjudicate it, and then eventually it'll make it to Jira. Let's jump into it. So what are we going to cover? How to make a Jira product discovery space, how to do fields, workflows, how to nurture ideas, creating views, and then promoting those ideas to Jira. Basically, we're going to go through the full gamut of making Jira product discovery helpful for us. So let's jump into Jira product discovery. So Jira product discovery is a separate tool. It's a separate product. One that, again, I think you can get away with just the free. So if we were to look at Jira product discovery pricing, or just to look at pricing, it is a tool that is either free or $10 or 25 for premium. 25 for premium, and you get 3 creators on the free side, which I think more than plenty. You don't need automation rules. You get the project workflows. You're never going to use that stuff. You don't need any of this. You don't need release tracks. You don't need none of this. None of this. Ideas we need, insights we need, and Chrome extensions we need. We don't need this. All of this we get. This is what we need. All of this we need. We don't publish views basically means that you can publish the information externally. So if being able to publish your views external to like stakeholders, like giving them a URL or something, then maybe you want to get the standard version. That would be the only case. But everybody can come and see the views anyways if they're already inside. Roadmaps is an interesting one. I would have This one basically is, do you want to see two JPD projects together? If the answer is yes, then you need roadmaps, and that's a premium only feature. I would not be paying $25 a month to do roadmaps. Like that is not something I would be paying $25 for. But again, if you want to be able to pull in 2 or more Jira product discovery spaces into one view, then that's what the roadmap is for. Again, a premium feature, but not one that I'd be paying for. This I think Atlassian might be missing the mark. This is closer to like a $10 fee, and this is closer to a $5 product. Okay, so I think Atlassian might be a little misplaced in their pricing here. I would definitely significantly drop these prices. But anyways, again, with the free version, you're gonna be able to do pretty much everything we're gonna be talking about today. So Jira Product Discovery is all team managed. So when you create a Jira Product Discovery, there's product management here. You have a few different templates. You can do product discovery, product roadmap, prioritization, portfolio roadmap, reuse an existing, or a blank space. If you have ever seen any of my trainings, folks, you know how much I love just starting with a blank space. And so I'm going to go with that. You get a new word type called an idea. And it always, I find it very funny when somebody goes and creates a Jira word type called an idea when they could have just used Jira Product Discovery. Yeah, I agree with the pricing fork. Should be lowered. Yes, it's a good tool, but that price is too expensive for what JPD does. Okay. So anyway, so you get an idea as a word type, and then you have this workflow that we're going to modify a little bit later. I'm going to click on use template, and then you give it a name, right? So this is going to be demo for live learning. Your key is going to be the first letter of every word. And so I'm just going to call this JPD demo. No spaces. JPD demo. And then your access level, you get to choose if it's private, only you get to choose who to invite. Limited, which means anybody can see it, but very few people can actually create things. And then you have open, which means anybody can see it. And for Jira Product Discovery, my 2 cents, you're probably going to want it open and or limited. Those are going to be the 2 settings here. Right, the Atlassian overlords are going to be going, or monkeys are going to be creating it. And so Arson says, I don't think they give out jackets anymore. Yeah. So the jacket, I honestly don't know, Arslanic. Um, I don't know because I've never gotten stuff, but I got the jacket at a team conference. So I think they, when they were sunsetting the jacket, they took them out to Team 24 and then they gave them out to people. And so like I actually had like two or three. And that's when I was told I'm not worthy to wear it. So I was told not to wear it until I am worthy. Now in 2024, my certification journey was very different. I only had one then. Now I have three, and so I got to get that fourth one. But we'll see. We'll create something. Well, I have to take the test. Like it's gonna happen. I just don't like taking tests. So I need to convince myself that it's a good idea to take the test. I don't need it. I don't get any value out of the 420. I don't get any value out of the tests for that matter. None of the work that I do is dependent on the certifications, but it's always nice to have, especially since part of my 2026 goals and objectives is to do like paid boot camps for these certifications, right? So it always helps to have the certification if I'm going to charge you to teach you how to pass the certification. So yeah, I'm going to be, Arlonic says, I'm going to have to get two by 2027 because the DC ones were sunset. Yeah. Definitely check out our things, and then we're gonna be doing those cohorts in 2026. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm thinking of doing. I'll ask you guys. 43 guys watch. 43 of you all watching this in the in this video here. Let me know in the comment section what you think of this dopey idea that I have. I'm thinking of doing a little cohort, right? A couple $100, maybe $200 or $300, and it's like a cohort where we are going to study for the test together. All right, a little bit more of an intimate setting, and the premise is by like if you pass the test, right? If you pass like the 420, the 120, 620, whatever the cohort is for, if you pass it, I will return your money. Okay. That's how confident I am that you'll pass it. So if you pass the test, okay, and you're not mishearing, if you pass the test, I will refund you your money. Let me know what you guys think of that little bit of a sales tactic. And would you be interested in taking the test if I were to basically return your money if you pass the test? I got a hum. We got a hum. But that's kind of where my line of thinking is at. But I am going to be doing a cohort based thinking. We got a +1 on that. So interesting if you guys are do you mean if you'll refund if they fail? No, it's if you pass, I will refund. It's on the pass, Ronnie. It is very intentional on the pass, not on the fail, but it's on the pass. Okay, so now that we have Jira Product Discovery, love it. An actual money back guarantee. Yes, love it, love it, love it. Okay, so I'm only successful if you guys are successful, right? So I figured if you pass it, then you earn your money back. You earn your money back, because your word of mouth is better than any money you can give me. Okay, so we have Jira Product Discovery here, and it's pretty empty, right? And we have a couple of different views that I'm going to walk you through. We have a list view, which is basically like if you've ever used Jira, it's just a list view there. We have a board view, which I don't really know why we have a board view. This is the one view that does not make a whole lot of sense for me, but I'm going to show you how Atlassian intends us to use it. We have the matrix view. We have this view. This is one of my favorite views. It allows us to check two axes, the X and the Y, two different fields. And then we have the timeline view, which again, if you've used Jira, we're familiar with the timeline view as well. So realistically, the matrix view is the most unique view to Jira Product Discovery. So if you never use Jira Product Discovery, this is going to be the view that's probably going to be the most interesting to you because it's a view that we don't get in any of the other Atlassian tools. Now you do have the ability to create new views, but interestingly enough, those views, whatever you create, have to be one of the 4 styles of views, and so you kind of have to follow this template. And so it'd be, to me, it'd be more interesting to have different kinds of views, but what you see is what you get here, right? So you can have any other view that you want as long as it's one of those views there. So we're down for the cohort, and then I have marketing thoughts on this. Trust me, Ronnie. There's a method to the madness. I think the cohort is a great idea. I've already said I'll help, but guarantee seems to imply most people won't pass. Well, the tests are hard, but I've also passed them on the first try. The tests are hard though. The tests are hard, but luckily you need like a D plus to pass the test, right? Like you need, what is it, ACP 420, Jira, that's Udemy. Nope, those are the topics. Certification documentation. Oh man, Atlassian's website is slow to load. Come on. Come on, community.atlassian.com. We think you need, I'm trying to find this should not be this freaking hard to find. Where is it? Oops, that's broken. Certification. Let's see if we can get to the certifications. 420. Where are you at? 420. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, you need like a D. You need like a 67 usually. Here we go. Full exam details. 72 maybe? Where are we at? 66. Yeah. So you need a 66%, right? So I think Atlassian's bar is kind of low. I like the board view columns. Now, yes, we're going to talk about that. So let's get back to topic. Ronnie, stop distracting us. Stop distracting us. Okay. So before we get into the views, though, I want to show you some modifications, some tweaks that you want to do to make your world of Jira a little bit better. So you can always click on the three dots here for your action menu button, go to your space settings, and then we have a couple of different settings that we can change, like our axis in case you change your mind, our types and workflows. This is the first thing that we're going to modify. So earlier when I created my template, it came with a workflow. So if you do not like that workflow or you want to modify it, you can come here to your idea, you can click on workflow, and you're going to be able to basically add a new status. So if you wanted to do a status of, I don't know, what's a great status? Yo, how do I get to the school or find the link tree? Everything's in the chat here. Let me put it again though. I'll drop the school. Arts link. Aren't you already? Oh, here we go. There's a school community. And then I'm going to drop the link tree right here. You should be able to copy paste those in your browser. Okay. So we're going to create a new status called triage, right? Always a good idea to double check to make sure those statuses don't exist, but it doesn't. So I'm just going to do in progress to make it blue. And then I'm going to add a triage. And then just to make things simple, you can click the checkbox to allow. And it doesn't, the order doesn't really matter. It's just going to be a value that we drop down. But if you just, in the OCD in you, if you want to put these in the right order, you can do that. But whenever you're ready, right, you can add as many statuses as you want. You can add transitions if you want to go from here to here. You can just basically add a transition that goes from parking lot to discovery, and you give it a name. Now, this is not a course intended to be, workshops 101. This works and behaves just like regular Jira workflow. So if you've ever made a workflow in Jira, it's the same exact behavior. So nothing special here. So click on update workflow when you're done. This is going to impact your idea. If for whatever reason you have more than one work type, then you can choose if you want it to go to all the work types or just one specific work type. I'm going to go with just the idea because that's all I have, and click on save. So once you're done there, you've officially modified your workflow. And again, this is totally optional, but you should all have a process, right? Every company should have a process for how do you take an idea from its inception, right? From the beginning of the idea, and what do you got to go through, right? What kind of steps? Do you have architecture reviews? Do you have a change board process, right? Do you have? I just did something simple as triage, right? But who, what, when, where, why? That's something you should be thinking about with respect to your idea. But how do we go from that initial intake of like, hey, I have an idea, to this idea is ready to go to Jira, right? And so everything in between that goes in your workflow. So you want to come in here and put whatever that process looks for you. Every team that I've ever coached usually has a different process. And so you just have to figure out what works for you and your team. Okay. But once you're done, right? Once you've set up your workflow, the next thing you want to modify is your fields. Now, this, my friends, is the most powerful reason why I love Jira Product Discovery, because you can't do these fields inside of Jira. Okay, these fields don't exist in Jira. And because they don't exist in Jira, I'm going to show you some of the more powerful features of Jira Product Discovery. and how they play. But before we get into that, you got to understand global fields. Atlassian is an interesting company. They like to reinvent the wheel a lot. And for better or for worse, they're either really good at it or they really suck at reinventing the wheel. But reinventing the wheel is what they like to do. And so Atlassian has recently introduced a concept of a global field. And so in Jira Product Discovery, you have to make a determination. When you make a field, do you want to make a field that applies only to your space, or do you want to make a field that is global so that other Jira Product Discovery spaces can use it? And that's really the question we have here, right? And so when you're creating a new field, you have to determine, is this a field that I want others that are also using Jira Product Discovery to use? Or is this a field that I only want here, right? Only for this particular space? 9 times out of 10, I have a feeling that it's just going to be a local field. But every once in a while, you might want to add a global field so that you can share with other people using Jira Product Discovery. Now, what's even more interesting though is that Atlassian has taken a lot of the fields that used to be in Jira Product Discovery, it's like more out of the box fields, and they moved it over to global fields. And so if you want to add your global fields, you need to click on add global field, and then you got to bring in the global fields that exist. So things like my KO date, kickoff date, right? My launch date, my impact, my idea type, enterprise customers, right? Confidence. These are all fields that are already available, right? These are just not anything I made, but they're fields that exist already within the world of Jira Product Discovery. And I just want to pull them into my project, right? They're global fields that already exist. And this is also the case not only for the Atlassian fields that are Atlassian creates, but again, any other fields that a colleague might create that is indeed a Jira Product Discovery global field, right? Now, one thing for you guys, if you're multitasking, you're going to want to pay attention here so you don't get confused, right? And I think Dave Mathis says, will space and global fields schemes EAP as replacement for field configure? Yeah, so this is something I want to address here, right? Today, this is how it works. We're doing this recording on December 15, 2025. Atlassian is revamping the way custom fields or just fields work in general, and they're starting to see way more of an overlap, right? Team managed projects suck. That's a given. JPD projects are only team managed projects. But Atlassian is like in a very tactical way maneuvering this interesting new world where the boundaries between team and company are starting to blur and they're starting to mesh a little bit more. And so because of this, Atlassian is changing how things work with respect to fields. And so keep an ear out and an eye out for this, because just as of right now, this is how they work. But global fields, I would suspect, are eventually either going to be replaced or will replace the way fields work today. Because on the Jira side, on the Jira software side, there is no such thing as a global field yet, right? Any team managed project that you create is self-contained. Any company managed project that you create can share fields. But a feature that Atlassian rolled out, like, I don't know, 8 or 9 months ago, was that you could take custom fields from company managed projects and pull them into Jira Product Discovery. I don't think they made it the other way yet. But again, this global fields thing is, I think, the steps in the direction that Atlassian is trying to do. So just want to caution you, it can be a little confusing. So just read the documentation and try to understand. Play with it really is the best way for you to learn. But try them out and just be aware that Atlassian is making changes. So this is all very unstable grounds right now. Atlassian is making some investments in how fields work. But anyways, the key takeaway here though is that you want to essentially pull in global fields, and we even have some Jira fields as well that you can pull in. But I'm just gonna pull in. Oh, I lost my fields. I'm gonna pull in some of my fields here. Now, one of the things that I like, folks, right? One of the things that I really, really like is these fields are special. If you're looking at these fields, right, you can see that they already look very different. Jira doesn't have fields like this. Jira doesn't have these ratings. Jira doesn't have these weighted ones. Look at the weights. They have weights on them, right? They have custom formulas. We're going to take a look at this in a second. And they're just very different, right? Their labeling is different. It's much more colorful. Dates are the same, right? But we just have a lot more color and a lot more subjectivity inside of the world of Jira Product Discovery. And this is going to play a critical role in a few seconds when we go and basically nurture an idea, because how and how we collect information to nurture the idea is very critical, right? It's very important to really take advantage of the fact that Jira Product Discovery gives us this level of subjectivity so that we can more artistically figure out which ideas are good. All right, because Jira sucks in this, right? Jira's not the best here because Jira's fields are very binary, right? It's a very traditional form type of field. But Jira Product Discovery's fields, as you're gonna see in a little bit, they're much more interesting. And there's a lot of different types of fields, right? I'm gonna show you a couple. I've already shown you some teasers, right? But we have fields like rating, like I showed it to you, right? We have number fields, right? These all exist in Jira. But we have reactions as well, right? We have these reaction ones where we can essentially add like emojis and stuff like that. So reactions demo, right? And again, I'm just creating a regular field. So this means that this field is only going to be available in the space, right? I can create another field called sliders. So these sliders are really cool because you can slide them from values from 0 to 100. And so I'm going to go slider demo, right? I can create these fields, but again, I need to pull them into my space and whatnot. But these are some really cool fields. And then we have the custom formula, and this is weighted demo, right? And in our weighted demo, we can do a roll up, we can do a weighted score, we can write our own code, right? So if you wanted to basically do your own like rice type of thing, you can do that here. We're just gonna keep it simple. We're gonna just do a roll up and add input. See, so you can do some insights, you can slide stuff up, right? You can count fields. There's just so much you can do here, folks. There's so much, so much more that you can do that sometimes you're left with Jira wanting that Jira could do more, but it can't, right? And so that's it for now. We have our fields. And so, yeah, so basically once your fields exist, right, then the next step is for you to go modify your fields, right? When you hit create button, when you hit the create button, oh boy, when you hit the create button, all you need to do is type in an idea, right? This is my first idea. And that's it. You're not really asked for a whole bunch of information. But here, when you click the plus button, this is where you can add more data. So I can bring in all those fields we were just looking at, like confidence. I can pull in my slider demo. I can pull in my reactions demo. I can pull in that enterprise customer that was weighted. We can pull in the launch, the KO date, the launch date, the kickoff date, and the launch date, right? You can pull in all these fields. The second method you can do this is by clicking on fields here and just turning these on, right? So if you didn't want to go one by one, I can just go doon, 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 right? Just turn these fields on. But you want to be careful because now you're creating this giant slide bar, right? Of all your different fields. And so some people might miss important information if you had too many fields. So you always want to find the right balance here. But once you have this, right, then all you got to do is for each idea, right? This is my second idea. And this is my third idea. Ooh, I don't know how to spell idea. Let's fix that. Idea, right? For each of these, I can now open them up. And then all those fields that I have, they're in here, right? I can add my confidence. I can slide my slider from 0 to 100, so I can get very, very granular with some importance of something. I can react with an emoji, right? Not a whole lot. Actually, I do have a whole lot, but I don't have a whole lot saved here. But you can. Oh boy, come on, come on. You can pick from some of the fan favorites, or you can go through the list of all the different emojis that are available and just add them there. You have your customers, and again, these are weighted, so keep that in mind. 75% weighted here. We can keep going. We can add our launch date. And now dates here are very unique. And the dates work a little bit different in Jira Product Discovery than they work inside of Jira software. And that is because instead of just having a specific date, which you can have, right? We can do December 15th. That's not a problem. But you can do a month, right? Maybe we want to target January next year, right? We don't know the date yet, but we know that we want at least the month, or maybe you don't even know the month and you know the quarter, right? We're shooting for Q1 2026. So you can do that here. It's a little slightly more objective, right? And then we can go like, okay, so our launch date is going to be Q2. Yeah, Q2 of 2026, right? And so this is, again, a little bit more subjective. We got our sliders that I showed you. You can modify these sliders so that each one can be a different color if you want it. You have labels, right? These labels are much more colorful. It's better than the text that you get inside of Jira. I gotta stop clicking outside. We have some insights which we're going to cover next, and then some of more available fields that are available here, like your stage, the team. These are all the same teams that you can define across all the Atlassian tools. We have some types here, programs, right? These are checklists, so you can add a couple of them. So lots of different ways to add subjectivity to your information here, right? So definitely check these out, right, folks, because these are very powerful, right? This is what's going to give you some very interesting and important things. So instead of like slider demo, I could have called this one like business, like engineering effort, right? Engineering effort. When I do that, how much effort is engineering going to take, right, for this idea? I think that's sometimes we miss. I think our product and engineering teams are always so disconnected that we forget that for every idea, somebody's got to build it. Somebody's got to build that idea, and sometimes you need a lot more engineering effort than you think that you'll need, right? And so it's very critical that you consider, right, engineering effort, right? We have like CTO, right, executive reactions, right? How do your executives feel about this? Are they giving you thumbs up? Do they love it? Right? Stuff like that, right? And we've already looked at some of these other custom fields as well. All right. So what else can we do with an idea, right? How else can we add insights or nurture this idea? Because adding these fields, right, that are very business friendly, right? Again, you use ChatGPT, use Gemini, use Revel, use somebody to help you out, but you want to capture information. You want to be very methodical and very prescriptive with your fields because these fields are going to help you capture information that is going to add value and merit to your idea. Because remember, not every idea is a good idea. Some ideas are crappy. Some ideas are going to bankrupt you. Some ideas are going to cause you to become a millionaire or a billionaire, right? But not every idea is a good idea. And these fields in JPD, which you cannot find in any of the other Atlassian tools, are just beautiful for capturing the essence of the idea, if you will. And of course, we have our status, right? The status is really my least useful field inside of Jira Product Discovery. I tend to use the other fields way more. So that's the fields. But we have two more fields, or at least two more sections of JPD that we want to cover. And that's going to be commenting. So commenting works very much and exactly the same as Jira. The only difference is that it's in its own dedicated comment section, right? But the same whole thing that you can tag Alana, like where we at with this, right? You can pull in Robo. So if you've ever used any comments within Jira or Jira Service Management, these work exactly the same. There's nothing special here, other than the fact that they're dedicated, right? Their placement of where comments are in Jira. When you open up the story, right, the comments is there, right? And this is technically true, but there's just different views here. We don't have this particular view inside of Jira, right? We don't have the ability to just see the sidebar and have a dedicated comment section at the top. So it just works a little bit differently. But what is very unique, this does not exist in any of the other Atlassian tools, is this concept of an insight. Now, the insight is it's a very interesting field, right? It's a very interesting concept. And so basically, with these ideas, when you're trying to nurture your idea, you want to add again merit, you want to add value. Why is this a good idea? Right? Is there a customer for this idea? Is there a market? Is there a demand? Are we going to make money? Is there a business reason for this idea? And so you're trying to justify your idea as much as humanly possible so that you can see that you've done your due diligence, that you've done your market research, and your go to market strategy is more solid, right? Because you're like, okay, so this is not just a good idea, it's a great idea. And insights is going to help us with that. So insights is very just fancy speak for just research, right? So you link. Give me a plus one. Who has a Pinterest board that you guys are just going through Pinterest and like you pin things that are interesting to you, right? Inspirations, if you will. Anybody use Pinterest? Is Pinterest still a thing? Do we still Are we still using Pinterest? Anybody still using Pinterest? I'm very curious now. In the chat, give me a plus one. Are you still using Pinterest? Is Pinterest still a thing used amongst the populations of the world? I know it used to be very popular back in like 2006, 2007. We got Rodney as a negative one. Wow, that is low. We got a plus one with Yuli. Yuli's got a plus one. See, Rodney, you just gotta broaden your reach a little bit more. But anyways, I would call insights is just basically the Juris version of a Pinterest board, right? Where you're gonna just pin different pieces of information and research that you have, right? So if you're looking at a competitor's website or you're looking at a competitor's ad copy or something, right? Like whatever inspiration or whatever knowledge you want to capture with respect to your idea, you just add a description, right? So we can go to like just take this as last in school thing, right? You can say would be great to have a special paid community like this one, and then you just paste in the link, and then you can put your impact, right? So what's cool is like you have your impact of like, hey, this is going to be high impact, right? If you're trying to build a community based product, then look, somebody else is already doing it. It's already successful. We have 68 people. Hopefully we'll have 100 before the end of the year, right? And so um there's just some novelty to capturing these insights, and there's extensions that you can build into Chrome and Slack and Teams, so that whenever that moment of inspiration hits, you can very easily grab those ideas and put them into your insights here. Dave says I've used a couple for Pinterest boards. It's been a while since I used the app. Yeah, I was using the app heavily in 2020. In 2020, I was trying to grow my YouTube presence and I was using Pinterest, but it's been a minute. I might have to go back and use it. I think I put Pinterest in the same category of apps from like the days of like Flickr. Who remembers Flickr? Anybody still a Flickr fan? Does Flickr still exist? Like, can you still use Flickr? Anybody use Flickr? Give me a plus one if you used Flickr back in the day. What else was out there? What MySpace? I would put MySpace in the same category. Flickr, MySpace. What other social networking things? Friendster. Who remembers Friendster? Did anybody have a Friendster account? Who had a MySpace account? Who changed their song on MySpace? How do we bring that back? How do we put I think every board should have like a you should have the ability to add a song to your board, like your team anthem, right? So that when people Tumblr's a good one, right? Tumblr's an oldie. Yeah, nostalgia this session. Plus back in the day for Tumblr. Yeah, Tumblr, oh man. Reddit has completely taken over, right? And there's no more Tumblrs. This is all about Reddit. Um, what else? What else was very popular back then? Um, I think Ask Jeeves. Who remembers Ask Jeeves? I think that's even a little older, but I remember using Ask Jeeves. That was something that I used quite a bit growing up. Anybody a fan of Ask Jeeves? Anybody old enough to remember Ask Jeeves? That was the place to ask questions. Wow, yeah, the internet has changed so much. So much. Anyways, insights, right? You add your this one I have never heard of. Oh, okay. Netlog, the Belgian version of MySpace. Ask Jeeves. Yeah, cool. All right, folks. So basically, this leads us right. So the name of the game here is to take these ideas and you do all this calculations, right? Because when you add all this information, you then get to take advantage of like the board view, right? So by board view, I can do like my statuses. Oops, I can select my status, right? And I'll just pick status here. You can see your ideas, which ones are in delivery, which ones are in discovery, which ones still in the parking lot. And so you can again very customizable. So you can create your board view and you can name these whatever you want, right? So this is going to be by status, right? And then so in Jira, we have it renamed by status. And so that means that if I wanted to create another board view, right, I can just simply create a new view and then oopsie, then I'll do what I wanted to do. We're gonna do this, right? And now that it's a board view, right, we're gonna do it by I don't know, quarter or something. I don't know, whatever you want, right? But then you can add anything you want here. So maybe we have stage, right? And so these are in Wonder, these are in Explore, and you can get a little creative there and figure out what columns you want. But you can have different views here that are just simply just not available in any other view. Then we have the matrix view. Matrix view is my favorite, right? We can see like level of effort, right? So the competence, and we can look at engineering effort. So we can do a cross reference of like, okay, what is super confident? What is the team very confident on? but where are we at with engineering level effort, right? Because we would want something here, we would want something in this area down here where something is low-ish engineering effort but high confidence. Something over here where it's like super, super high engineering effort but very low confidence, probably not a good idea. So you can change those things up and again create more views. Then we have our timeline view, which is just going to be based on our fields, right? So we have our start date being our kickoff and our launch date. These are just examples, folks. You would want to do something better, but you can see those different views there. But again, the name of the game here, folks, is for you to add as much contextual value to the idea so that you can figure out which idea out of all the ideas that you got going on, right? Which ideas are the best ones, right? Which one should your team actually work on? Now, Dave, you're going to hate me for this statement, but I just don't do betas or EAPs. Atlassian has burned me so much over the years that I just simply do not. If it's not public, right? If it's not available to everybody, I just don't touch it or mess with it. Atlassian has really screwed me over significantly in business, right? Like we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of mistakes in the past being in EAPs and beta. So until Atlassian sticks their neck out and says this is a thing, I just don't I do not encourage teams to use it or mess with it in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, things are constantly changing in the wonderful world of Atlassian. I just encourage you all folks to use the things that are public because if you're running your business off of a beta feature, you will get burned. I guarantee you Atlassian's going to screw you over some way, shape, or another if you're using betas. I agree with you, Alex. EAPs and beta programs, yeah. So I mean, they're fun. They're kind of cool to understand. Us as champions, Dave's a champion. I'm a champion. Ronnie's a champion. We love it. We eat the stuff up. I'm excited for all the cool things that Atlassian's working on. But if I'm running a multi-million dollar company, I want stability. I do not want EAPs or betas. Alex likes to be surprised by new features that come out out of nowhere. I don't like it when my buttons move around the UI. Now, Atlassian, how about we start a campaign and just keep the UI stable? Can we just got 6 months of no buttons moving on us? That would be really, really good. Okay, just to wrap us up, folks. So let's just assume for a second that one of these ideas is like, okay, this is the idea we're going to move into Jira. What next? Well, when you open the idea, we have one more tab down here, and that's called the delivery tab. And that delivery tab is what's essentially going to link Jira with Jira Product Discovery. And so you can you can find a space. I'm going to move it to my Android team. You can either create a brand new work item and you can choose whatever you want. Helps if I choose it. Here we go. You can choose whatever you want, whatever work type works for you. I like to associate my ideas with initiatives on the Jira side, right? So I like to go with the initiative level, but you don't have to. You can do an Epic if you don't have the premium versions of Jira, whatever works for you. But you can either create a brand new one, or if you've already gone ahead and created the Epic or the initiative inside of Jira, you can just simply link them together. But the important part is that you link. Do not skip the step. You want to link the idea with the thing in Jira, whether that's an initiative or an Epic. I wouldn't link it with the story. I think a story is way too granular for this, but an Epic and Up initiatives serve a really, really good purpose. So if you've been looking for a use case for how to use your initiatives, this is a worthy use case here. But essentially, just click on create, and that idea is now going to be created inside of Jira, and now we can track the progress from here. And so we can see the full decomposition. So when we go, right, because the next step is to take this idea that got approved, right, because we know we now have a good idea. And the next step is for your project management team, you, the audience here, is to take that idea and go, okay, now we got to figure out the engineering, right? Now we got to figure out all the features. We got to figure out all those tasks and the stories. And now the fun begins, right? But you are now working off of something that's been vetted as opposed to a guessing game. And so this is, again, where Jira Product Discovery is really, really going to shine.